Chun Haoguang and the others looked at Huang Xiaolong as fear sprouted in their heart once again. "Are you Huang Xiaolong?" Tao Wei stared at Huang Xiaolong with an annoyed expression. "Are you the slave of whatever prince he is in the Immortal Reverence Empire?" Huang Xiaolong replied with a question of his own. "Huang Xiaolong, how dare you?" An expert of the empire roared when he heard how disrespectful Huang Xiaolong was. "You're just a peasant in the deserted galaxy. Do you know the consequences of disrespecting Lord Tao Wei?" "Oh? Pray tell." Huang Xiaolong muttered. "You will be flogged 100 times as a light punishment. If Lord Tao Wei is angry, we'll throw you into the great prison." Huang Xiaolong didn't say a word as formless pressure dragged Tao Wei down from his seat. Tao Wei couldn't control his body as he slammed directly into the ground. "You!" Tao Wei cried out in fright. "I hate it when people act all arrogant before me," Huang Xiaolong muttered. He swept his gaze across Chun Haoguang and the others and he saw that everyone was present. "I recall telling you that none of you will die with a complete corpse if you betrayed me." Chun Haoguang and the others panicked as they turned to stare at Tao Wei for help. Crawling to his feet in embarrassment, Tao Wei sneered, "Huang Xiaolong. All of them have already submitted to the great Immortal Reverence Empire. They are currently serving the third prince. And even if you're an expert in the Grand Completion realm, you'll be sentenced to death if you dare to touch them. Right now you better." Before he could complete his sentence, Huang Xiaolong swiped at the air and dragged Tao Wei over to himself. "What were you saying again?" "Release Lord Tao Wei at once." The experts of the empire leaped towards Huang Xiaolong as they took out their treasures. It was too bad Lu Huang casually pointed at the air to summon a crimson sea. Waves of energy devoured those present. When they were struck by the energy wave, all of them fell to the ground as miserable cries filled the skies. Chun Haoguang and the others stared at Lu Huang in terror. He dealt with more than 400 soul condensation realm experts with a single gesture. The shock they got from Lu Huang far surpassed the fear they had felt from Huang Xiaolong when he revealed his strength in the past. Everyone had ignored Lu Huang as he was too damn small. All of them thought that he was a pet raised by Huang Xiaolong, but he dealt with more than 400 experts in the blink of an eye. "Your Highness, please spare our lives," Liang Yun pleaded. "Please, give me another chance." The old ancestor of the true essence Swordgate sneered. "Liang Yun, there's no need to beg him. Now that he offended his third highness, his fate will be worse than death." "Is that so?" Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "Since that's the case, I'll exterminate the Immortal Reverence Empire before killing you." He tossed the old ancestor of the Sword Essence Gate into the Sun-Moon Furnace. As for the rest, Huang Xiaolong ordered Lu Huang, "Kill them all. There's no need to show mercy." Since they swore never to betray him, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't spare their lives. The blood drained from their faces when they heard what he said. "All of you attack. Kill Huang Xiaolong right now." A roar entered their ears as one of the old ancestors risked everything to charge at Huang Xiaolong. He self-destructed, hoping that he could bring Huang Xiaolong down with him. An expert at the soul condensation realm chose to self-destruct. Who would have thought that he would choose such a way to die? Since there was no way out, everyone realized that there was nothing else they could do. They stared at the cloud of smoke from the old ancestor's self-destruction, and they hoped that it would be enough to take Huang Xiaolong down. It was too bad they were greeted with the sight of a completely intact Huang Xiaolong. Chun Haoguang and the others felt as though their souls were dunked into a pool of freezing water. How is this possible? The explosion of a soul condensation realm expert couldn't harm Huang Xiaolong. Lu Huang moved and his palm came crashing down from the skies. It sent Chun Haoguang and the others into the ground. None of them were left with a complete corpse. Huang Xiaolong looked at Tao Wei and the latter peed his pants. "Let's go." Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to kill Tao Wei. Instead, he disappeared from the main hall of the Divine Court sect in the blink of an eye. Tao Wei looked at the piles of meat on the ground, and he retrieved a transmission symbol with his trembling hands. In one of the giant manors on a certain planet in the deserted galaxy, a young man felt his veins popping when he read the report in his hand. The youngster was clad in dragon robes, and he was the third prince of the Immortal Reverence Empire, Chunzhong. Nearly crippled hundreds of my subordinates? He suppressed the anger in his heart, and he continued. He even threatened to exterminate my empire. That was the first time his subordinates saw him so angry. Your Highness, this? A white-haired old man asked. The man was one of the 10 strongest experts under Chunzhong. He was called Lin Baiyu. He was at the peak of the 9th level Grand Completion realm. Chunzhong handed the report over to the others, and he said, Look at this. Tao Wei just sent this report over. Everyone was shocked to read its contents. Suspected to be an expert at the Grand Completion realm? He even brought a palm-sized pet that isn't any weaker than him. Lin Baiyu frowned when he read the report. Pet at the Grand Completion realm? Could it be a divine beast from ancient times? Someone else asked. It's possible. Lin Baiyu's eyes sparkled. Legends have it that the ancient beasts can change their body structure as they please. Chunzhong harumphed. I don't care if it's a divine beast. Regardless of his identity. Take him down. Pass down my order. Seal the deserted galaxy and search for his whereabouts. Send people over to Earth to exterminate his clan. Yes, Your Highness. Not long after he gave his order, Lu Huang said to Huang Xiaolong, Your Highness, Chunzhong has already given the killing order. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and continued on his way. He didn't use the power of space at all. After half a day, he finally arrived at a massive planet. It was several thousand times the size of Earth. That was the Immortal Reverence Star that housed the core of the Immortal Reverence Empire, and it was somewhere they had to cross in order to arrive at the center of the Star River. When Huang Xiaolong and Lu Huang made their way towards the Immortal Reverence Star, a giant competition was held in the Imperial Palace of the Empire. The competition was a tradition that was created when the founding ancestor created the Empire. According to the rules, all disciples of the royal family would have to take part in it. No one could come to a consensus on why the founding ancestor held the competition. Some of them said that the founding ancestor planned to look for an inheritor through the competition, and there were others who said that he planned to train his descendants up using this method. Whatever the case, the empire would grow stronger. The competition venue was arranged on a giant plaza in the Imperial Palace. It was large enough to house hundreds of thousands of people, and any official could spectate the competition. Other than them, the old ancestors, patriarchs, and experts of the great clans were invited. There were even several old ancestors of nearby empires. It was the last of the 10 days of competition, and the battles were reaching their climax. Looks like His Third Highness, Chunzhong, will be able to take first place in the competition, a silver-haired old man announced as he stood on the hosting platform in the middle of the plaza. Just one round ago, Chunzhong defeated the fourth prince with 5 moves. Everyone was shocked at the sudden development. The third prince has been hiding his strength all this while. Who would have thought that he would not only be the most talented, he would also be the strongest among them? If not for the competition, no one would know that he had already reached the peak of the late first-level tribulation realm. An expert, whose eyes resembled that of a tiger, praised him. The 2 experts were doyens of the Immortal Reverence Empire, and they were high-level tribulation realm experts. The silver-haired old man was called Bo Yifeng, and the other was called Sang Long. Bai Yifeng looked at the 2 members sitting in the central area of the platform. One of them was the founding ancestor of the empire, Chun Tianxing. As for the person beside him, it was a supreme expert from the Chaos Immortal Gate, Wang Haiyang. In fact, the 2 of them knew the real purpose of the competition. It was because of Wang Haiyang. Wang Haiyang was an expert who roamed the world, and he wanted to pick a talented disciple to inherit his mantle. He basically went to all the empires before getting the old ancestor to do the same thing. Senior Immortal Wang seems to look highly upon His Third Highness. Sang Long suppressed his voice and whispered, In the mortal world, only void saints would be hailed as an immortal. Wang Haiyang wasn't merely an expert in the void immortal realm. He was at the high-level void immortal realm. To be exact, he was at the late 7th level void immortal realm. Even the old ancestor of the Immortal Reverence Empire would have to worship an existence at his level. One could only imagine how honored anyone would be to be chosen to be Wang Haiyang's disciple. Bo Yifeng nodded slightly. He looked at Chun Zhong with an envious gaze as he said, "If His Third Highness is really chosen by Wang Haiyang, the old ancestor will definitely leave the throne to him. He will take control of the empire in the future. With His Third Highness talent, he will definitely be chosen. After all, he has 3 immortal talents." Before the start of the competition, no one knew that Chun Zhong had an immortal bloodline, immortal fate, and 3 immortal talents. His revelation shocked the empire. Everyone felt that he was the only one capable of taking the title of the crown prince. After all, no one could hold a candle to him. Wang Haiyang nodded with satisfaction when he looked at Chun Zhong. Indeed, even in the Central Star River, his talent is exceptional. His foundations have been well built with the ancient immortal arts, and he doesn't show off his strength unnecessarily. Great. He's pretty good. Chun Tianxing felt a wave of joy filling his heart, and he cupped his fists towards Wang Haiyang. It's Chun Zhong's honor to receive senior immortal's praise. If his grandson, Chun Zhong, could become a direct disciple of Wang Haiyang, they would be able to latch on to the power that was the Chaos Immortal Gate. That was definitely worth celebrating. The Chaos Immortal Gate was the second-ranked power in the Silver Star system. Before the behemoth that was the Chaos Immortal Gate, the Immortal Reverence Empire was a ragtag gang. Wang Haiyang chuckled happily. There are 2 more battles lined up, but let's call it here. Chun Zhong will take first place. Bring him to me later. I wish to meet the kid. Chun Tianxing was ecstatic. From what Wang Haiyang said, he was definitely going to take Chun Zhong in as his disciple. Yes, I shall announce your decision immediately. Getting to his feet, Chun Tianxing rose into the air, and he swept his gaze across those present. There is no need for the competition to continue. Third Prince Chun Zhong's strength and talent speak for themselves. He shall take the first place in the competition. Is everyone agreeable? His voice rang through the skies. Naturally, no one dared to say otherwise. Chun Zhong was elated when he heard the announcement. Chun Zhong, come over and meet Immortal Wang Haiyang. A voice rang in his head all of a sudden. Yes, old ancestor. Chun Zhong bowed respectfully. Right before he could fly over to the platform where Wang Haiyang was, a figure descended from the skies. He stood right before Chun Zhong. Everyone stared at the newcomer in shock. That included Chun Tianxing and Wang Haiyang. None of them detected his presence. Noticing the reaction of those around him, Chun Zhong spun around instantly. Are you the 3rd prince of the Immortal Reverence Empire? Huang Xiaolong asked casually. A frown formed on Chun Zhong's face as he ordered the troops around the platform. Why haven't you thrown him out? Lu Huang casually tapped at the air before any of them could move. A burst of light emerged and all of them were sent flying. Ha! Chun Tianxing gasped when he looked at the little black spirit behind Huang Xiaolong. Wang Haiyang was equally shocked when he noticed Lu Huang's presence. The troops might not be strong, but the 2 of them noticed Lu Huang's special arts. Who are you? Chun Zhong asked as a look of shock crossed his eyes. Chun Zhong found the duo somewhat familiar, but he had no idea where he had seen them before. According to logic, he hadn't seen the 2 in his life. Why were they looking for him? Huang Xiaolong. What? You're Huang Xiaolong. Chun Zhong yelped in shock. Just half a day ago, he had passed down a killing order for the man. Wasn't he supposed to be on the flowing flame star? Why was he in the core of their territory? The experts of the empire fell into a discussion. I heard that the 3rd prince gave an order several hours ago. The target was called Huang Xiaolong or something. Could that be him? I'm afraid so. He's too damn daring. Not only did he stay behind, but he also dared to barge straight into the heart of the empire. Zhang Long sneered. Chun Tianxing turned to look at Chun Zhong when he heard the discussion in the air. Chun Zhong, what's going on? Ancestor, this man heavily injured hundreds of soul condensation realm experts of the empire. He even killed thousands of my subordinates. According to him, he'll exterminate our empire. That was the reason behind the killing order. Who would have thought that he would run all the way here? Chen Zhong's words caused many of those present to suck in a cold breath of air. Killed more than 1,000 subordinates? Threatened to exterminate the empire? Chen Tianxing furrowed his brows, and he turned to glare at Huang Xiaolong. Did you say that you would destroy my empire? Why would I need to do something like that myself? Huang Xiaolong waved his hand casually in the air before pointing at Lu Huang. He will be more than enough. Chen Tianxing roared with laughter as rage filled the hearts of the empire's experts. Wang Haiyang looked at Huang Xiaolong with a mocking smile on his face. He had adventures across countless galaxies, but that was the first time he had seen someone as crazy as Huang Xiaolong. Old ancestor, please allow me to punish this man on behalf of our immortal reverence empire. Chen Tianxing nodded as his eyes turned cold. Take him down, but keep him alive. Old ancestor, please rest assured. Chen Zhong promised before turning to face Huang Xiaolong. As he walked towards the devil and man duo, a halo of light surrounded his body. The light seemed to originate from the immortal world as everyone felt their hearts trembling in their chests. This is the immortal light recorded in the legends. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. I heard that only someone who has an immortal bloodline, immortal physique, and immortal fate will be able to produce such a powerful aura. Even though he hasn't reached the void immortal realm, his strength has already reached an incredible level. That's not all. Anyone who can produce the immortal light can receive the protection of the immortals in the immortal world. With the immortal light supplementing his strength, he is definitely much stronger than he was during the competition. Everyone broke out into heated discussion. It was the first time any of them in the audience had seen such a strange phenomenon. Wang Haiyang looked at the immortal light around Chen Zhong, and he sighed. I haven't seen the immortal light in such a long time. He had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, but he hadn't seen more than 10 experts who possessed the power of the immortal light. Moreover, all those who possessed such a powerful ability were patriarchs or ancestors of the great immortal gates in the central star system. One wouldn't be able to possess the immortal light with just 3 traits alone. They had to be of certain strength. One needed a high-level immortal bloodline, immortal physique, and immortal fate to be able to produce the immortal light. It was difficult to obtain even one of the 3 criteria, much less all 3. As such, the notion of taking Chen Zhong in as his disciple solidified in his heart. As the light around him grew stronger and stronger, it enveloped the entire plaza. Everyone felt as though a god was descending from the heavens. Make your move. I'll give you one chance, Chen Zhong said as he approached Huang Xiaolong and Lu Huang. The moment the words left his lips, Lu Huang casually pointed in the air. The stench of blood filled the plaza in an instant as the skies turned dark. It was as though purgatory descended on the lands as the immortal light around Chen Zhong lost its power. Be careful, Chen Tianzhen and Wang Haiyang yelled in unison. But they were far too slow. Indeed, how could they compare to the strongest devil in the mortal world? Lu Huang was merely half a step away from ascending, and he possessed unbelievable strength. The immortal light around Chen Zhong's body shattered in an instant as he was struck by a ray of energy. He fell off the platform to the cold, hard ground below. When everyone turned to stare at whatever was left of his body, they realized that his heart was nowhere to be seen. All that was left was a gaping hole in his chest. A terrifying cloud of black smoke filled the air. Shock ran through the crowd. What terrifying devil chi! Wang Haiyang got to his feet, and he appeared beside Chen Zhong. A ball of light appeared in his hand as he sent it towards Chen Zhong. It was evident that he was planning to save the kid. Chen Tianxing no longer held back as he released his aura completely. A storm was swept up as the empire trembled slightly. Everyone felt a majestic aura descending on them, and they yelled in shock, Immortal! The old ancestor entered the void immortal realm. Indeed, the 2 eminent elders who were at the peak of the late 9th level tribulation realm stared at Chen Tianxing in fright. Void immortal. He was basically an immortal in the mortal world. When everyone was stuck in a state of disbelief, Chun Tianxing leaped into the air as a giant blade slashed at Huang Xiaolong. Millions of blade light filled the air, and it surrounded Huang Xiaolong and Lu Huang completely. Immortal reverence blade style. It has been 300 years since the old ancestor last used the move. Bo Yifeng felt excitement coursing through his veins. The sword style was created by the ancient immortals. 300 years ago, Chun Tianxing used the move to defeat a first-level void immortal. Zhang Long yelled. However, Chun Tianxing was a mere tribulation realm expert 300 years ago. Now he was a void immortal. A moment before the blade light could land, Lu Huang raised his head and tapped the air to stop them dead in their tracks. Staring at Chun Tianxing, millions of rays of blade light flew towards him. Chun Tianxing panicked when he saw the rays of light shooting towards him. Retreating hastily, he slashed out multiple times with the sword in his hand. He tried his best to deflect the attacks, but the blade light was too damn fast. Cuts filled his body from head to toe, and not a single part of his body was injury-free. In an instant, millions of cuts were made on his body. Grunting, he was sent flying through the air as blood filled the skies. Slamming into the middle of the main platform, the blade in his hand fell to the ground below. His blood stained the platform red as terrifying wounds filled his body. Everyone who thought that Chun Tianxing would defeat his opponent easily after entering the void immortal realm fell silent when they saw his sorry figure lying on the platform. He was no longer recognizable, and his clothes were in complete tatters. Wang Haiyang, who was trying to save Qinzhong, stared at Lu Huang as a trace of shock flashed across his face. He formed a weird hand seal as mysterious runes appeared all around Qinzhong's chest. The devil chi that was constantly being produced was suppressed for the time being. Lu Huang raised an eyebrow in surprise. He nodded to himself quietly. The Chaos Immortal Gate wasn't one of the most ancient powers for nothing. They deserved their reputation indeed. Wang Haiyang quickly took out a pill and fed it to Chun Tianxing, who was on the verge of death. At the same time, another ball of light appeared in his hand as he pushed it towards Chun Tianxing. The terrifying blade wounds on his body started to close up. Huang Xiaolong and Lu Huang didn't stop the man. When Wang Haiyang was done, he finally turned to look at the two of them. His gaze lingered on Lu Huang for a long time. Since the little black spirit could defeat Chun Tianxing with a single move, he wouldn't be much weaker than Wang Haiyang himself. I am Wang Haiyang of the Chaos Immortal Gate. I wonder which devil sect did fellow cultivators come from. There were immortal cultivators in the Silver River star system, and it went without saying that there was never light without darkness. There were equally as many devil sects. The strongest of them were comparable to the Panwu Immortal Gate. Of course, immortal factions like the Panwu Immortal Gate and the Chaos Immortal Gate thrived in the light. Experts of the devil sects hid in the darkness. Devil Hell. You can call me Lu Huang. Devil Hell? A look of confusion filled Wang Haiyang's face. There didn't seem to be a devil sect called the Devil Hell. However, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind all of a sudden as he thought of an ancient legend. His expression changed drastically. Could it be? Devil? Devil Hell? Devil Hell. It wasn't a devil sect. Instead, it was a location. It was a location where the most terrifying of devils lived. Since ancient times, the Devil Hell had always been recorded in the legends. There was a time when the Devil Hell nearly conquered half of the Silver River star system. In fact, not even the strongest expert of the immortal factions could do a thing to the Devil Lord. Eventually, the experts of every single righteous faction banded together and sealed off the Devil Hell. Now, the experts of the Devil Hell are reappearing in the world. That's right. Lu Huang knew that Wang Haiyang finally recalled the epic conquest of ancient times. Wang Haiyang felt his heart pounding in his chest and the look in his eyes changed. He looked at Huang Xiaolong and made a gander at his identity. Are you the Devil Lord of this generation? Huang Xiaolong chuckled in amusement. Sure. You can think of it however you like. Indeed, after subduing Lu Huang and the great marshals, one could say that Huang Xiaolong practically owned Devil Hell. It wasn't a stretch to call him the new Devil Lord. Wang Haiyang felt fear coursing through his veins, and he took several steps back in retreat. In the past, the Devil Lord was far too strong. "You can leave," Huang Xiaolong muttered. Staring at Huang Xiaolong in shock, Wang Haiyang felt his expression dropping. He looked at Chen Zhong on the ground and hesitation filled his heart. The kid was someone who could produce the immortal light. If he were to miss a disciple like that, no one would know how long he would have to wait before finding another one. "You have 10 seconds to disappear," Huang Xiaolong sighed. Clenching his fists, Wang Haiyang thought about saving Chen Zhong from the evil clutches of Huang Xiaolong. He was extremely confident in his strength and the secret art of the Chaos Immortal Gate. He thought of testing out Huang Xiaolong's strength to see how he fared against the Devil Lords of the past. According to him, there was no way Huang Xiaolong would possess the strength of the old Devil Lords. After all, he was just a young brat. 7. Lu Huang's voice boomed through the air. 8. 9. Just as Lu Huang was about to make Wang Haiyang stay permanently, he soared through the air in retreat. He chose the safest option at the very last second possible. In his mind, all he had to do was to return to the Central Star River to inform the various great factions about the reappearance of Devil Hell. Chen Tianxing and Chen Zhong felt despair clouding their hearts when Wang Haiyang left. "Senior Wang!" Chen Tianxing screamed with everything he had, but Wang Haiyang left without looking back. Huang Xiaolong and Lu Huang approached Chen Tianxing and Chen Zhong. "Protect His Majesty!" one of the eminent elders yelled, and everyone leaped at Huang Xiaolong and Lu Huang in unison. A cold harumph left Lu Huang's lips and his pair of tiny wings flapped once. A terrifying wave of devil chi swept through the land and swallowed everyone in his path. Everyone who came into contact with the devil chi cried out in pain. After the dust settled, the only person left standing in the plaza was Huang Xiaolong. Everyone was rolling about on the ground in pain. Chen Tianxing and Chen Zhong felt another wave of hopelessness washing over them. The fear they had towards Lu Huang increased by many times. One had to know that there were more than tens of thousands of Grand Completion Realm experts and hundreds of Tribulation Realm experts present. However, they were defeated in the blink of an eye. The two of them might not know what the name Devil Hell represented, but they finally realized why Wang Haiyang ran away with his tail tucked between his legs. Chen Zhong's face was filled with bitter resentment and endless fear as Lu Huang opened his mouth to devour him. He turned into a streak of light that disappeared into Lu Huang's belly. After all, he was extremely nutritious to a devil like Lu Huang. As for Chen Tianxing, Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to kill him. He sent a grand mist worm into his body to control the old ancestor of the Immortal Reverence Empire. If Chen Tianxing were to die, the entire region would be thrown into chaos. It wasn't a good thing for Earth. As such, Huang Xiaolong wished to preserve the stability of the galaxy. Waving his hand, rays of light fell from the void. When they landed on the bodies of Chen Tianxing and those rolling about on the ground, they were healed completely. Huang Xiaolong remained for a single day in the Imperial Palace of the Immortal Reverence Empire. After ordering Chen Tianxing to complete some simple tasks, he left the galaxy with Lu Huang. When they left, the news of the Devil Hell's reappearance started to spread through the Silver River star system. Countless powers were affected. "I heard that there's a new Devil Lord. A tiny little black spirit follows him around. And the little spirit is no weaker than eminent Elder Wang Haiyang of the Chaos Immortal Gate. Senior Wang Haiyang is an expert at the 7th level Void Immortal Realm. He cultivated the highest of arts in the Chaos Immortal Gate, and his strength is comparable to an early 8th level Void Immortal. How can a tiny black spirit be his match? It has to be an exaggeration." "Yeah, I think so too. Even if Chen Tianxing of the Immortal Reverence Empire isn't a match for the little spirit, that doesn't mean that Senior Wang Haiyang can't defeat him." Chen Tianxing barely entered the Void Immortal Realm. There were countless empires in the star system, and there were multiple great clans. There were many different views on the matter. In the Chaos Immortal Palace that drifted about space in the central star system, countless experts were gathered together. There were 100 Immortal Gates in the Central Star region, and the strength of the Chaos Immortal Gate is second only to the Panwu Immortal Gate. They were extremely powerful, and they had more than 20 high-level void immortals. As for the number of Tribulation Realm experts, there were more than 600 of them seated in the hall. What do you think about the reappearance of the Devil Hell? Yuan Hong, the patriarch of the Chaos Immortal Gate, echoed through the hall. The Devil Lord seriously injured our ancestor in the past. As he was unable to recover completely, he failed to overcome the tribulation. He failed to ascend due to his injuries, and our ancestor died just like that. Eminent Elder Lin Shingon snorted. Since the new Devil Lord has appeared in the world, we'll avenge our ancestor personally. Doyen Lin is right. We have to take revenge. Another Doyen, Yang Xiaotian, added. From the disciples of the Immortal Reverence Empire, their ancestor submitted to the new Devil Lord Huang Xiaolong. He has already left the Empire, and he should be currently heading to our central star system. Zhang Jianxin, another Doyen, mentioned. Lin Xingan's eyes narrowed and he sneered. In that case, let's lay down an ambush. We'll kill Huang Xiaolong and exterminate the Immortal Reverence Empire. Various eminent elders spoke up in the hall, and all of their thoughts aligned. They were to kill Huang Xiaolong. After that, they would exterminate the evil empire that submitted to him. Yuan Hong didn't interrupt them as they laid down their thoughts. Seeing as everyone had come to a consensus, he finally spoke. I'm sure everyone remembers how strong the Devil Lord of the past was. Even though Huang Xiaolong might not be as strong as him, he shouldn't be that far off. Since he succeeded in leaving the Devil Hell, the other experts of the Devil Hell should be roaming the world. Everyone fell silent after they realized the severity of the problem. As such, we need to form an alliance with the other immortal gates in order to exterminate this danger from the roots. Yuan Hong added. The patriarch is right. In the past, there were countless experts who died at the hands of the devils. We need to do our part to destroy them completely. Not only do we have to seal up the Devil Hell, but we also need to kill every single devil within. Lin Shingon growled. We'll solve the root of the problem. To explain Lin Shingon's hatred for the devils, one had to know that he was the grandson of the old ancestor of the Chaos Immortal Gate. However, Lord Yi Zhaolong of the Panwu Immortal Gate said that he would only be back next month. Should we wait for him before discussing our strategy? Yang Xiaotian hesitated. There is no need to involve the Panwu Immortal Gate. With so many of us, we will be more than enough to destroy any remnants of the Devil Hell. Yuan Hong growled. Yi Zhaolong was the strongest expert in the Silver River star system, and Yuan Hong was ranked second. He would feel a sense of irritation rising in his heart whenever someone brought up Yi Zhaolong. Pass down my order. Contact the patriarchs of the other immortal gates. They are to gather here in order to discuss the extermination of the devils. Getting to their feet, everyone acknowledged his order. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong and Lu Huang stood in space millions of miles away from the central star system, and they looked at the dazzling sight before them. If Huang Xiaolong were to manipulate the power of space, he would have long since arrived. In fact, it would take him less than a day to travel from the deserted galaxy to the central star system. However, he decided to stroll about the surrounding regions before heading over. The central star system was hundreds of times larger than the deserted galaxy. It was created when countless stars gathered together, and cosmic dust filled the space before them. The cosmic dust formed a pretty sight as they sparkled in the space around the stars. With their massive size, there were countless factions located in the central star system. Even the great families there were comparable to the empires on the outskirts of the star system. As for the empires present in the central star system, it went without saying that every single one of them was stronger than the Immortal Reverence Empire. Lu Huang looked at the pretty sight before him as he sighed in his heart. There was a trace of longing, but there was also a feeling of deep-seated hatred in his heart. Are you thinking about ancient times? Huang Xiaolong asked. Lu Huang nodded and sighed. My father once told me to bring the disciples of the Devil Hell away from that miserable place. He said that his dream was to find a piece of land in the central star system for all of us to settle down. However, We were hated by the members of the Immortal factions the moment we set foot here. They formed a great army to kill us all. In their eyes, devils are creatures that represent the darkness. We should never be allowed to coexist with them. It's especially so for the old Baldy in the 100 Buddha Gate. He brought everyone together in order to exterminate us. A flash of hatred crossed Lu Huang's eyes. The 100 Buddha Gate was ranked third in the central star system. When the two of them were chatting casually, a flying ship sailed past them, and they overheard the conversation within. Did you hear? The Chaos Immortal Gate and the 100 Buddha Gate formed a giant alliance to exterminate devils. I heard that countless patriarchs and experts are rushing over as we speak. Wouldn't this be the second time in history that the great Immortal factions are banding together? Hee. Our dazzling gold empire can't miss this meeting. As the flying ship sailed towards the central star system, Huang Xiaolong looked at Lu Huang and muttered, "We should head over too." As they slowly drifted over, countless Immortal gates sealed off the central star system as they performed stringent checks on anyone who wished to enter. When they left, the news of the Devil Hell's reappearance started to spread through the Silver River star system. Countless powers were affected. I heard that there's a new Devil Lord. A tiny little black spirit follows him around, and the little spirit is no weaker than eminent Elder Wang Haiyang of the Chaos Immortal Gate. Senior Wang Haiyang is an expert at the 7th level Void Immortal realm. He cultivated the highest of arts in the Chaos Immortal Gate, and his strength is comparable to an early 8th level Void Immortal. How can a tiny black spirit be his match? It has to be an exaggeration. Yeah, I think so too. Even if Chan Tianxing of the Immortal Reverence Empire isn't a match for the little spirit, that doesn't mean that Senior Wang Haiyang can't defeat him. Chan Tianxing barely entered the Void Immortal realm. There were countless empires in the star system, and there were multiple great clans. There were many different views on the matter. In the Chaos Immortal Palace that drifted about space in the central star system, countless experts were gathered together. There were 100 Immortal Gates in the Central Star region, and the strength of the Chaos Immortal Gate is second only to the Panwu Immortal Gate. They were extremely powerful, and they had more than 20 high-level Void Immortals. As for the number of Tribulation Realm experts, there were more than 600 of them seated in the hall. What do you think about the reappearance of the Devil Hell? Yuan Hong, the Patriarch of the Chaos Immortal Gate, echoed through the hall. The Devil Lord seriously injured our ancestor in the past. As he was unable to recover completely, he failed to overcome the tribulation. He failed to ascend due to his injuries, and our ancestor died just like that. Eminent Elder Lin Shingon snorted. Since the new Devil Lord has appeared in the world, we'll avenge our ancestor personally. Doyen Lin is right. We have to take revenge. Another Doyen, Yang Xiaotian, added. From the disciples of the Immortal Reverence Empire, their ancestor submitted to the new Devil Lord Huang Xiaolong. He has already left the Empire, and he should be currently heading to our central star system. Zhang Jianxin, another Doyen, mentioned. Lin Xingan's eyes narrowed and he sneered. In that case, let's lay down an ambush. We'll kill Huang Xiaolong and exterminate the Immortal Reverence Empire. Various eminent elders spoke up in the hall, and all of their thoughts aligned. They were to kill Huang Xiaolong. After that, they would exterminate the evil empire that submitted to him. Yuan Hong didn't interrupt them as they laid down their thoughts. Seeing as everyone had come to a consensus, he finally spoke. I'm sure everyone remembers how strong the Devil Lord of the past was. Even though Huang Xiaolong might not be as strong as him, he shouldn't be that far off. Since he succeeded in leaving the Devil Hell, the other experts of the Devil Hell should be roaming the world. Everyone fell silent after they realized the severity of the problem. As such, we need to form an alliance with the other Immortal Gates in order to exterminate this danger from the roots. Yuan Hong added. The Patriarch is right. In the past, there were countless experts who died at the hands of the devils. We need to do our part to destroy them completely. Not only do we have to seal up the Devil Hell, but we also need to kill every single devil within. Lin Shingon growled. We'll solve the root of the problem. to explain Lin Xing'an's hatred for the devils. One had to know that he was the grandson of the old ancestor of the Chaos Immortal Gate. However, Lord Yi Zhaolong of the Panwu Immortal Gate said that he would only be back next month. Should we wait for him before discussing our strategy? Yang Xiaotian hesitated. There is no need to involve the Panwu Immortal Gate. With so many of us, we will be more than enough to destroy any remnants of the devil hell. Yuan Hong growled. Yi Zhaolong was the strongest expert in the Silver River star system, and Yuan Hong was ranked second. He would feel a sense of irritation rising in his heart whenever someone brought up Yi Zhaolong. Pass down my order. Contact the patriarchs of the other immortal gates. They are to gather here in order to discuss the extermination of the devils. Getting to their feet, everyone acknowledged his order. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong and Lu Huang stood in space millions of miles away from the central star system, and they looked at the dazzling sight before them. If Huang Xiaolong were to manipulate the power of space, he would have long since arrived. In fact, it would take him less than a day to travel from the deserted galaxy to the central star system. However, he decided to stroll about the surrounding regions before heading over. The central star system was hundreds of times larger than the deserted galaxy. It was created when countless stars gathered together, and cosmic dust filled the space before them. The cosmic dust formed a pretty sight as they sparkled in the space around the stars. With their massive size, there were countless factions located in the central star system. Even the great families there were comparable to the empires on the outskirts of the star system. As for the empires present in the central star system, it went without saying that every single one of them was stronger than the Immortal Reverence Empire. Lu Huang looked at the pretty sight before him as he sighed in his heart. There was a trace of longing, but there was also a feeling of deep-seated hatred in his heart. Are you thinking about ancient times? Huang Xiaolong asked. Lu Huang nodded and sighed. My father once told me to bring the disciples of the devil hell away from that miserable place. He said that his dream was to find a piece of land in the central star system for all of us to settle down. However, we were hated by the members of the immortal factions the moment we set foot here. They formed a great army to kill us all. In their eyes, devils are creatures that represent the darkness. We should never be allowed to coexist with them. It's especially so for the old Baldy in the 100 Buddha Gate. He brought everyone together in order to exterminate us. A flash of hatred crossed Lu Huang's eyes. The 100 Buddha Gate was ranked third in the central star system. When the two of them were chatting casually, a flying ship sailed past them, and they overheard the conversation within. Did you hear? The Chaos Immortal Gate and the 100 Buddha Gate formed a giant alliance to exterminate devils. I heard that countless patriarchs and experts are rushing over as we speak. Wouldn't this be the second time in history that the great immortal factions are banding together? Hee. Our dazzling gold empire can't miss this meeting. As the flying ship sailed towards the central star system, Huang Xiaolong looked at Lu Huang and muttered, We should head over too. As they slowly drifted over, countless immortal gates sealed off the central star system as they performed stringent checks on anyone who wished to enter. Not too long after Huang Xiaolong entered the central star system, the patriarchs received news of him breaking through the formation. What? How in the world did the 9 Rainbow Immortal Gate shatter? Han Li gasped. That was basically the reaction of those present. How could something as absurd as that happen? It was absolutely absurd. Could the 9 Rainbow Immortal Gate be worn out after the years of existence? Ning Qiu muttered. Everyone looked at each other awkwardly. Perhaps? Yuan Hong frowned. Other than that, he couldn't think of another reason. From the reports from the various disciples, Huang Xiaolong and the little black spirit seemed to be heading towards the path to the immortal world. Zhang Lin said, Path to the immortal world? Is he planning on crossing the tribulation to ascend to the immortal world? Ning Qiu guessed. No, we cannot allow him to ascend. Tell everyone that they have to delay the two of them no matter the cost. As such, everyone started passing down orders to their subordinates hastily. 1 hour later, Huang Xiaolong and Lu Huang stood in the middle of space as they looked at a weirdly shaped tunnel before them. Is this the path to the immortal world? Huang Xiaolong asked. Yes. When you arrive at the end of the tunnel, you'll enter the immortal world. However, it has been sealed off by the great immortals, and they left behind countless restrictions along the way. The further down the tunnel you go, the stronger the restrictions. Lu Huang explained. Not even peak late 9th level void immortal realm experts would be able to cross a 10th of the tunnel. Moreover, the immortal palace is right in front of us. We need to obtain permission from the immortal palace if we wish to enter the tunnel. Otherwise, they'll kill anyone who dares to try. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head slowly. The immortal palace is a tiny faction established by the heavenly court. They convey the will of the heavenly court, and anyone who refuses to listen to them will be going against the immortal world. When Huang Xiaolong and Lu Huang were observing the tunnel, a whole new group arrived. It was the patriarchs of the immortal factions. There weren't too many of them, and there were 99 experts in total. Moreover, all of them were experts in the 9th level void immortal realm. A flash of cold light crossed Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Throughout their journey, they were intercepted more than 30 times. Lu Huang became annoyed, and he started killing those from the immortal faction. Even though he eliminated more than 10,000 of them, they didn't give up. That's them. Han Li pointed at Huang Xiaolong and yelled. Seeing as they hadn't entered the path to the immortal world, Yang Hong and the others heaved a sigh of relief. If Huang Xiaolong were to enter the immortal world, things would be troublesome. After all, not even people like them would be able to enter the tunnel without permission from the immortal palace. They surrounded Huang Xiaolong and Lu Huang with many others guarding the tunnel. Are you the new devil lord of Devil Hell? Jiang Lin glared at Huang Xiaolong as killing intent emerged from his body. During the war against Devil Hell countless years ago, almost half of the experts who died at the hands of devils came from the 100 Buddha Immortal Gate. Huang Xiaolong ignored Jiang Lin as he swept his gaze across the others. I can give you one final chance if you kneel and submit to me. They stared at Huang Xiaolong like he was a madman. However, Jiang Lin soon roared with laughter. Huang Xiaolong, no matter how strong you are, you won't be a match for all of us. Stop embarrassing yourself right before you die. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong dragged him over by the neck the moment the words left his lips. Yuan Hong and the others felt their jaws dropping in fright. Jiang Lin was an expert at the peak of the 9th level void immortal realm. He had the ancient golden Buddha physique, and his combat strength was terrifying. He was only slightly weaker than Yuan Hong, but he was easily captured by Huang Xiaolong. Losing all strength in his body, Jiang Lin stuttered. You're not a void immortal. How else could the other party deal with him so easily? Could Huang Xiaolong actually be a heavenly immortal? There was no way. A heavenly immortal couldn't exist in the mortal world. They had to ascend the moment they crossed the tribulation. Yuan Hong and the others were flabbergasted by his revelation. All of a sudden, a group of experts flew over from the path to the immortal world. Senior? Someone yelled in surprise. When Yuan Hong and the others turned to look at the newcomer, they discovered that it was Yi Xiaolong of the Panwu Immortal Gate. There were experts from the Immortal Palace with him. The person who spoke was Yi Xiaolong, the expert Huang Xiaolong found after he entered the mortal world. Their hearts thumped when they heard how Yi Xiaolong addressed Huang Xiaolong. Did he know who the new Devil Lord was? When Yuan Hong and the others were still confused, Yi Xiaolong ran over to Huang Xiaolong and kneeled on the ground. Yi Xiaolong greets the great senior. I didn't think that I would be able to meet you again after our fateful encounter in the past. Huang Xiaolong had located him after entering the Silver Star system of the Pangu world, and he even had imparted a set of techniques to the man. Patriarch Yi, do you know what you're doing right now? Yuan Hong snorted in anger. Senior, he's the new Devil Lord of the generation. As the leader of the immortal factions, you dare kneel before a devil? What? He's the new Devil Lord. Yi Xiaolong gasped in shock. He didn't think that it was possible. Oh? Patriarch Yuan, is he really the new Devil Lord? Lu Bing, the palace master of the Immortal Palace, frowned. The reason behind their emergence was to look for a certain treasure. They didn't think that they would run into something like that. As the palace master, he definitely knew about the devil hell. Yes, Lord Lu Bing, Yuan Hong replied respectfully. He's called Huang Xiaolong and he's the new devil lord. It has barely been an hour since he entered the central star system, but he killed more than 10,000 experts of our immortal factions. He's even more violent than the old devil lord. Moreover, his strength surpasses anything we understand. Lord Lu Bing, please take action and kill this murderer. Killed more than 10,000 experts of the immortal factions. The experts of the Immortal Palace were surprised as they looked at Huang Xiaolong, who was holding Jiang Lin in his hand. A snort left Lu Bing's lips. Release Patriarch Jiang Lin immediately. Huang Xiaolong stared at all of them placidly as a ball of flame emerged to swallow Jiang Lin. Right in front of them, Jiang Lin was turned into a pile of ashes before he could scream. Even his essence soul was turned to nothingness. Rage and fear filled the hearts of those present as Jiang Lin's ashes scattered in the wind. That was the first time anyone dared to go against an order from the Immortal Palace. Moreover, it was an order passed down personally by the palace master himself. Do you know that no one in the world dares to go against the order of the Immortal Palace? No one. Lu Bing's expression sank as he roared. Not even the first-generation Devil Lord dares to disobey us. He was right. Lu Huang's father was like an obedient child before the Immortal Palace. Firstly, the Immortal Palace represented the power of the Heavenly Court. Secondly, they were too damn terrifying. It was said that every single expert in the Immortal Palace was void immortal. No one knew how many of them there were, but they only knew that everyone sent out by the Immortal Palace was basically high-level void immortals. As the palace master of the Immortal Palace, Lu Bing was a half-step heavenly immortal. His strength had already surpassed the peak of the late 9th level void immortal realm, and he could receive the assistance of the immortal energy from the immortal world. He had the protection of a higher world, and he could reveal the strength of a heavenly immortal if he so chose to. In the mortal world, a heavenly immortal was invincible. Who would dare to go against the order given by the Immortal Palace? Huang Xiaolong muttered casually. No one dared to defy your order in the past, but that doesn't mean that your word is a law forever. As Lu Bing's expression sank further, he continued, You're in the way. I'll give you 3 seconds to scram. Lu Bing roared with laughter as he tried his hardest to suppress his killing intent. Yuan Hong and the others looked at Huang Xiaolong like he was a monster. No one thought that Huang Xiaolong would dare to disrespect Lu Bing after refusing to heed an order from the Immortal Palace. Their expressions became weird. However, Yi Xiaolong quickly interjected. Lord Lu Bing, there has to be some sort of misunderstanding. Senior Huang shouldn't be the Devil Lord. Yuan Hong and the others had no idea how terrifying Huang Xiaolong was. But he had seen the man in action. About a month ago, Huang Xiaolong crossed a galaxy with a single step. Not even heavenly immortals had the ability to do that. Even though he didn't know how Huang Xiaolong managed to appear in the mortal world, he knew that Huang Xiaolong was an existence who had surpassed a heavenly immortal. If they were to anger Huang Xiaolong, the consequences would be far too scary. As Lu Bing's killing intent turned stronger and stronger, he exploded with rage when he heard Yi Xiaolong defending him. Yi Xiaolong, I'll take care of you after dealing with him. After he spoke, rays of golden light fell from the void to surround him. A power that surpassed the heavenly immortal realm emerged from his body. When facing a heavenly immortal, everyone had to submit. Not even Yi Xiaolong and Lu Huang could stand against his strength. Fear filled their hearts. Lu Bing sneered at Huang Xiaolong. 3 seconds ago, you said that I was in your way. What are you going to do about it now that I'm still here? Even though Huang Xiaolong killed Jiang Lin a moment ago and revealed his strength, Lu Bing was confident in his ability to kill Huang Xiaolong. After all, he had the assistance of the immortal world. What am I going to do about it? Huang Xiaolong looked at Lu Bing in amusement, and he sent a punch flying towards him. Boom! As a giant fist formed in the air, Everyone felt as though the world was trembling. Yuan Hong and the others thought that the world had changed color as soon as the fist appeared. Lu Bing, who was standing smugly before Huang Xiaolong, was blown away by the terrifying energy. No, it was more accurate to say that he was blown into cosmic dust. Even with the protection of the immortal world, nothing could stop Huang Xiaolong's fist. In front of the giant fist that tore through the mortal world, he was nothing more than a fly. Yi Xiaolong and the others could see that after eliminating Lu Bing, the giant fist continued on its way into the spatial tunnel leading to the immortal world. Countless restrictions lit up in the tunnel as immortal energy tried to stop the giant fist from flying onwards. It was too bad the immortal energy was nothing more than mere decoration that glowed a pretty color. It was shattered in an instant. 10,000 miles, 20,000, a million miles. The giant fist continued onwards and went straight towards the end of the tunnel. The restrictions nearing the end were the strongest, and even a heavenly immortal would find it impossible to fight his way through. Even so, the restrictions were like bubbles that failed to stop Huang Xiaolong's fist for even a microsecond. Those standing around felt their jaws dropping to the ground. There was no way they could describe their feelings. Everyone forgot what happened to Lu Bing instantly. Their minds were filled with the impossible feat of Huang Xiaolong breaking a hole through the tunnel. The depths of the path to the immortal world were bleak and dark. No one could see its end, but under the illumination of Huang Xiaolong's punch, they saw every inch of the tunnel. Boom! After going in God knows how many miles, it finally slammed into the entrance to the immortal world. The collision resulted in an explosion akin to the explosion of a billion suns. The seal that stopped anyone from ascending was blasted into oblivion. The heavens trembled and the earth shook. Even though there were countless miles separating them from the end of the path, they could feel the world-shattering strength contained in the collision. After they blinked, the seal that stopped them from ascending was no longer present. Rays of golden light fell from the end of the tunnel into the mortal world. The path to the immortal world was blasted wide open. Yi Xiaolong felt the blood draining from his face as his legs went soft. He might have guessed that Huang Xiaolong had surpassed a heavenly immortal, but he didn't think that Huang Xiaolong would be able to blow the path towards the immortal world right open. He once imagined Huang Xiaolong opening a tiny little crack in the seal after struggling for a long time. They would enter the immortal world through the tiny crack when that happened, and that would be the end of it. Now, he wasn't staring at a crack in the seal. He was staring at a massive fucking hole. Looking at the giant hole he blew in the seal, Huang Xiaolong folded his hands behind him and returned to his original appearance. He looked like an ordinary mortal who couldn't cultivate. Turning to look at Yuan Hong and the others, their legs were jelly as they were prostrated on the ground. Some of them even wet their pants. All of them were existences in the 9th level void immortal realm, and they stood at the peak of the Silver River star system. Now, they couldn't even stand straight. The experts of the Immortal Palace were the same. Not even Yi Xiaolong could remain on his feet. There was no way about it. The punch Huang Xiaolong executed just a moment ago was too damn terrifying. Not even a golden immortal would be able to resist the aura coming from the punch alone, much less these void immortals. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand and countless strands of grand mist qi entered the bodies of those present. Let's go. Huang Xiaolong ignored all of them after that before flying into the tunnel with Lu Huang. As they traveled along the tunnel, they quickly arrived at the entrance to the immortal world. Huang Xiaolong raised his hand to grab at the rays of light falling from the upper world, and he muttered, "Feels pretty warm." Lu Huang stared at him in shock. Pretty warm. It was probably the first time someone described it that way. The immortal light that descended from the immortal world contained the endless laws of the world, and it also contained a power they never felt before. Everyone would be afraid of the immortal light when they first saw it, but Huang Xiaolong seemed completely unaffected. Of course, it was also the first time Lu Huang had seen anyone grabbing a ball of light like Huang Xiaolong. Light was an object that wasn't supposed to be tangible, yet Huang Xiaolong was playing with it like it was a ball of dough. Let's go. Huang Xiaolong's figure started to blur as he entered the immortal world. Lu Huang followed closely behind. The moment he entered the immortal world, Lu Huang could feel that the space around him was countless times bigger than in the mortal world. Standing in the air, Huang Xiaolong looked all around him before turning to move in a certain direction. Lu Huang looked around as he followed behind Huang Xiaolong, and he looked like a villager entering the city for the first time. The immortal world was a new experience for him, and he was dumbstruck by the sheer difference to the mortal world. After feeling the immortal qi in the air, Lu Huang finally understood why so many people would give it their all in order to ascend. Even if a pig were to breathe in the immortal qi, they would be able to cultivate to the level of the devil beast. As for Huang Xiaolong, he knew that the Pangasword was in the immortal world. However, he had no idea where to start looking, and they could only wander around blindly. Just like that, the two of them strolled about for half an hour. "Let's go there to take a look," Huang Xiaolong said as he pointed at one of the distant mountains. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they saw a tiny little village. The village was pretty small scale, and there were only 300 to 400 people residing within. When the two of them arrived, the sun was starting to set. Plumes of smoke rose into the air and an air of serenity covered the area. Kids were playing about at the entrance to the village, and they didn't run away when they saw a stranger like Huang Xiaolong. Instead, they looked at him curiously. "Big brother, why did you come to our immortal origin village? Do you need anything from us?" one of the older kids in the group asked. Huang Xiaolong could see that the boy was around 12 years old, and he chuckled. "We just entered the immortal world and we have no place to go. We chanced upon your village and decided to look around." "Just entered the immortal world?" The boy seemed to have thought of something and he cried out in amazement. "Did you fly up here from the mortal world?" "Yup," Huang Xiaolong laughed. The kid's eyes sparkled and he gasped, "Big brother, wouldn't that mean that you're an immortal?" Everyone in the crowd looked at Huang Xiaolong in amazement. Even in the immortal world, immortals were extremely prestigious beings. It was especially so for a tiny village like theirs. They had always been striving to enter the heavenly immortal realm. The immortal world might be filled with immortal qi. They needed to know powerful cultivation techniques and talent in order to reach the heavenly immortal realm. "You can say so," Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow in amusement. "Big brother, please wait for us here. I'll get my father and the others out to welcome you." The boy ran back into the village without a second thought. It didn't take long before a group of experts emerged. "I am Yen Shiming, the village chief." The middle-aged man in the lead cupped his fist towards Huang Xiaolong. "Big brother, this is my father." The boy grinned. Huang Xiaolong greeted the man and they started chatting with one another. Soon after, Yen Shiming invited them into the village. It was an endless honor for the village to play host to a heavenly immortal. After they entered the village, Yen Shiming arranged for a banquet. He used the best spiritual fruits and wine they had to entreten Huang Xiaolong. "Immortal Huang, I heard from my son that you ascended from the mortal world," Yen Shiming said enviously. "You're definitely a powerful talent if you manage to ascend. I've been training for tens of thousands of years and I'm barely at the grand completion realm. I don't think I'll be able to enter the heavenly immortal realm in my entire life." From what Huang Xiaolong could see, Yen Shiming barely entered the 7th level grand completion realm. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "You're pretty talented yourself. If you manage to learn a stronger secret art, you might be able to enter the heavenly immortal realm." Tan Shiming shook his head. "It's not easy to find a better cultivation technique. One needs to enter an immortal gate to gain access to their secret arts. However, every single disciple of the immortal gates needs to go through stringent tests. Less than 10 people will be chosen out of tens of thousands of applicants." Turning to look at Huang Xiaolong, he sighed with resignation. However, that isn't the case for experts who ascended from the mortal world. Any one of them will be able to join the immortal gates as their core disciples. The envious look on his face couldn't be hidden. A core disciple of an immortal gate wasn't something he could imagine. They would receive the best resources from the faction. "Oh? Whose territory are we in right now?" Huang Xiaolong asked. "We're currently at the foot of the Storm Mountain, and we're under the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate. They control the area in a 30 billion mile radius. Yen Shiming turned serious and he continued, I heard that the Patriarch of the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate is a golden immortal. Golden immortal? What are the cultivation levels in the immortal world? Huang Xiaolong asked. One would arrive at the divine immortal realm, mysterious immortal realm, and finally, the golden immortal realm. Yen Shiming explained. I have no idea what realm exists above that. Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly. He decided to remain in the village for several days before taking a trip over to the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate. That very night, Huang Xiaolong assisted Lu Huang in breaking through to the heavenly immortal realm. With his current level, it went without saying that Lu Huang broke through without the slightest problem. Huang Xiaolong also passed down a secret art that was hundreds of times better than that of ordinary techniques taught by the immortal gates. When Huang Xiaolong was helping Lu Huang break through, an army made up of heavenly troops stood at the entrance of the immortal world. There were many mysterious immortals, golden immortals, and there was an existence who surpassed the golden immortal realm. The expert who surpassed the golden immortal realm stared at the massive hole in the seal, and a serious expression formed on his face. He couldn't believe that anyone could blow a hole so large in their restrictions. The formation that was laid down by countless supreme experts was shattered beyond repair. How terrifying was the person who did it? Who in the world destroyed the seal? One of the golden immortal realm heavenly generals asked. Did another combined Tao ancestor appear? Combined Tao ancestor. The hearts of everyone present trembled violently. An existence of that level was someone they couldn't even imagine. Even the heavenly emperor would have to bow down to an expert of that level. However, why would someone like that blow up the entrance? Why would he go to the mortal world? Another general asked. It seemed as though they thought that the expert went back down to the mortal world after destroying the seal. That's not something we can get involved with. The expert who surpassed the golden immortal realm sighed. The only thing we can do now is to report this matter to His Majesty. His Majesty will lead the experts of the heavenly court over to replace the seal. Do you think it's possible for someone to shatter the seal from the mortal world? Someone guessed. Deathly silence followed. This doesn't seem possible. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, the expert who surpassed the golden immortal realm continued. How can there be an expert like that in the mortal world? It's not possible. That's right. Anyone who can shatter the seal definitely has to be at the level of a combined Tao ancestor. It's impossible for anyone to enter the combined Tao ancestor realm in the mortal world. Discussion broke out among the troops. 2 days later, Huang Xiaolong stood on one of the massive stones around the village and he looked into the distance. The weather was great, and rays of sunlight covered Huang Xiaolong's body in a soft aureate glow. A deep gaze could be seen in Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and it seemed as his sight could pierce through the myriad of worlds. Your Highness, Lu Huang spoke. After 2 days of cultivation, he managed to stabilize his foundations in the heavenly immortal realm. He could tell that his speed had increased by a whole lot. Yen Shiming and his son, Yen Baoer, came over to look for Huang Xiaolong. Immortal Huang, we heard from Lord Lu Huang that you're planning to leave for the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate today. Huang Xiaolong chuckled when he realized Yen Shiming's objective. Are you planning to ask me to bring Baoer along? Yes. Baoer has excellent talent and it's a waste for him to live in the village all his life. When Immortal Huang enters the Immortal Gate as a core disciple, please allow Baoer to stay by your side. He can deal with all the chores that you might need. Yen Shiming felt his heart pounding in his chest after he spoke. Huang Xiaolong rubbed Yen Baoer's head slightly and laughed. All right. Yen Baoer was indeed a super talent. Even in the Blazing Dragon world, his talent might not be any lesser than the young masters of some creeds. Not to mention the fact that they ran into Huang Xiaolong after he entered the immortal world. Huang Xiaolong had long since formed a good impression on the kid. Naturally, he wouldn't make the kid do his chores after he went to the Immortal Gate. Hearing Huang Xiaolong's agreement, Yen Shiming thanked him profusely. Baoer, hurry up and thank Immortal Huang. Yen Baoer fell to his knees and he kowtowed several times. Huang Xiaolong didn't stop him. After all, even the great immortals of the immortal world would have to kowtow when they met him. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong brought Lu Huang and Yen Baoer along towards the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate. As Yen Baoer was only a high-level nascent soul realm expert, he couldn't fly by himself. Huang Xiaolong got Lu Huang to carry the kid as they made their way towards the Immortal Gate. Immortal Huang, my father said that there are tons of immortal beasts in the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate. Yen Baoer said. Laughing slightly, Huang Xiaolong asked, "Do you want one?" Yen Baoer nodded his head seriously. "When I cultivate to the level of a heavenly immortal in the future, I will definitely find a mount for myself. There was an immortal who came to our village in the past riding on an immortal qilin. And it's so big. It looked really impressive." After gesturing to show how large the beast was, Yen Baoer didn't know how to continue describing its looks. Huang Xiaolong and Lu Huang roared with laughter. "When we arrive at the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate, I'll catch any beast you like." Huang Xiaolong smiled. "Really?" Yen Baoer's eyes sparkled. "Of course. Is that really your dream? Do you wish to obtain an immortal beast when you enter the heavenly immortal realm?" Scratching his head in embarrassment, Yen Baoer sighed. "Is that a little too unrealistic?" "Of course not. Do you think the patriarch of the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate is an impressive figure?" Huang Xiaolong asked. A look of reverence appeared on Yen Baoer's face. "Of course he is. He's the strongest expert in the surrounding region. My father once said that the patriarch of the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate can be considered an important figure even in the immortal world. In the future, you will definitely surpass the patriarch." A grin slowly formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. Staring at Huang Xiaolong in shock, Yen Baoer rubbed his nose. He didn't even dare to think of the possibility. Huang Xiaolong continued, "The patriarch of the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate isn't anyone important in the immortal world. He's just a fly. In the future, you'll definitely become someone important. With Yen Baoer's talent and the techniques passed down by Huang Xiaolong, a god of creation, he might even be able to enter the combined Dao ancestor realm." "Someone important in the immortal world?" A sneer came from the distance. "Young lady, did you hear that? That man said that the little kid over there will become someone important in the immortal world. Who does he think he is? He thinks he's an immortal emperor or something." Huang Xiaolong and the others looked over only to see two female disciples clad in purple flying towards them. Their looks weren't bad, and one of them was exceptionally stunning. "Humph! They're just frogs in a well." The young lady sneered as she flew past them. A look of contempt flashed through her eyes. With rage building up in his heart, Lu Huang wanted to send them flying. However, Huang Xiaolong stopped him. The two of them flew towards the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate, leaving Huang Xiaolong's group behind. They seemed to be core disciples from the Snow Forest Immortal Gate. Yen Baoer explained. "The two factions are located next to each other, and disciples of the Snow Forest Immortal Gate often visit the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. He had been chatting with Yen Shiming in the past 2 days, and he heard about the Snow Forest Immortal Gate. The Snow Forest Immortal Gate only accepted female disciples, and even the servants there were female. Since Huang Xiaolong lowered their speed to ensure that Lu Huang could keep up, they only arrived several hours later. The Wind and Lightning City was massive, and it basically took up the entire mountain range. The land mass alone stretched out for several 100 million miles. Yen Baoer stared at the city before him with wide eyes. He didn't think that there could be a city this large. "Let's go." Huang Xiaolong looked at the words above the entrance before stepping into the city. Lu Huang and Yen Baoer followed closely behind. Releasing his Dao souls, Huang Xiaolong discovered that there were 13 golden immortals in the city. The strongest out of all of them was only a 3rd-level golden immortal. "I heard that the patriarch of the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate left seclusion several days ago. He announced that he would choose a direct disciple among the core disciples of the Immortal Gate." "What? Is he going to pass down the highest art of the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate, the secret storm art?" Several people discussed among each other. Yen Baoer turned to Huang Xiaolong and gasped, Immortal Huang. If you become a core disciple of the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate, wouldn't you get the chance to become the Patriarch's direct disciple? Huang Xiaolong and Lu Huang roared with laughter. Lu Huang explained in Huang Xiaolong's stead, "Bower, do you really think we're here to enter the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate?" A confused expression could be seen on Yan Bower's face. "Isn't that why you came here?" In the main hall of the Wind and Cloud Immortal Gate, Wang Jingwen, the Patriarch of the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate, was speaking to the 12 eminent elders of the Immortal Gate about his decision. "Patriarch, didn't you say that none of the core disciples are suitable to inherit your mantle?" One of the eminent elders, Hu Yidan, asked. Wang Jingwen's announcement after he left seclusion shocked everyone in the Immortal Gate. However, a look of worry could be seen on the Patriarch's face. "Zhang Pu is back." "What? Zhang Pu?" Hu Yidan and the others gasped in fright. Zhang Pu, Wang Wenjing's mortal enemy. When Zhang Pu escaped from the misty immortal country, there was no news of him. Who would have thought that he would return? That's right, Zhang Pu is back. He challenged me to a life-or-death battle in Whitebone Mountain in a month. Wang Jingwen sighed. I recently received the news. After he escaped from the misty immortal country in the past, he entered the Shushan Immortal Gate. He became one of their outer elders, and he received some resources from one of the grand elders of the faction. He should have already entered the 4th-level Golden Immortal Realm. Shushan Immortal Gate? Hu Yidan and the others cried out in shock. The Shushan Immortal Gate was the strongest faction in the Northern Dragon region. It wasn't something their Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate could compare to. That's right. I regret not going all out in the past. Now that he's back, he's definitely planning on killing me. Wang Jingwen sighed. I cannot allow the secret storm art to die with me. This month, I need to choose a direct disciple to pass on my cultivation technique. Hu Yidan and the rest didn't know what to say. An oppressive atmosphere filled the hall. Wang Jingwen might be a 3rd-level Golden Immortal, but he was a mere early 3rd-level Golden Immortal. Compared to Zhang Pu, who was at the 4th-level Golden Immortal realm, he was far too lacking. The outcome of the battle was basically set in stone. When everyone was thinking of what they should do, a flash of light could be seen in the hall and 3 figures revealed themselves. Wang Jingwen and the others were shocked. Who are you? A frown formed on Wang Jingwen's face and he stared at Huang Xiaolong's group warily. That was the main hall of their faction. There were countless restrictions laid down around the space, and Wang Jingwen laid them down himself. How in the world did they enter so easily? Yan Bower was equally as confused. He looked about curiously as it was the first time he had seen such a luxurious hall. Immortal Huang, where are we? Yan Bower asked. They barely stepped into the city a moment ago when the space around him twisted. The next thing he knew, he was in such a majestic hall. This should be the Wind and Lightning Immortal Abode. Huang Xiaolong smiled before walking towards the 13 of them. Wind and Lightning Immortal Abode. Yan Bower's eyes went wide. Wouldn't that mean that those people in the hall were? Hu Yidan felt a wave of rage surging in his heart when he noticed that Huang Xiaolong didn't so much as glance at them after entering the hall. Who are you? If you refuse to tell us what you're doing here, you can't blame us for. A terrifying aura emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body, interrupting him before he could complete his sentence. Wang Jingwen, Hu Yidan, and the others fell to their knees as the weight of an entire world pressed down on them. They couldn't even breathe as they looked at Huang Xiaolong in fear. Supreme Golden Immortal. Could he have reached the great gathering immortal realm? Huang Xiaolong controlled his aura once again, and they felt as though they received a grand pardon from the gods themselves. We didn't know who Senior was, and we offended you unknowingly. Please forgive us. Wang Jingwen felt beads of cold sweat dripping down his forehead, and he stammered. None of them dared to get to their feet as they remained on their knees. All right, you can get up. I was merely passing by. Huang Xiaolong spoke. I'll stay here for a few days before leaving. I wish to ask you about some matters. Wang Jingwen and the others bowed before getting up. They heaved a sigh of relief when they realized that Huang Xiaolong meant them no harm. Sitting down in Wang Jingwen's original seat, Huang Xiaolong started to ask about matters regarding the immortal world. Wang Jingwen might only be at the golden immortal realm, but he knew many things due to his position as the patriarch of the wind and lightning immortal gate. From Wang Jingwen, Huang Xiaolong learned the cultivation realms of the immortal world. One would be a heavenly immortal, divine immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, supreme golden immortal, grand gathering immortal, immortal king, supreme immortal, holy emperor, combined Tao ancestor, and finally a god of creation. Currently, holy emperors were nowhere to be seen and combined Tao ancestors were hiding in seclusion. The strongest experts were supreme immortals. An existence at that level would be standing at the peak of the immortal world. There were countless regions in the eastern Dongsheng continent, and they were in a tiny part called the Northern Dragon region. As for the continents of the immortal world, they were split into 5 great continents. There was the eastern Dongshan continent, western Nyoha continent, southern Shambu continent, northern Julu continent, and the central Tianlu continent. Is the Shushan immortal gate really strong? Huang Xiaolong asked. He heard everything they spoke of before. Staring at Huang Xiaolong in shock, Wang Jingwen replied respectfully, yes, the Shushan Immortal Gate is the strongest faction in the Northern Dragon region. Even if the Emperor of the Misty Immortal Country ran into the Patriarch of the Shushan Immortal Gate, he would have to kneel respectfully. I heard that the ancestor of the Shushan Immortal Gate is an expert at the high-level Grand Gathering Immortal Realm. He ascended from a place called Earth countless years ago. Oh? Ascended from Earth. Huang Xiaolong was shocked. The mortal world was massive. Other than the Silver River star system, there were many other star systems. Anyone who broke through would be able to ascend to the immortal world, and it was nearly impossible to meet anyone who came from the same region. Yes, I heard that the Shushan Immortal Gate was called the Shirshan Sword Sect on Earth. Wang Jingwen continued. The old ancestor of the Shushan Immortal Gate is a legendary figure in the region. He was completely helpless when he ascended, and he had no backing of any sort. It was even said that he served as a guard in the manor of one of the lords of the Misty Immortal Country. However, he possessed exceptional talent. His cultivation speed was far beyond what anyone expected. He entered the Golden Immortal Realm in several thousand years, and he created the Shushan Immortal Gate. After tens of thousands of years of improvements, they turned into the strongest faction in the region. A look of reverence could be seen on Wang Jingwen's face. In tens of thousands of years, a tiny faction managed to stand at the peak of an entire region. It was nothing short of a legend. There was no one who could replicate what he did in such a short amount of time. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong asked them about matters regarding the immortal world. Wang Jingwen might know matters regarding their Northern Dragon region, but he had no idea what went on outside it. All he learned was that spiritual stones were used as currency in the immortal world. Naturally, there were holy spiritual stones above spiritual stones, but they were extremely rarely seen. Tao stones came after that. Ordinarily, only combined Tao ancestors would possess treasures like that. Huang Xiaolong didn't have any holy spiritual stones on him, but he had an endless amount of Tao stones. In the Huanglong and Blazing Dragon world, God knew how many treasuries were plundered by Huang Xiaolong. He had too many grand Tao spiritual veins in the Sun-Moon Furnace. If he sliced up the smallest and weakest grand Tao spiritual vein, he would be able to obtain hundreds of thousands of low-grade Tao stones. As for those of the highest quality, he might be able to obtain billions of top-grade Tao stones. Zhang Pu challenged you to a death match in a month? Huang Xiaolong asked. Wang Jingwen stared at Huang Xiaolong in stunned silence, and he stuttered. Yes, he did. Contact him. Change the battle to tomorrow. Huang Xiaolong muttered. Everyone present was shocked. Tomorrow? However, Wang Jingwen realized Huang Xiaolong's intentions. Yes, senior. I shall contact him right now. Wang Jingwen sent out the message instantly. Very quickly, Zhang Pu agreed. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand casually at Yen Bauer at the side, and he gestured for the kid to approach. Bauer? I'll head over to the Shushan Immortal Gate in 2 days. Do you wish to stay here? Or do you wish to follow me there? Yen Bao stared at Huang Xiaolong silently, as he was still confused by the sudden change in situation. He didn't think that an existence like the Patriarch of the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate, a being that was akin to a god in his eyes, would be bowing respectfully to Huang Xiaolong. The man even called Huang Xiaolong his senior. As for the Northern Dragon region, Shushan Immortal Gate, and the other names, it was the first he had heard of them. I am willing to follow Immortal Huang over to the Shushan Immortal Gate. Yen Bao hesitated for a second and said respectfully, I hope Immortal Huang will allow Bao to stay by your side. He might not have heard of the Shushan Immortal Gate, but he could tell that it was much stronger than the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate from what they said earlier. Glancing at Yen Bao in admiration, Huang Xiaolong nodded. All right, you shall follow me to the Shushan Immortal Gate. Yen Bao was too talented. He would only be restricted if he remained in the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate. It would be much more appropriate for him to receive tutelage in the Shushan Immortal Gate. Moreover, he would be taught by the old ancestor of the Shushan Immortal Gate, which was much stronger than anyone in the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate. Senior, I have already arranged for a banquet. Do you think? Wang Jingwen gestured respectfully. Let's go. I wish to try the immortal jade whale essence of your immortal world. Huang Xiaolong chuckled before turning to Lu Huang. To be honest, I'm extremely curious about its taste. I'll have to thank your highness for allowing me to get a chance to taste something like that. Lu Huang laughed. In the Immortal Origin Village, Yen Shiming hosted the two of them to the best of his abilities, but there was really nothing much they had to offer. The banquet lasted for more than an hour, and Yen Bao was extremely awkward as he sat beside Huang Xiaolong. Night was falling when the banquet ended. Senior, I have already arranged for your quarters, Wang Jingwen said respectfully. There is no need. We plan to stroll around the place. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand casually. I am really familiar with the area. Let me bring you around. Wang Jingwen followed up. Nodding slowly, Huang Xiaolong didn't reject the other party's gesture. However, he didn't bring too many people along. Wang Jingwen was the only one who followed them. When they left the main camp of the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate, they entered the city and started their adventure around the place. Even though Wang Jingwen was the Patriarch of the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate, he rarely showed his face in public. Not many people recognized him, and they managed to walk around the place without drawing much attention to themselves. In the distance, the two female disciples who ridiculed Huang Xiaolong for being a frog in a well outside the city were discussing about the battle between Wang Jingwen and Zhang Pu. Lu Yen, the female disciple who was addressed as Young Lady, wasn't just a core disciple of the Snow Forest Immortal Gate. She was the direct disciple of one of the eminent elders. The other was called Lu Kiki. What is going on? Why did their battle shift forward? Lu Yen frowned. Zhang Pu immediately spread the word that the battle was moved forward the moment Wang Jingwen contacted him. As such, many people knew about the battle. I heard that Wang Jingwen was the one who suggested the change. Lu Kiki shook her head. Wang Jingwen isn't Zhang Pu's opponent at all. Is he planning to hasten his death? The two of them looked at each other in confusion. Young Lady, that looks like the guy we ran into earlier. Lu Kiki spotted Huang Xiaolong all of a sudden. Lu Yen frowned slightly. Seems like it. Huang Xiaolong also noticed the two. Heh! Isn't this the arrogant little immortal emperor? Who would have thought that you would dare to step foot into the city? Lu Kiki sneered the moment she saw Huang Xiaolong. She couldn't explain it, but she had a bad impression of Huang Xiaolong the moment they met. Immortal Emperor? Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow in surprise. Even if the Celestial Emperor meets me, he'll have to kneel respectfully. Why wouldn't I dare to appear in the city? Lu Yen and Lu Kiki were shocked. They thought that Huang Xiaolong was crazy enough to say the things that he said. But now he did it again. Wang Jingwen felt his heart pounding in his chest when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. He didn't think that Huang Xiaolong was lying. If he was telling the truth, wouldn't that mean that Wang Jingwen didn't dare to continue down his line of thought? He only felt his breathing accelerate. When Wang Jingwen was still stuck in his state of shock, Lu Kiki roared with laughter. She failed to control her emotions after hearing what he said. You! Pointing at Huang Xiaolong, she continued, even the celestial emperor has to kneel before someone like you? She doubled over with laughter. Lu Yen looked at Huang Xiaolong and shook her head. She managed to stop herself from calling him an absolute dumbass. But the look in her eyes said it all. She didn't know where someone as crazy as him came from. Wang Jingwen looked at the two of them who were pointing at Huang Xiaolong and laughing at him, and he snapped, "Preposterous! Who is your master? Do you believe that I'll get your patriarch to strip your identities as disciples of the Snow Forest Immortal Gate?" With his identity, it was more than likely that the patriarch of the Snow Forest Immortal Gate would expel their disciples. After all, disrespecting the patriarch of another Immortal Gate wasn't something a disciple was capable of. Moreover, their factions were closely linked with one another. Lu Yen and Lu Kiki were shocked. They couldn't understand how a mere follower would dare speak to them that way. In their eyes, Huang Xiaolong was a delusional idiot and his follower would have to be insane too. Clearing her throat, Lu Kiki snorted. "Listen up. I am Lu Kiki and she is Lu Yen. Our young lady, Lu Yen, is the direct disciple of eminent elder Xianxia. Remember her name well. When you look for us in the Snow Forest Immortal Gate, our patriarch will kick you out with glee." Lu Yen was too lazy to bother with the group, and she turned around to leave. Wang Jingwen's expression was extremely ugly, but just as he was about to stop the two of them, Huang Xiaolong stopped him. Not too long after leaving, the two ladies entered a shop. Immortal Summoning Chamber of Commerce? A grin formed on Huang Xiaolong's lips. The meaning behind the name is pretty impressive. Wang Jingwen laughed. Senior Huang is right. The Immortal Summoning Chamber of Commerce is one of the largest chambers of commerce in our Northern Dragon region. There's a branch in practically every city. It's said that they sell everything here, from medicinal pills to spiritual stones. One can obtain anything as long as they have enough money. Can you get Dao stones here too? Huang Xiaolong asked. Staring at him in shock, Wang Jingwen stuttered. This, Senior Huang has to be kidding. Dao stones are extremely precious. Even if they obtained any, they wouldn't trade it away. Did you bring any money with you? Huang Xiaolong laughed. Realizing Huang Xiaolong's intentions, Wang Jingwen grinned. I probably have more than the two of them combined. All right then. Turning to the Immortal Summoning Chamber of Commerce, Huang Xiaolong brought them through the entrance. As such, Huang Xiaolong's party followed closely behind the two ladies. When he entered the main hall, he quickly caught sight of the two girls. A frown formed on their faces when they noticed Huang Xiaolong, but they ignored him and went straight to the counter for medicinal pills. Ladies, how can I help? One of the attendants asked. I wish to buy a bottle of True Phoenix pills, Lu Yen replied. We have 3 grades of said pills. A bottle of low-grade True Phoenix pills costs 10,000 low-grade Immortal Spiritual Stones. A bottle of mid-grade ones costs 50,000. Are you interested in any of them? What? 10,000 for a bottle of low-grade True Phoenix pills? Lu Yen was shocked. Aren't low-grade True Phoenix pills only worth 8,000? Lu Kiki questioned. The blood of a True Phoenix is extremely rare at the moment. As such, the prices have gone up. If you have a VIP card, we'll give you a 5% discount, the attendant explained. A strained look appeared on Lu Yan's face. Even though she could get a discount, it would still cost 9,500 low-grade Immortal Spiritual Stones. She only had 9,000 on her, and it wasn't close to enough. Can you make it a little cheaper? Lu Kiki asked. Our young lady is the direct disciple of eminent Elder Xianxia of the Snow Forest Immortal Gate. Eminent Elder Xianxia is a frequent customer of your Chamber of Commerce. When the attendant heard that she was Xianxia's direct disciple, he sucked in a cold breath. However, he sighed. It's not that I'm not willing to give you a discount. The director sets the prices himself, and not even the branch director has the authority to change it. The two ladies fell silent instantly. How much for the high-grade pills? Huang Xiaolong's voice rang through the air. I want a bottle. Lu Kiki was already troubled by the fact that they couldn't afford a bottle of low-grade True Phoenix pills. When she heard what he said, she didn't think twice, and she sneered, Arrogant brat. Why don't you piss on the ground and look at your own reflection? Do you really think you're the Celestial Emperor? The attendant also thought that there was no way Huang Xiaolong could afford the pills, but he replied respectfully anyway. A bottle of high-grade True Phoenix pills costs 150,000 low-grade Immortal spiritual stones. Lu Yen glared at Huang Xiaolong and snorted, Did you hear that? A look of disgust could be seen on her face. Turning to Wang Jingwen, Huang Xiaolong muttered, Pay up. Yes, Senior Huang. Wang Jingwen quickly brought out a bag and placed it on the counter. Suspiciously looking at Huang Xiaolong and Wang Jingwen, the attendant frowned. Not even the Grand Elder of various immortal gates could take out so much money at once. Holding the bag cautiously, he slowly opened it up. The moment he stared at the contents, his face froze up. Lu Yen and Lu Kiki couldn't believe their eyes either. Even though no one knew how many spiritual stones there were in the bag, there had to be more than 1,000,000. How could a mere subordinate of an arrogant bastard like him carry along millions of spiritual stones with him? A moment later, the two of them gnashed their teeth together when they saw Huang Xiaolong's leaving figure. Humph, he's just someone who has too much money. Does he really think that he's someone important? Arrogant prick. If I see you in the Snow Forest City, I'll beat you up, Lu Kiki roared. It was destined to be a sleepless night for the two ladies. The next day, it was time for the battle between Wang Jingwen and Zhang Pu. Along with the disciples of other great factions, Lu Yen and Lu Kiki made their way over to White Bones Mountain. By the time they arrived, the entire area was filled with people. It was extremely rare to catch a death match between golden immortals in the misty immortal country, much less one between a patriarch of an immortal gate and an elder of the Shushan immortal gate. The moment the news of the battle came out, experts from the surrounding regions hurried over. There are so many people here, Lu Kiki exclaimed. Lu Yen was similarly surprised. It's the experts of the Shumi immortal gate. Lu Kiki looked at a group of people standing on top of the mountain and yelled. The Shumi immortal gate was one of the strongest factions in the misty immortal country. The Wind and Lightning immortal gate, Snow Forest immortal gate, and several others were by no means weak, but they were merely ants compared to monsters like the Shumi immortal gate. The patriarch of the Shumi immortal gate was a high-level golden immortal. The 9-melody immortal gate came too. Lu Yen gasped in shock when she looked at the experts standing on the other peak. The 9-melody immortal gate was the strongest faction in the misty immortal country. They were even stronger than the Shumi immortal gate. The number of experts they sent over was a lot more than anyone would expect. Who would have thought that the battle between Wang Jingwen and Zhang Pu would draw over so many experts? Lu Kiki exclaimed. Looks like all of them are here for Zhang Pu. Lu Yen nodded. Zhang Pu is an external elder of the Shushan immortal gate now. Moreover, he's favored by a grand elder there, and it's no wonder everyone is here to support him. Everyone wanted to get close to a behemoth like the Shushan immortal gate. Lu Kiki shook her head. When Wang Jingwen is killed, the Wind and Lightning immortal gate will most likely fall from their current height. They will definitely be disbanded. Even if Zhang Pu didn't move against the Wind and Lightning immortal gate, the other immortal gates like the 9-melody and Shumi immortal gate will definitely mess with the Wind and Lightning immortal gate in order to please Zhang Pu. I heard that Wang Jingwen had a chance to kill Zhang Pu in the past. However, he allowed Zhang Pu to escape. If he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have allowed Zhang Pu to live. Lu Yen explained. I'm afraid that Wang Jingwen is so angry that his intestines are turning green. Turning to look at one of the groups of experts approaching, Lu Yen exclaimed, Master and the matriarch came too. A group of women clad in purple slowly approached the venue. Their beauty was something that couldn't be hidden from the world, and the patriarch of the Snow Forest immortal gate, Xiao Bing, was like a goddess who descended on the lands. Master, matriarch, Lu Yen bowed respectfully as she approached. When Xiao Bing saw the two of them approaching, a smile formed on her face. She brought them along to greet the experts of the 9-melody Immortal Gate and Shumi Immortal Gate. As that went down, a commotion started in the crowd. "It's Lord Zhangpu. Lord Zhangpu is here." Everyone turned to look at two figures who were soaring towards them. Golden light surrounded the duo and it was extremely eye-catching. The person at the back was Zhangpu, and the person ahead of him was a youngster clad in jade-green robes. Those present gasped in shock when they realized who the person in front of Zhangpu was. It seemed to be someone from the Shushan Immortal Gate, and his status seemed to be even higher than Zhangpu. Xiao Bing and the others hastily went up to welcome the two. "Brother Zhangpu, Lord Zhangpu." Greetings poured out of their lips. Sweeping his gaze across the crowd, Zhangpu looked at Xiao Bing, and a smile formed on his face. "Xiao Bing, it's been a long time since we last met. Have you been well?" Everyone knew that he had a thing for Xiao Bing in the past, and she was similarly aware of it. "Fellow cultivator Zhang, long time no see." A soft smile formed on Xiao Bing's face. "Who would have thought that you would become an external elder of the Shushan Immortal Gate now that we meet again?" Zhangpu nodded and introduced the youngster who came along with him. "This is an inner elder of the Shushan Immortal Gate, and he's my martial brother. You can call him Zhou Wanshan." Everyone sucked in a cold breath. An inner elder of the Shushan Immortal Gate. Zhangpu was an external elder of the Shushan Immortal Gate, and his status was clear for all to see. However, his status was far from an inner elder in the Shushan Immortal Gate. Everyone greeted Zhou Wanshan quickly. Nodding slightly, Zhou Wanshan spoke to Xiao Bing. "I have long since heard of fellow cultivator's beauty from Zhangpu. Looks like he didn't lie." Xiao Bing responded hastily. "Lord Zhou is too kind." A frown formed on Zhou Wanshan's face when he looked around the White Bone Mountain. "Is Wang Jingwen not here yet? Does he expect me to wait for him?" He failed to hide the annoyance he felt. An eminent elder of the 9-melody Immortal Gate snorted in response. "A mere third-level golden immortal like Wang Jingwen isn't worth dirtying your hands over. When he arrives, I'll take him down immediately." The patriarch of the 9-melody Immortal Gate didn't come. As such, the eminent elder who just spoke, Su Zi, was the strongest individual from their faction. Zhangpu glanced at him slightly and muttered, "I'll personally tear Wang Jingwen's head from his shoulders." A strange look appeared on the faces of those present. As Zhou Wanshan and Zhangpu followed their gaze, they discovered that Wang Jingwen had already arrived behind them. There was a youngster, a kid, and a black spirit standing in front of Wang Jingwen. However, there was no sight of the members of the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate. Wang Jingwen. Killing intent raged in Zhangpu's heart. "It's him!" Lu Yen and Lu Kiki yelled in fright. "Isn't that young man the arrogant bastard we ran into?" It seems as though his attendant was the patriarch of the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate, Wang Jingwen. That was indeed a shocking discovery. "Do you know that man?" Xiao Bing asked the two ladies. As Wang Jingwen stood respectfully behind them, everyone speculated about Huang Xiaolong's identity. Lu Yen quickly spoke about everything Huang Xiaolong did. "Even the Celestial Emperor has to kneel before him?" Zhou Wanshan sneered when he heard what Lu Yen said. Who would have thought that someone would be crazy enough to say something like that? The youngster seems to be someone invited by Wang Jingwen. "I'll deal with him while you get rid of Wang Jingwen," Zhou Wanshan said to Zhangpu. Wang Jingwen, who had just been teleported from the headquarters of the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate to the White Bone Mountain half a second ago, felt waves battering against his heart. He was shocked by Huang Xiaolong's ability to shift space. With his strength, he would need 3 to 4 hours to fly over to White Bone Mountain. However, Huang Xiaolong directly teleported them over. It took less than a breath of time for them to arrive. They traveled all the way over to White Bone Mountain from the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate. That refreshed Wang Jingwen's worldview. Zhang Pu's voice rang through the skies all of a sudden, bringing him back to reality. "Wang Jingwen, is he someone you brought along to help you?" He sized Huang Xiaolong from top to bottom and sneered. "Do you really think someone like him can save you?" "I didn't invite Senior Huang over." Wang Jingwen lowered his head in embarrassment. "What a joke. How could he invite an expert at Huang Xiaolong's level? Everyone was slightly taken aback by his revelation. I don't care if you didn't. Anyone related to you will die, Zhang Pu sneered. The reason he came back this time was to solidify his prestige. Wang Jingwen didn't say a word despite his declaration of war. Is he Zhang Pu? Huang Xiaolong asked Wang Jingwen all of a sudden. Yes, Senior Huang. Wang Jingwen bowed respectfully. Xiao Bing and the others felt a weird sensation filling their hearts when they saw Wang Jingwen's subservient action. After all, he was a patriarch of an immortal gate. Not many people in the land could make him act that way. When Xiao Bing and the others were still pondering over Huang Xiaolong's identity, Huang Xiaolong dragged Zhang Pu over to himself with a single swipe of his wrist. What? Xiao Bing and the others exclaimed in shock. Lu Yen and Lu Kiki felt their eyeballs popping out of their sockets. Even Zhou Wanshan was taken aback. He might be an inner elder of the Shushan Immortal Gate, but he was merely a 7th-level Golden Immortal. Huang Xiaolong's strength didn't seem to be weaker than his in the slightest. Only an expert comparable to him would be able to do what Huang Xiaolong did. In fact, they had to be at the late 7th-level Golden Immortal realm to do so. Who are you? Zhou Wanshan growled. Release my junior brother immediately. Otherwise, no one in the Northern Dragon region would be able to protect you. Oh? Is that so? A flash of light crossed Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and a massive pillar of lightning descended from the heavens to land on Zhou Wanshan's head. A miserable shriek filled the air as Zhou Wanshan was sent crashing into the ground. As the earth trembled, a cloud of dust rose into the air to surround White Bone Mountain. Everyone turned to stare at Zhou Wanshan in fright. Su Zi of the 9-Melody Immortal Gate felt his limbs going cold. Lu Yen and Lu Kiki felt their hearts stop beating for a moment. Xiao Bing and those standing around didn't dare to move a muscle when they saw what happened to Zhou Wanshan. It was especially so for the experts who were trying to kiss Zhou Wanshan's ass earlier. The blood drained from their faces. Staring at Zhou Wanshan, who was somewhere in the ground below, Zhang Pu felt the world crumbling around him. Senior Huang. Zhang Pu choked. For the first time in his life, he felt nothing but fear in his heart. Looking at Huang Xiaolong, he felt as though he was looking at the patriarch of the Shushan Immortal Gate. Relax, I won't kill you, Huang Xiaolong muttered. I have no use in killing you. Zhang Pu was shocked. However, he thanked Huang Xiaolong profusely the next moment. Many thanks, Senior Huang. He felt as though he crawled his way back up from the depths of hell when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Huang Xiaolong looked at Xiao Bing and the others, and his gaze paused for a second on Lu Yen and Lu Kiki. The two of them didn't dare to look at him this time, and they stood frozen on the spot. All of you can leave. When the two of them felt as though their hearts were about to stop beating altogether, Huang Xiaolong's voice rang through the air. Everyone stared at him incredulously. Yes, Senior Huang. Su Zi was the first to snap back to reality. After bowing, he brought the disciples of the 9-Melody Immortal Gate away. He was afraid that Huang Xiaolong would change his mind suddenly. The experts of the other factions bowed to show their respect for Huang Xiaolong before fleeing. Lu Yen and Lu Kiki followed silently behind Xiao Bing as they left the area. The venue that was filled with people emptied out instantly. Huang Xiaolong's group was the only one left. Looking at Zhou Wanshan, who was stuck in a giant pit in the ground, Huang Xiaolong dragged him out casually. Along with Zhang Pu, Wang Jingwen, and the others, he teleported back to the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate. When Zhang Pu realized that they were no longer at the White Bone Mountain, he gasped in fright. Is this the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate? He had visited them once in the past, and he could recognize the entire area. Now that he returned, his original plan was to conquer the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate before taking their territory for himself. Despite his question, no one bothered to reply him. Huang Xiaolong casually waved his hand and a strand of green light entered Zhou Wanshan's body. The man who was on the brink of death recovered in an instant. Zhang Pu was shocked, but so was Wang Jingwen. All of them saw that Zhou Wanshan was a breath away from death. But now, he was as good as new. Something like that only seemed possible in the hands of holy emperors who had hidden themselves from the world. Zhang Pu felt beads of cold sweat dripping down his forehead. As for Zhou Wanshan, he kneeled on the ground silently after he came back to life. In a bit, I'll head over to the Shushan Immortal Gate. The two of you can lead the way. A look of fright formed in their eyes. The reason Huang Xiaolong allowed them to live was because he needed a tour guide. However, a possibility flashed through their minds all of a sudden. What if Huang Xiaolong was planning something sinister against the Shushan Immortal Gate? The hair on their bodies stood on end. Relax. I only wish to ask your ancestor some questions. Huang Xiaolong saw through their thoughts instantly. If I were to move against your Shushan Immortal Gate, not even your ancestor can stop me, much less the two of you. The two of them thanked Huang Xiaolong as question marks filled their minds. Huang Xiaolong spoke the truth. He wanted to ask the old ancestor of the Shushan Immortal Gate some questions. After all, he came from Earth. He might know something related to the Pangu Axe. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong left the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate with two of them leading the way. When they left, Huang Xiaolong got Wang Jingwen to send someone to invite Yan Shiming into the faction. Not daring to delay in the slightest, Wang Jingwen personally made a trip down to the village after Huang Xiaolong left. When Huang Xiaolong made his way over to the Shushan Immortal Gate, the events that happened in Whitebone Mountain started to spread. Someone who is suspected to be a grand gathering immortal descended on Whitebone Mountain? We only know that Wang Jingwen, the patriarch of the Wind and Lighting Immortal Gate, called him Senior. However, a disciple from the Snow Forest Immortal Gate, Lu Yan, told us that he said that even the Celestial Emperor has to kneel before him. The news shook the lands, but everyone thought that the part about the Celestial Emperor was a joke. After all, holy emperors had hidden themselves from the lands. No one had heard of a new holy emperor being born. After all, the birth of a holy emperor would shake the immortal world. How could people with their status remain in the dark about something so important? After leaving the Wind and Lightning Mountain Range, Huang Xiaolong shifted the space directly, and they arrived in the central region of the Northern Dragon region in half an hour. Are we here already? Zhou Wanshan and Zhang Pu stared at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. Previously, they used half a year to arrive at the misty immortal country from the central region. This place is really lively, Yen Bauer yelled as the look on his face revealed his excitement. The central region was the heart of the Northern Dragon region. It wasn't something other cities could compare to. Not even the misty immortal country was as large as it was. There were countless mountain ranges in the central region, and there were an endless number of immortal gates and cities located in it. Every single immortal gate that could stand tall in the central region was tens of thousands of times stronger than the Wind and Lightning Immortal Gate. For example, the Shushan Immortal Gate had dozens of thousands of golden immortals. They had thousands of supreme golden immortals, and several dozen grand gathering immortals. A golden immortal was a powerhouse in the misty immortal country, but in the central region they were everywhere. Even so, they were the base of a power's fighting strength, and they were of a certain status. Inner elders like Zhou Wanshan could receive quite a bit of spiritual stones and medicinal pills every year. Huang Xiaolong released his Dao souls and covered the entire region. He took note of everything that happened within. The only thing that shocked him was that he could feel more than a dozen Saint Kings. Is the region master the only immortal king in the Northern Dragon region? Huang Xiaolong asked Zhou Wanshan and Zhang Pu all of a sudden. Yes. They had told him that on the way over to the Northern Dragon region, but they didn't expect him to ask again. Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly. He didn't say anything about the immortal kings, and he simply locked on to Mu Shuihan, the old ancestor of the Shushan Immortal Gate. He wasn't an ordinary 9th-level Grand Gathering Immortal like what Zhou Wanshan said. Instead, he had reached the peak of the late 9th-level Grand Gathering Immortal Realm. He was a mere step away from the Immortal King realm. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head silently. Mu Shuihan's talent was indeed terrifying. He managed to reach his current level in several short tens of thousands of years. His talent was rarely seen even in the immortal world, and he would be comparable to Yen Bauer, They might actually reach the Holy Emperor realm in the future. As for whether or not they could enter the combined Dao Ancestor realm, that would rely on luck. Senior Huang, I'll report to my master right now. He should get the experts of the Shushan Immortal Gate over to welcome you, Zhou Wanshan said. As a Grand Elder of the Shushan Immortal Gate, Zhou Wanshan's master was pretty influential in the faction. It's all right. We'll head over to look for Mu Shuihan directly, Huang Xiaolong stated. Meeting? We're meeting the ancestor directly? Zhou Wanshan and Zhang Pu jumped in fright. Not even their masters had the qualifications to meet Mu Shuihan whenever they liked. When they were still stuck in a state of shock, Huang Xiaolong shifted space and brought all of them to a separate space. The immortal region they arrived at seemed boundless, and immortal spiritual qi filled the place. It was exceptionally dense, and everyone felt their bodies getting heavier under the pressure. Who? A voice rang through the air the moment they arrived. Zhou Wanshan and Zhang Pu nearly fell to the ground when they heard the roar. Lu Huang and Yen Bauer fared even worse. However, a flash of light emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body, and it deflected the pressure coming from the other party's aura. Ha! A streak of sword light slashed at Huang Xiaolong without any warning. The sword light was sent over by Mu Shuihan, and it contained terrifying power. Zhou Wanshan and the others felt as though their bodies were about to be ripped apart by the wave of energy. The rumbling of thunder filled the immortal region. That was the power of the sword qi unleashed by someone at Mu Shuihan's level. Seeing as they were about to be swallowed by the strand of sword qi, Huang Xiaolong raised his hand and casually pointed towards the heavens. The sword qi dissipated as though it didn't exist in the first place as calm descended on the lands. Zhou Wanshan and the others saw that Huang Xiaolong held the strand of sword qi in between his fingers. Even though it was formless, he managed to grab hold of it. The sword qi that brought about endless pressure was barely a meter long when they examined it properly. Huang Xiaolong squeezed his fingers together and shattered the sword qi instantly. What? The other party was equally as shocked. He didn't expect the sword qi he was so confident in would be neutralized so easily. A flash of light was seen as a figure appeared before Huang Xiaolong and the rest. He looked around 30 years old, and his hair was partly gray. Zhou Wanshan and Zhang Pu fell to their knees in fright when they saw the figure. Ancestor! The person who appeared was precisely the old ancestor of the Shushan Immortal Gate, Mu Shuihan. Mu Shuihan looked at them and noticed the robes on their body. He was slightly surprised to discover that they were elders of the Shushan Immortal Gate, but his gaze quickly turned to Huang Xiaolong. May I ask, who are you? Is there a reason behind your intrusion on my Shushan Immortal Gate? Mu Shuihan asked. Even though Huang Xiaolong stopped his sword qi with ease, they were in the heart of the Shushan Immortal Gate. Mu Shuihan felt confident in taking the other party on with the countless formations to assist him. Huang Xiaolong raised his hand and pointed at Mu Shuihan. An explosion covered the area and Mu Shuihan was sent flying God knows how many miles over. When he finally crashed into the ground, another round of explosions could be heard. Zhou Wanshan and Zhang Pu stared at Huang Xiaolong with their mouths agape. Even though they had guessed that Huang Xiaolong was strong, they were still flabbergasted when he sent the old ancestor of the Shushan Immortal Gate flying with a single gesture. After a long time, Mu Shuihan's sorry figure flew towards Huang Xiaolong's group, and he looked at the man with fear in his eyes. I didn't know that Venerable Senior would pay a visit to my Shushan Immortal Gate. I shouldn't have disrespected you. Please forgive me. Mu Shuihan sucked in a cold breath and cupped his fists towards Huang Xiaolong. I heard that you ascended from Earth. Is that true? Huang Xiaolong asked. Mu Shuihan was shocked as he didn't understand the meaning behind Huang Xiaolong's question. However, he eventually replied, Yes, Senior. I ascended more than 86,000 years ago. Have you heard about the Pangu axe? Huang Xiaolong got straight to the point. Pangu axe. Mu Shuihan was visibly taken aback. Are you looking for the Pangu axe? Mu Shuihan asked cautiously. From the looks of it, Mu Shuihan definitely knew some clues on the whereabouts of the Pangu axe. That's right. I need it for something important. Huang Xiaolong admitted it directly. Mu Shuihan couldn't help but hesitate. If you tell me the location of the Pangu axe, I'll help you break through to the Immortal King realm immediately, Huang Xiaolong continued. Even though Huang Xiaolong could search through Mu Shuihan's soul directly, he still gave him a choice. What? Assist me in breaking through to the Immortal King realm? Mu Shuihan was stunned for a second, but he shook his head and laughed the next moment. How can it be so easy to break through? Even holy emperors would find it difficult to help a peak late 9th level grand gathering immortal break through to the Immortal King realm. It was clear that he thought Huang Xiaolong was lying. Taking out a bottle of pills, Huang Xiaolong tossed it over to Mu Shuihan. Looking at Huang Xiaolong suspiciously, Mu Shuihan opened the bottle carefully. The moment he did, he was shocked. There were more than a dozen dazzling golden pills in the jade bottle, and Grand Dao laws poured out from them. Grand Dao pills. Mu Shuihan felt his hands trembling. These are Grand Dao pills created by a combined Dao ancestor. Only existences at their level could refine pills like that. That's right. These are top-grade Grand Dao pills, Huang Xiaolong muttered. Mu Shuihan felt his hands going numb all of a sudden. Top-grade Grand Dao pills. Even though he could tell that those were Grand Dao pills, he had no idea how good they were. After all, he was a mere grand gathering immortal. He was frightened by Huang Xiaolong's revelation. Even holy emperors might not be able to get their hands on pills at that level, and there was no need to mention the celestial emperor of the heavenly court. Senior, Mu Shuihan felt his throat going dry. The way he looked at Huang Xiaolong changed completely. As long as you tell me the whereabouts of the Pangu axe, the entire bottle is yours. Huang Xiaolong continued. Breaking through to the Immortal King realm will be as easy as breathing with the pills. With Mu Shuihan's talent, it was true that entering the Immortal King realm with the help of the pills would be a foregone conclusion. Mu Shuihan fell to his knees instantly. Please accept my gratitude. He might not know who Huang Xiaolong was, but he was not a fool. He realized that since Huang Xiaolong could bring out a bottle of Grand Dao pills so casually, he was not a weakling. In fact, he could finally tell that Huang Xiaolong had the choice of searching his soul directly. It was true that Huang Xiaolong was being benevolent. Mu Shuihan wasn't wrong. Huang Xiaolong felt a trace of familiarity with Mu Shuihan due to his origin on Earth. That was the reason behind his actions. Get up. I'm from Earth too. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Mu Shuihan was startled. He didn't expect Huang Xiaolong to also come from Earth. Senior, I do indeed know the location of the Pangu axe. However, Mu Shuihan hesitated slightly. Speak. The Pangu axe is in the hands of the heaven-piercing sage. However, he hasn't appeared in a long time, Mu Shuihan explained. Heaven-piercing? Huang Xiaolong frowned. Isn't he a disciple of Pangu? Mu Shuihan bowed respectfully. Yes, the heaven-piercing sage is God Pangu's disciple. Is there really nobody who knows where he is? Huang Xiaolong asked again. If he couldn't find the Pangu axe, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to enter the Kunlun secret region. That wasn't something he wanted to happen. Perhaps his disciples might know where he went, Mu Shuihan guessed. A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. The heaven-piercing sage had 4 disciples, and they were the myriad treasures Dao Master, Golden Spirit Goddess, Wudong Goddess, and Tortoise Spirit Goddess. Do you know where any of them are? Mu Shuihan sighed. Many years ago, the 4 of them entered the Holy Emperor realm. With their exalted status, they haven't appeared in the world for a long time. There aren't many people who know where they are. However, the Holy Pavilion might be able to track some of them down. Holy Pavilion? Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow in surprise. That's right. Mu Shuihan continued. The Holy Pavilion is created by 6 sages. Their power encompasses all 5 continents, and they have a branch set up in the various regions. Not only do they sell precious herbs and pills, but they also sell important information regarding anything you wish to know. As long as you have enough money, they should be able to locate the people you wish. The branch master of the Holy Pavilion in the Northern Dragon region is familiar with me, and I can bring Senior over to look for him. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head slowly. Should we head over there now? Mu Shuihan asked cautiously. Huang Xiaolong raised his head to see that night was falling and muttered, I'm not in a rush. We can head over there tomorrow. Mu Shuihan bowed respectfully in response. As such, Huang Xiaolong's party stayed for a day in the Immortal region in the Shushan Immortal Gate. The Immortal region was owned by Mu Shuihan, and he was the only person who lived there. Even the patriarch of the Shushan Immortal Gate would have to make a report to him before entering. Zhou Wanshan and Zhang Pu felt as though they were living in a dream when they were allowed to remain behind. Huang Xiaolong introduced all of them to Mu Shuihan in succession. When Mu Shuihan heard that Lu Huang was also from Earth, and that he was the Devil Hell Master, a sense of veneration formed in his heart. Before he ascended, he had long since heard the reputation of the Devil Hell. Baoer's talent is pretty impressive. He's comparable to you when it comes to cultivation. You should take him into the Shushan Immortal Gate. Huang Xiaolong pointed at the kid and said, If you're free, give him some pointers. Yen Baoer bowed when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Ancestor, please accept me as your disciple. Mu Shuihan helped Yen Baoer up and smiled. There's no need for the formalities. Turning to Huang Xiaolong, he asked, Why don't I take him in as my direct disciple and make him the young patriarch of the Shushan Immortal Gate? Even though Huang Xiaolong's strength had something to do with that, he had always been trying to look for a successor. Since Huang Xiaolong said that Yen Baoer possessed talent comparable to Mu Shuihan's, it was a no-brainer for him to accept Yen Baoer as a disciple. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Do whatever you want. In his sweet voice, Yen Baoer addressed Mu Shuihan as his master. Lu Huang also successfully entered the Shushan Immortal Gate. Calling for his oldest disciple, the current patriarch of the Shushan Immortal Gate, Mu Shuihan told him about the arrangements. He was to arrange for an apprenticeship ceremony for Yen Baoer on the day after the next. Mu Shuihan didn't say much about Huang Xiaolong. All he told his disciple was to address him as Senior Huang. When Wang Lin, the patriarch of the Shushan Immortal Gate, heard that Mu Shuihan had chosen Yen Baoer as his direct disciple and to hold an apprenticeship ceremony for the kid, he didn't know how to react. Hasn't Master been in seclusion all this time? How in the world did he find his successor? As dawn broke the next day, Mu Shuihan brought Huang Xiaolong towards the Holy Pavilion's branch office. Standing before the Holy Pavilion, they saw a giant structure reaching straight into the clouds. Did you say that 6 sages established the Holy Pavilion? Huang Xiaolong asked casually. That's right, Senior Huang. Mu Shuihan replied respectfully. It was created by the Great Sage, Heaven-Pacifying Sage, Ocean-Reversing Sage, Mountain-Shifting Sage, Purification Sage, and the Heaven-Smearing Sage. Oh? Great Sage Sun Wukong. Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. He definitely heard of Sun Wukong before. At the same time, he knew that the other 5 were Sun Wukong's sworn brothers. The Heaven-Pacifying Sage was the Bull Demon King, the Ocean-Reversing Sage was the Salamander Demon King, the Mountain-Shifting Sage was the Camel Demon King, the Purification Sage was the Elephant Demon King, and the Heaven-Smearing Sage was the Rock Demon King. All of them were existences comparable to Sun Wukong. Yes, Senior Huang. The 6 sages are sworn brothers, and they created the Holy Pavilion at the height of their strength. Sworn brothers. A frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. Their bond doesn't seem that strong to me. When Sun Wukong and the Bull Demon King fell out with each other, their battle caused the heavens to shake and the earth to tremble. An awkward smile formed on Mu Shuihan's face. Entering the Holy Pavilion, Huang Xiaolong was greeted by a disciple of the Holy Pavilion immediately. Mu Shuihan followed closely behind Huang Xiaolong. I am Mu Shuihan of the Shushan Immortal Gate. I am here to discuss something with your branch director. Please make the report. Mu Shuihan said. Mu Shuihan, the old ancestor of the Shushan Immortal Gate. People in the hall gasped after hearing his name. What? He's the ancestor of the Shushan Immortal Gate. That's the genius of our Northern Dragon region right there. I heard that he has the talent to become a sage in the future. The hall was filled with commotion in an instant. The hundreds of experts in the main hall stared at Mu Shuihan in shock. It was evident that his reputation preceded him in the Northern Dragon region. For an expert to reach the peak of the late 9th level Grand Gathering Immortal realm in 80,000 short years, it was a legend in itself. Moreover, Mu Shuihan cultivated in the way of the sword. His offensive abilities were much stronger than experts of the same realm. When he hadn't reached the Grand Gathering Immortal realm, he was able to defeat Grand Gathering Immortals. He defeated 2 of them at once, marking his rise to fame. There was a holy emperor who once said that Mu Shuihan was sure to become a sage in the future, causing an abrupt rise in his status. Due to this remark, experts of the other regions started paying attention to him. As it turns out, Ancestor Mu is here. Please wait a moment while I inform the branch master. The manager of the Holy Pavilion branch said to Mu Shuihan. Gesturing for Huang Xiaolong to proceed, Mu Shuihan bowed. Senior Huang, please. Huang Xiaolong didn't stand on ceremony as he took the lead. The experts standing around sucked in a cold breath when they noticed the small gesture. Who is that guy? Even Ancestor Mu is so respectful to him. Could he be an immortal king? Someone guessed. Immortal king? No way. The birth of a new immortal king in the Northern Dragon region was something that could shake up the entire region. When they entered the inner hall, the manager left the room quickly to make the report. Huang Xiaolong turned to Mu Shuihan and smiled. You're pretty famous. A shy look appeared on Mu Shuihan's face and he lowered his head. I'm nowhere near Senior Huang's strength. Huang Xiaolong smiled. There's no need for you to look down on yourself. With your talent, you'll be able to reach the combined Dao Ancestor realm in the future as long as you work hard. Mu Shuihan felt his heart palpitating and he bowed. Yes, Junior will remember what Senior Huang said, and I'll work hard in my cultivation. In fact, there was something Huang Xiaolong didn't say. Even if hundreds of combined Dao ancestors came, he would be able to kill them off with a single strike. I wonder if Hongjun is currency in the Purple Heaven Palace. Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. If he could find the Pangu axe and cultivate the Pangu world creation art, he would be able to enter the God of Creation realm. When that happened, he wanted to have a good fight with Hongjun. When Huang Xiaolong was wondering about various questions, a clear laughter broke the silence as a well-built man entered the inner hall. The robes on his body were embroidered with 6 great demons, and it went without saying that they were pictures of the 6 sages. Brother Shuihan, you should have told me before coming. I'll personally head over to welcome you. The person who spoke was the director of the branch pavilion. Du Yan. Mu Shuihan got to his feet and laughed. Forget it. Ha ha ha. I wouldn't dare to inconvenience you. It was obvious that the 2 of them shared a close bond from the way they bantered with each other. Huang Xiaolong looked at the 2 of them quietly. Brother Shuihan, this is... Du Yan's gaze landed on Huang Xiaolong. He received a report from his subordinates that Mu Shuihan called the young man sitting down Senior Huang, and he was extremely curious about the youngster's status. This is Senior Huang. Mu Shuihan introduced immediately. He didn't say anything more than that. Du Yan was even more surprised by his reaction. Clearly, Mu Shuihan couldn't say any more due to Huang Xiaolong's desire to keep his status a secret. I apologize for any disrespect. Du Yan cupped his fists towards Huang Xiaolong. As the branch director of the Holy Pavilion, his status was higher than most people in the Immortal Word. After all, his backers were the 6 sages. Not even an immortal king could get him to bow and scrape. Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly and said, I'm here today to buy some information. You don't have to worry about the price. I wonder what Senior Huang wishes to know about. Du Yan was slightly startled in his heart. I'm looking for the Pangu sword, and I heard that it's in the hands of the heaven-piercing sage. Hesitating slightly, Du Yan continued, This? A branch director like him couldn't make the decision to look into a sage. If the heavenly piercing sage learns that the Holy Pavilion revealed his whereabouts, his rage wasn't something Du Yan could hold off. I know it's tough to look for the heaven-piercing sage. As such, I only require you to look for his disciples. Huang Xiaolong explained. I'll give you this pill as payment. Huang Xiaolong placed a jade case on the table after speaking. Looking at Mu Shuihan, Du Yen frowned before cautiously opening the jade case. Grand Dao Qi filled the inner hall in an instant. Grand Dao Pill. Du Yen jumped in fright. That's right. As long as you manage to locate the 4 of them, this pill is yours to keep. Huang Xiaolong continued. I'll give you another one after the job is done. Another one? Du Yen felt his heart pounding in his chest. He stared at Huang Xiaolong in utter amazement. Senior Huang, please wait a moment. I'll report this to the headquarters immediately. After snapping back to reality, Du Yen bowed respectfully. Like Mu Shuihan, he was also shocked by the appearance of the Grand Dao Pill. Unless one was a combined Dao ancestor, no one would be able to remain calm in the face of a Grand Dao Pill. Of course, Huang Xiaolong's identity far exceeded his expectation the moment he saw the pill. Huang Xiaolong nodded in acknowledgement. Bowing one more time, Du Yen left the hall. Huang Xiaolong and Mu Shuihan were left in the hall alone. He wasn't afraid that they would reject his request. As long as their minds weren't damaged, they wouldn't dare to reject his request. Indeed, Du Yen returned before long. He bowed respectfully and spoke to Huang Xiaolong. Senior Huang. The director accepted the request. Moreover, he wishes to meet with Senior Huang personally. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and handed the pill over. I won't stay in the immortal world for long. You need to give me the information in 10 days, and if you fail to do so, I'll head over to the Heavenly Court. If that were to happen, Huang Xiaolong would use the power of the Heavenly Court to search for the 4 of them. With his heart pounding in his chest, Du Yen made a resolute promise. Senior Huang, you can rest assured that we will mobilize all our forces to obtain the information you need. Relax. Whether you manage to find them, this pill is yours. Many thanks to Senior Huang. Du Yen felt waves battering against his heart when he saw how casually Huang Xiaolong gave them the pill. Soon after, he escorted them out personally. He stood frozen to his spot even after Huang Xiaolong and Mu Shuihan had left, and his actions shocked the experts who were shopping in the main hall. They had never seen the branch director sending anyone off before. Not even the region master received this type of treatment. Not too long after the 2 of them left, the news of Mu Shuihan's appearance in the Holy Pavilion with a mysterious man spread through the lands. The region master also received the news. Oh? Du Yen sent them off personally, and he didn't move until they completely disappeared. Song Jipeng, the region master of the Northern Dragon region, gasped. Yes, from what we managed to uncover, the man with Mu Shuihan was called Senior Huang. Li Shuang, Song Jipeng's attendant, replied. Senior Huang, so he should be an expert in the Immortal King realm like my father. A lady at the side said all of a sudden. The lady was called Song Xianxia, and she was Song Jipeng's only daughter. She was an absolute genius whose talent was comparable to Mu Shuihan. Region Master, we received a piece of news from the Shushan Immortal Gate. Mu Shuihan is going to accept his successor, and the ceremony will be held tomorrow. Li Shuang continued. After accepting Wang Lin as his disciple, Mu Shuihan never accepted another disciple. He actually chose to accept a new successor after so many years. Song Qianxian frowned. Do you know who it is? Li Shuang shook his head. I do not know who he is. From what the experts of the Shushan Immortal Gate said, he's called Yen Bauer. He was brought there by Senior Huang. Song Jipeng fell deep into thought. Prepare a big gift for them tomorrow. I'll personally head over to the Shushan Immortal Gate for the ceremony, Song Jipeng ordered. Song Qianxian and Li Shuang were shocked by his sudden proclamation. Father, there's no need for you to attend personally. I can bring the gifts over in your stead, Song Qianxian muttered. Even though Mu Shuihan's apprenticeship ceremony was a huge matter, Song Jipeng was the region master. There was no need for him to attend the event at all. No, I'll go personally. Song Jipeng shook his head and sighed. He wanted to see the man they called Senior Huang, and what qualifications he had for Du Yen to behave so respectfully to him. Huang Xiaolong had no idea what was going on in the outside world as he was too lazy to care. and he imparted a set of secret art to both Yen Baoer and Mu Shuihan after he returned. He also cleared off some doubts Mu Shuihan had in his cultivation. Wang Lin ran into the Immortal region all of a sudden to make an urgent report. Master, Eminent Elder Wu Wei made a report to say that many disciples were injured by the disciples of the Heavenly Silkworm Immortal Gate. They killed 2 of our core disciples. A frown formed on Mu Shuihan's face. The Heavenly Silkworm Immortal Gate was also another top-tier power in the Northern Dragon region. They were one of the most ancient existences, and they were stronger than the Shushan Immortal Gate. In the past, he battled with the old ancestor of the Heavenly Silkworm Immortal Gate over a medicinal herb, and their grudge was hence laid down. That wasn't the first skirmish they had. However, it was the first time a core disciple of one of the factions was killed. The moment something like that happened, there was no going back. Things were bound to grow into a full-blown conflict. Are you guys mortal enemies? Huang Xiaolong asked. Mu Shuihan quickly introduced the problem they had with each other. Senior Huang, how do you think we should deal with this? It was clear that Mu Shuihan wasn't planning to clash with the Heavenly Silkworm Immortal Gate at the moment. After all, they were an ancient power. Their relationship with the other factions in the Northern Dragon region was solid, and the Shushan Immortal Gate would only suffer if they went head-to-head. Huang Xiaolong glanced at Mu Shuihan and snorted, "If they kill 2 core disciples of my factions, I'll kill 4 of theirs." Huang Xiaolong was never a kind person. "Yes, Senior Huang." Turning to Wang Lin, he said, "You heard Senior Huang." Wang Lin hesitated for a moment, but he eventually bowed in acknowledgement. The corpses of 4 core disciples of the Heavenly Silkworm Immortal Gate were quickly sent to the old ancestor of their faction, Lu Ming. The patriarch of the Heavenly Silkworm Immortal Gate, Lu Zhao, also received the news. Lu Ming's expression was dark when he looked at the corpses of the core disciples before him. One of them was a disciple with extreme talent. He had high hopes for the kid. The Shushan Immortal Gate went too far. "Ancestor, please allow us to exterminate those arrogant dogs." One of the Grand Elders of the faction roared. "That's right. We'll wipe them off the face of our Northern Dragon region. Tomorrow, Mu Shuihan is holding an apprenticeship ceremony. We'll wash the Shushan Immortal Gate in blood." The doyens and Grand Elders of the faction growled in unison. A frosty light flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. "I'll contact my sworn brother right now." His sworn brother was Immortal King Chen Qiyu. He was the youngest immortal king in the eastern Dongsheng continent, and his reputation was like a sun in the sky. Others had no idea how Lu Ming was related to Chen Qiyu, and he felt as though it was time to reveal their friendship to the world. The night passed quietly. As the next day arrived, the Shushan Immortal Gate was filled with a festive atmosphere. The sun hung high in the sky as the Shushan Immortal Gate bustled with activity. Hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Shushan Immortal Gate were running about all over the place. Decoration filled the area as everyone got to their posts. The old ancestor of the Eastern Buddha Immortal Gate is here. The patriarch of the Fanggon Immortal Gate has arrived. The Emperor of the Majestic Dragon Immortal Country sends his regards with a 1,000,000-year-old Zoisha. Old ancestors, patriarchs, and emperors started to arrive as the entire area bustled with excitement. Even though the Shushan Immortal Gate hadn't been established for 100,000 years, Mu Shuihan's reputation brought everyone together. All of them were invited to the Great Hall of the Shushan Immortal Gate, and there were a total of more than 500 of them. All of them could cause the Northern Dragon region to shake with a stomp of their feet. "Patriarch Wang Lin, why don't we see your old ancestor?" Lu Yi, the patriarch of the Fanggon Immortal Gate, asked. Everyone in the hall looked at Wang Lin instantly. All of them had been there for some time, but Mu Shuihan had yet to appear. All of them were starting to get annoyed. "Senior Huang is currently guiding the old ancestor's cultivation. I apologize for any disrespect," Wang Lin explained. "All of you can rest assured that my master and my junior brother will arrive soon." Everyone present stared at each other in shock. "Patriarch Wang, can you tell us the origins of Senior Huang? I heard that he went to the Holy Pavilion yesterday, and Branch Director Du Yen personally came out to receive them. He only returned to the Holy Pavilion after they returned to the Shushan Immortal Gate. Louis continued to ask. Everyone waited for Wang Lin's explanation. Everyone had long since heard about what happened the day before. As such, they were extremely curious about Huang Xiaolong's origins. They were guessing that he was a high-level Immortal King-level expert. I have no idea where Senior Huang came from. Wang Lin laughed. I only know that he's like my master. They both ascended from Earth. They were shocked to hear that Huang Xiaolong was also from Earth. I heard that the Holy Pavilion received a mission yesterday that even alerted their main director. Lei Hongli, the old ancestor of the Eastern Buddha Immortal Gate, said. I wonder if it had something to do with Senior Huang. What? Alerted the main director of the Holy Pavilion? What in the world happened? Commotion filled the hall instantly. Ordinarily, only extremely important missions could gain the attention of the main director. Wang Lin stared at Lei Hongli in shock. Chuckling slightly, he explained, Old Ancestor Lei's information source is really amazing. Even I had no idea what went down. They didn't tell me anything when they left for the Holy Pavilion yesterday. A disciple of the Shushan Immortal Gate interrupted them all of a sudden. Region Master Song Jipeng and the experts of the Region Master Manor have arrived. Silence filled the hall. Wang Lin didn't expect Song Jipeng to personally congratulate them. Getting to their feet, they ran out of the hall to welcome the Region Master. As soon as they emerged, they saw a group of experts walking towards them. Wang Lin bowed respectfully. Wang Lin greets Lord Region Master. Everyone else bowed in succession. Song Jipeng nodded slightly and allowed them to recover. Sweeping his gaze across everyone present, he didn't notice Mu Shuihan, and a frown formed on his face. Song Xianxia snapped all of a sudden, Patriarch Wang, where's your master? An awkward expression appeared on Wang Lin's face. Lord Region Master, Princess, my master is currently in the Immortal Region, and he's cultivating with Senior Huang's assistance. However, he should be out soon. Song Qianqian snorted in response. Cultivating? Does he know that it's his apprenticeship ceremony today? Does he not know that all of us will be here to attend the celebration? Humph. He's definitely putting on airs by pretending to cultivate. Go call him out here right now. Tell him that my father is here. An awkward expression appeared on Wang Lin's face. Lord Region Master, Princess Senior Huang has given his order. He will be here before the ceremony begins. Are you telling me that even my father's presence isn't enough for you to call him out here? Song Qianqian continued. Many experts who came looked at Wang Lin with mocking smiles on their faces. All of them were already annoyed by Mu Shuihan's actions. However, they were unwilling to mention it for fear of offending the Shushan Immortal Gate. Now that Song Jipeng had arrived, someone could finally vent their frustrations for them. Wang Lin muttered. Patriarch, we're in trouble. An elder yelled all of a sudden. The old ancestor of the Heavenly Silkworm Immortal Gate is leading their disciples over to our faction. They're killing everyone they see. Hundreds of disciples have already died at their hands. The faces of Wang Lin and those from the Shushan Immortal Gate changed. Lei Hongli and the others found it weird. It was the day Mu Shuihan accepted his successor, but the old ancestor of the Heavenly Silkworm Immortal Gate came over for a massacre. What in the world was happening? How many of them came? Wang Lin growled. All the inner disciples, core disciples, elders, grand elders, and doyens are here, the elder gasped. The faces of everyone present changed. The Heavenly Silkworm Immortal Gate was clearly going all out. Gather all our disciples. Everyone else, follow me. We'll stop them before they go too far. Wang Lin roared as he suppressed the anger in his heart. Miserable cries filled the skies as a group of experts changed towards the Great Hall. They surrounded the area instantly, and Wang Lin's expression changed. How in the world did they arrive so quickly? The old ancestor of the Heavenly Silkworm Immortal Gate, Lu Ming, appeared before them. Everyone from the Shushan Immortal Gate retreated to Wang Lin's side as they glared at the members of the Heavenly Silkworm Immortal Gate. "Immortal King Chun Qiu!" Someone in the crowd yelled all of a sudden. Their gaze landed on the young man standing quietly beside Lu Ming. "What? It's actually Immortal King Chun Qiu. He's the youngest immortal king in our Dongsheng God continent. That's him. I saw him at a banquet I attended previously." Many founding ancestors and patriarchs broke out into an uproar. The youngest and most handsome immortal king in the Dongxing God continent actually appeared before their very eyes. He seemed to be invited by the Heavenly Silkworm founder to assist them. As the most famous immortal king in the Dongxing God continent, it went without saying that his talent and cultivation speed was something others would never match up to. His cultivation realm had already reached the peak of the late 9th level Immortal King realm. Moreover, his master was Great General Zhao Qi from the Heavenly Court. One could only imagine how strong his backing was. Even the city lord, Song Jipeng, and the experts of the city lord's mansion were shocked. "Brother Chun Qiu, welcome." Song Jipeng walked towards Chun Qiu while cupping his fists, and he greeted him respectfully. "We greet Lord Chun Qiu." Greetings to Senior Chun Qiu. The founding ancestors, patriarchs, and leaders of their various factions went over to greet him. As he stood by Lu Ming's side, Chun Qiu nodded slightly. He replied to Song Jipeng's greeting. "City Lord Song Jipeng, good to meet you. I didn't think that you would come for the Shushan Immortal Gates apprenticeship ceremony. Do you know Mu Shuihan?" "I do not. However, I heard of the ceremony. I hope Brother Chun will not misunderstand." He tried to explain himself as he didn't wish for anyone to get the wrong idea about his relationship with Chun Qiu. Lei Hongli, the founding ancestor of the Eastern Buddhist Immortal Gate, continued, "It's the same for me." After he spoke, he retreated. He widened the gap between Wang Lin and the experts of the Shushan Immortal Gate. The other founding ancestors and experts were the same. They found all the excuses they could to open the distance between themselves and the Shushan Immortal Gate. There were even some who tried to explain themselves out of the mess even though they had pretty good relationships with the Shushan Immortal Gate. In an instant, the Shushan Immortal Gate was isolated from the others. No one could blame the experts for doing so. After all, Chun Qiu represented a great general of the Heavenly Court. Even without his master's reputation, Chun Qiu was a cultivator at the peak of the late 9th level Immortal King realm. None of them could afford to offend someone like him. No one there was a fool. Everyone could see that Lu Ming was out for blood. From what it looked like, he planned to flatten the Shushan Immortal Gate by the time he left. No one in their right mind would throw themselves into the fire. Wang Lin looked at everyone who was trying to distance themselves from the Shushan Immortal Gate, and he roared in anger, "You, Wang Lin, your Shushan Immortal Gate brought this upon yourselves. You offended the Heavenly Silkworm Immortal Gate, and offended Lord Chun Qiu." Sui Yun, the founding ancestor of the Floating Light Immortal Gate, snorted righteously. Wang Lin's expression changed in an instant. Sui Yun used to be extremely close to his master, Mu Shuihan. In the past, the Shushan Immortal Gate assisted the Floating Light Immortal Gate with everything they had when the latter ran into trouble. That was the only reason the founding ancestor of the Floating Light Immortal Gate was still alive. "Sui Yun, you're biting the hand that fed you," Wang Lin roared in anger. Sui Yun's complexion turned dark, and he growled, "Wang Lin, our immortal gates have no relationship with each other. Stop trying to lump us in with you." The experts of the Shushan Immortal Gate roared with fury when they heard what he said. "Enough!" Chun Qiu snorted. "Today, we're dealing with some private matters between my Heavenly Silkworm Immortal Gate and the Shushan Immortal Gate. I hope everyone can remain quietly at the side." Turning to Lu Ming, he ordered, "Lu Ming, do it. There's no need to waste any more time. I will be visiting the mysterious Blue Manor later. They obtained a batch of Chaos Immortal fruits, and they invited me over to have a taste of it." Everyone felt their hearts pounding in shock when they heard what they said. The master of the mysterious Blue City was extremely famous. It was said that he had broken into the immortal venerable realm, and his background was unfathomable. Even the immortal emperor would have to show some respect when talking to the man. As for the chaos immortal fruit, that was one of the most precious immortal fruits in the immortal world. No one would be able to buy it with money. Even if they could, they would have to fork out an unbelievable amount of money in order to get one. Even city lords like Song Jipeng wouldn't be able to pay the price. A single chaos immortal fruit would cost upwards of 100,000 high-grade immortal spirit stones. Ji Songpeng could get some fruits that cost in the 10,000s. But there was no way he could afford a chaos immortal fruit. All right, boss. Lu Ming, the founding ancestor of the heavenly silkworm immortal gate, nodded respectfully. When they heard how Lu Ming addressed Chen Qiu, everyone sucked in a cold breath. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. It was lucky that they drew a line between themselves and the Shushan Immortal Gate. The experts of the Shushan Immortal Gate felt the blood draining from their faces. Lu Ming walked towards Wang Lin and snorted, "Call Mu Shuihan out here. It's time for him to die." Suppressing the fright in his heart, Wang Lin snorted, "Lu Ming, you better watch out. When Senior Huang and my master emerge from the immortal region, you'll die a horrible death." "Senior Huang," Lu Ming sneered. "Who the fuck is that? Do you really think that he can save your Shushan Immortal Gate?" He had heard about Huang Xiaolong, but he didn't really care. After all, no matter how strong Huang Xiaolong was, he wouldn't be Chen Qiu's opponent. Wang Lin's expression sank. He couldn't be sure that they could get out of it alive. After all, Chen Qiu's reputation was too large. He was the most famous immortal king in the Dongsheng God continent. It was said that he was summoned by the celestial emperor in the past. As for Senior Huang, who ascended from the mortal world like his master, they used to be mere mortals. How could he protect the Shushan Immortal Gate? All of a sudden, Lu Ming's palm smashed into Wang Lin's chest. He was sent flying, and he crushed God knows how many structures along his way. He smashed heavily into the main palace, causing it to collapse. Even with the peak-grade immortal armor on his body, Wang Lin spat out mouthfuls of blood. He might be the patriarch of the Shushan Immortal Gate and possessed a considerable amount of strength. He was a mere 4th-level golden immortal. There was no way he could defend himself against a 9th-level golden immortal like Lu Ming. The members of the Shushan Immortal Gate felt despair filling their hearts. Before they could save Wang Lin, they were stopped by the members of the Heavenly Silkworm Immortal Gate. Taking another step, Lu Ming arrived before Wang Lin. With a wave of his hand, he swept away the broken shards of stone on Wang Lin's body before growling, "I'll behead you right now before entering the immortal region to kill your master, and the dog whose surname is Huang." The sword in his hand slashed at Wang Lin's neck after the words left his lips. Lei Hongli and the others felt a complicated feeling welling up in their hearts. Just a moment ago, they were celebrating with the Shushan Immortal Gate. Now they were about to be exterminated. The Shushan Immortal Gate wouldn't live past tomorrow. That was the norm in the immortal world. As long as one offended someone they shouldn't, they would be exterminated the next day. Right before the sword could behead Wang Lin, it stopped in midair. Lu Ming's face flushed red as he pushed the immortal essence in his body to the extreme. No matter how hard he tried, his sword wouldn't advance an inch. In fact, he couldn't even move his sword. Everyone sucked in a cold breath as none of them knew what was going on. Chen Qiu frowned at the sight. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Ming's sword trembled and he was sent flying. He shot through the main palace of the Shushan Immortal Gate, and he crashed into God knows how many structures before coming to a stop. His plight was similar to what happened to Wang Lin. Founding ancestor, the patriarch of the Heavenly Silkworm Immortal Gate, Lu Xiaoran, yelled in shock. He tore through the skies as he headed straight for Lu Ming. When he tried to help the old ancestor up, they were sent flying by a shocking amount of force. Chen Qiu and the others saw the two of them slamming into the cliff face on the other side before falling off it. A loud thud came from the bottom after several moments. With their jaws dropping in fright, silence fell upon the lands. Even Wang Lin couldn't believe what he was seeing. Did someone help them from the shadows? There weren't any fluctuations of energy in the air, and from what it looked like, Lu Ming and Lu Xiaoran were sent flying by an invisible force. Wang Lin wasn't the only one who was confused. Everyone else couldn't explain what happened either. No one dared to move a muscle in their body. Which rat-ass bastard dares to hide in the dark to carry out sneak attacks? Get out here right now, Chun Qiu roared. But that was as far as he got. A scream left his lips as he was smashed into the ground. When they looked at him, they realized that there was a giant palm print on his face. Blood was flowing from his mouth and his nose was crooked. Lei Hongli and the others sucked in a cold breath. Chun Qiu was at the peak of the late 9th level Immortal King realm. However, he was beaten up all the same. When everyone was still stuck in a state of shock, 3 figures appeared in the skies as they walked towards the crowd. There was a young man among them, a teenager, and a kid. Mu Shuihan, the founding ancestor of the Shushan Immortal Gate. Someone cried in shock. The people who appeared were Huang Xiaolong, Mu Shuihan, and Yen Bauer. As their faces changed, everyone seemed to realize something. Since the 3 of them came over, the person who moved against Lu Ming previously could only be the man they called Senior Huang. As their gazes turned to look at Huang Xiaolong, question marks formed in their minds. Could the youngster with black hair be the person they were addressing so respectfully? Master! Wang Lin jumped in joy as he rushed over. The members of the Shushan Immortal Gate seemed to have found the light at the end of the tunnel as they rushed over to welcome Huang Xiaolong and the others. Senior Huang. Wang Lin and the others bowed respectfully. Nodding slightly, Huang Xiaolong turned to look at the other members of the factions who were present. They lowered their heads instantly in fright. Next, he turned to look at Chun Qiu, who was still spitting blood on the ground. Struggling to his feet, Chun Qiu roared in anger at Huang Xiaolong. You! He couldn't be sure if Huang Xiaolong was the one who slapped him previously. That's right. I did it. What about it? Huang Xiaolong clasped his hands behind his back and snorted. With his expression sinking, Chun Qiu sneered. Fine. I'll remember this. In the future, I'll return this favor along with the interest you owe me. As soon as he spoke, he turned to order the members of the Heavenly Silkworm Immortal Gate. Bring your ancestor and we shall leave this place. Song Jipeng, Song Xianxia, and the other experts who watched Chun Qiu arriving guns blazing ready to exterminate the Shushan Immortal Gate, gasped in shock. No one expected the youngest and most famous immortal king in the eastern Dongxing continent to retreat. When Chun Qiu turned around to leave, his face flushed red as he felt humiliated like never before. No matter what, he knew that he would be helpless against Huang Xiaolong. Right before he could actually leave, Huang Xiaolong's voice rang through the air. Did I allow you guys to leave? Chun Qiu's body froze in midair. Song Jipeng and the others looked at Huang Xiaolong with their mouths agape. Turning around, Chun Qiu glared at Huang Xiaolong with an ugly expression hanging on his face. What do you mean by that? You killed so many disciples of the Shushan Immortal Gate, and you plan to leave after getting slapped once? Huang Xiaolong remained impassive as he continued. All right, seeing as you didn't touch anyone here, I'll allow you to reincarnate if you kill yourself right here and now. What? Song Jipeng and the others cried out in shock. Huang Xiaolong wanted Chun Qiu to kill himself. Sweeping his gaze across the disciples of the Heavenly Silkworm Immortal Gate, Huang Xiaolong sighed. Everyone who killed the disciples of the Shushan Immortal Gate, surrender yourselves. As for those who didn't, I'll allow you to submit to the Shushan Immortal Gate as their slaves. Everyone who doesn't kneel in 10 seconds will die. Huang Xiaolong's voice rang in the ears of everyone present. No one believed what they heard as they looked at Huang Xiaolong as though he was crazy. Roaring with laughter, a sinister smile appeared on Chun Qiu's face. You motherfucker! Do you really think you're some kind of big shot? Raising his arm slightly, Huang Xiaolong crushed Chun Qiu straight into the ground. A giant hole was formed before he could even scream. Everyone felt their hearts pounding in fear when they saw what happened. It was especially so for Song Qianxian and Sui Yun. All of them felt their legs going soft. Looking at the disheveled Chun Qiu in the ground, they heard him spit out the words, "My master is a great general of the heavenly court, Zhao Qi. Huang Xiaolong sent another slap into the ground. This time he used a little more force compared to before. Chun Qiu was sent to the deepest parts of the earth as he turned into a pile of flesh. Even his essence soul failed to escape. Even if your master is the Jade Emperor, he wouldn't be able to save you, Huang Xiaolong muttered. Mu Shuihan stared at the meat paste that Chun Qiu had turned into, and he felt his eyelids twitching. He knew how famous Chun Qiu was, but now the man was turned into ground meat in front of his very eyes. Huang Xiaolong was naturally too lazy to care about someone at the level of Chun Qiu. He killed countless freaks like that back in the Blazing Dragon world and Huanglong world. They were nothing more than specks of dust in his eyes now. How many seconds have passed? Huang Xiaolong turned to ask Mu Shuihan. Senior Huang. 7 seconds have passed. With his throat as dry as a desert, Mu Shuihan choked out the answer. 7 seconds. The disciples of the heavenly silkworm Immortal Gate felt their hearts trembling in fear, and so did Song Jipeng and the others. Disciples of the heavenly silkworm Immortal Gate, listen up. Everyone focus your attacks on that bastard. One of the eminent elders of the silkworm Immortal Gate roared. As soon as the eminent elder's words left his lips, the others followed suit. That's right. Kill that bastard whose surname is Huang. Even if we can't kill him, we can kill a disciple of the Shushan Immortal Gate. We'll take anyone we can kill. Circulating their energy, the eminent elders lunged at the members of the Shushan Immortal Gate. As many of them were in the golden immortal realm, they were like wolves jumping into a flock of sheep. They appeared among the members of the Shushan Immortal Gate in an instant. However, they failed to unleash a single move as they turned into ice statues the moment they moved. Everyone saw Huang Xiaolong waving his hands slightly to shatter the ice statues that they had become. Under the golden rays of the sun, the shards that came from the bodies of the eminent elders looked exceptionally radiant. Song Jipeng and the others sucked in another cold breath when they saw what happened. More than 40 experts at the golden immortal realm were dead in the blink of an eye. What in the world is going on? Even their essence soul failed to escape. Thump! As the members of the heavenly silkworm Immortal Gate fell to their knees, there were several thousand loners left on their feet. The disciples who killed the members of the Shushan Immortal Gate. Stand up now, Huang Xiaolong muttered. As though it contained some sort of hypnotic power, several thousand disciples got to their feet. Kill yourselves, Huang Xiaolong uttered. The disciples who were left standing reacted almost instantly. Some of them detonated their souls, while others killed themselves by stabbing their precious weapons through their hearts. Blood rained down on the land, and it stained everything around them red. The founding ancestor of the floating light Immortal Gate, Sui Yun, felt his legs going numb as he fell to his knees. As for the other factions who were mocking the Shushan Immortal Gate, they did the same. An hour later, the apprenticeship ceremony was carried on as per usual, but there were countless other bodies used as sacrifices. The corpses included that of Sui Yun and the others. During the ceremony, Song Jipeng laughed to congratulate Mu Shuihan. Brother Shuihan, congratulations on obtaining such a talented disciple. The Shushan Immortal Gate will definitely flourish under your leadership. The only problem was that the smile on his face was uglier than anything he could imagine. Region Master Song is too kind, Mu Shuihan muttered. The news of Chun Qiu's death rocked the eastern Dongxing continent after one day. Chun Qiu was killed in the Shushan Immortal Gate. I heard that he was beaten to death by 2 palms. The killer seems to be called Huang Xiaolong or something. Chun Qiu is a 9th-level immortal king. He cultivated the Origin 9 twists. His body is said to be undying, but he was killed by 2 palms. That's incredible. Who in the world is this person they call Huang Xiaolong? Why haven't I heard of him? I heard that he's like Mu Shuihan. He came from Earth. No one knows any more than that. However, his act of killing Chun Qiu can be said to be poking a hole in the heavens. Chun Qiu is Great General Zhao Qi's only disciple. There's no way the Great General will let him off. Moreover, Zhao Qi is held in high regard by the Celestial Emperor. No matter how strong Huang Xiaolong is, he won't be a match for the entire heavenly court. The immortal world is controlled by the heavenly court, and no one dares to challenge them. That might not be the case. Huang Xiaolong might just be a holy being himself. Nonsense. It has been countless years since the birth of the last holy emperor. There's no way Huang Xiaolong can be one of them. There aren't any records of someone with his name being a holy emperor too. The eastern Dongxing continent broke out into an uproar in an instant. Countless factions started to talk about Chen Qiyu and Huang Xiaolong. There were some who pitted Chen Qiyu, and there were others who were laughing at Huang Xiaolong's misfortune. In one of the heavenly palaces in the heavenly court, Zhao Qi looked at a batch of immortal beasts before him as he chuckled happily. One of the joys he had in life was to raise ancient immortal beasts. As for those before him, they were presented by the various city lords as tribute. Zhao Qi called one of his subordinates over. "Why hasn't the little brat Qiyu looked for me? Where is he?" Heavenly General Chun Baolai was there to break the news of Chen Qiyu's death, and the question coincided perfectly. However, now that Zhao Qi was asking, it became a lot more awkward. Did something happen? Zhao Qi couldn't help but ask when he saw the look on Chun Baolai's face. "Lord, there has been news from the eastern Dongxing continent. Qiyu? What happened to him?" Zhao Qi's expression sank. A sense of unease crept into his heart. "He was killed by someone." Chun Baolai gathered his courage before speaking. "What?" Zhao Qi jumped to his feet and he failed to control his aura. The aura of a holy emperor caused the skies to tremble as lightning flashed through the skies. "Lord, you entered the holy emperor realm," Chun Baolai exclaimed. If Zhao Qi entered the holy emperor realm, his status would be wholly different from before. If the news of his breakthrough were to spread through the lands, the entire world would tremble. One had to know that many sages were in hiding. As long as they didn't appear, holy emperors were the strongest existences. Anyone who entered the holy emperor realm would be an earth-shattering matter. "That's right. I entered the holy emperor realm 100 years ago." An arrogant expression appeared on Zhao Qi's face, but killing intent soon took over. "Who killed Qiyu? What in the world is going on?" Chun Baolai recounted everything that had happened without leaving out the slightest detail. "Shushan Immortal Gate, Mu Shuihan, Huang Xiaolong." Zhao Qi growled in rage. "Lord, do you wish to pass down the order for everyone in the eastern Dongxing continent to surround the Shushan Immortal Gate?" Chun Baolai advised. Releasing the sword qi around him, rays of light shot into the skies. "Pass down my order right now. Have Huang Xiaolong and Mu Shuihan slit their throats before my heavenly frost palace. Otherwise, I'll head over personally to kill them both." Zhao Qi's voice was frosty, and it was clear he meant business. "Yes, Lord Zhao." Chun Baolai bowed. "Release the news of my ascension to the Holy Emperor realm. I will be holding a ceremony in 10 days. Ordinarily, one would hold a massive ceremony after entering the Holy Emperor realm. The news of Zhao Qi's ascension quickly spread through the immortal world as the immortal kings and immortal venerables around gasped in shock. The ceremony in 10 days will be something the entire immortal world looks forward to. How can the city lord of our Black Steel City be absent? The city lords and founding ancestors of the various factions sprang into action the moment they heard the news. Getting on board their flying ships and immortal beasts, they rushed towards the heavenly frost palace. The news quickly reached Huang Xiaolong and the other members of the Shushan Immortal Gate. "Slit my throat as an apology? Who does he think he is?" A frown formed on the son of creation's face. Huang Xiaolong was clearly not amused by what Zhao Qi said. A sneer formed on his lips as Zhao Qi's fate was sealed in stone. Mu Shuihan lowered his head slowly as he addressed Huang Xiaolong. "Senior Huang, there has been a report from the Holy Pavilion. We have news about the myriad treasures Tao Master." "Oh, where is he now?" Huang Xiaolong's eyelids jumped. "He's currently in the western Nyoha continent. He's currently cultivating in one of the Buddhist dwellings, and he's discussing the Tao with the Maitreya Buddhist ancestor. According to our sources, He plans to enter the Western Buddhist faction. Huang Xiaolong muttered. Enter the Western Buddhist faction? Looks like their ability to attract is not small. According to what they knew, the Buddhist factions had a lot of abilities to tempt someone into entering their factions. Mu Shuihan sighed silently. Since the start of time, the Rulai Buddhist ancestor was a true hegemon in the immortal world. Even the celestial emperor had to respect him. An existence like that wasn't someone a mere golden immortal like him could comment on. When he heard that the Rulai Buddhist ancestor had reached the combined Tao ancestor realm a long time ago, he hadn't appeared in a long time, and no one knew how strong he had become. What about the Golden Spirit Goddess, Tortoise Spirit Goddess, and the Wudong Goddess? Huang Xiaolong asked. There hasn't been any news of them yet. Nodding slowly, Huang Xiaolong accepted the fact. It wasn't easy for the Holy Pavilion to locate the myriad treasures Tao Master in a day. Finding 3 others might be a little too difficult. Also, Du Guang said that their pavilion master heard about the matter between you and Zhao Qi. He asked if he should help mediate the matter. As the main pavilion master of the Holy Pavilion, Zhao Qi will definitely have to show him some respect, Mu Shuihan said. Huang Xiaolong remained impassive as he continued. There's no need for them to overstep their boundaries. As long as they complete what they have to do, I won't mess with them. If they irritate me, I'll destroy them along with everyone else. Mu Shuihan felt beads of cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Go. I'll wait for their news. Tell them that if they manage to locate the other 3 in 5 days, I'll give them another great Tao pill. Gasping in surprise, Mu Shuihan went to relay the news. When he left the main hall, he contacted Du Guang. Senior Huang said that if you manage to find the other 3, he will give you another great Tao pill. Du Guang's heart started to pound in excitement, and he asked, Are you for real? Mu Shuihan hesitated for a moment and continued. As for the matter with Zhao Qi, Senior Huang mentioned that he would deal with it alone. He chose to relay the news as simply as he could. If he were to repeat what Huang Xiaolong said word for word, he didn't know what the members of the Holy Pavilion would think. When the members of the Holy Pavilion were using everything they had to locate the people Huang Xiaolong wanted to look for, the experts from all the continents swarmed towards the Heavenly Frost Palace. The atmosphere turned festive in an instant as immortal beasts and flying ships surrounded the area. In stark contrast, the Shushan Immortal Gate was exceptionally quiet. Everyone was hiding from the Shushan Immortal Gate like they had the plague. When the disciples of the Shushan Immortal Gate went out to purchase herbs, the various shops would close the instant they saw them coming. No one wanted anything to do with the members of the Shushan Immortal Gate. Huang Xiaolong might have killed Qin Qiu in 2 strikes and gained some fame for himself, but after Zhao Qi passed down the order for Huang Xiaolong and Mu Shuihan to kill themselves before his palace, no one dared to anger the newly ascended immortal emperor. The Shushan Immortal Gate might possess several 100,000 disciples, but they were especially quiet these few days. Even when they spoke to each other, they would do so in hushed voices. An oppressive atmosphere hung over the Shushan Immortal Gate. Huang Xiaolong ignored everything as he continued to guide Mu Shuihan and Yen Baoer. With his cultivation at the peak of the Tao Venerable Realm, Huang Xiaolong reached the perfection stage in all 13 elements. He also had 2.39999999 billion units of grand cosmos energy. His guidance was basically the mandate of heaven. The 2 of them experienced a groundbreaking increase in their cultivation. It was especially so for Yen Baoer. The 2 of them seemed to have discovered another world of cultivation as they listened to Huang Xiaolong. 5 days passed in an instant. In the Heavenly Frost Palace, Chen Baolai reported everything related to Huang Xiaolong and Mu Shuihan. When Zhao Qi heard that they have been hiding in the Shushan Immortal Gate for the past few days, he was livid. Seems like they don't plan to surrender themselves. Chen Baolai continued, Lord, do you want us to head over to capture them? A cold light flashed through Zhao Qi's eyes. Send 1,000,000 heavenly troops over to surround them. Kill any disciple who dares to venture out of the mountain. I want all of them to experience the feeling of death hovering over their heads. They will learn how to feel despair. As for Huang Xiaolong and Mu Shuihan, I will head over to personally kill them after the ceremony ends. Yes, Lord Zhao. Chun Baolai bowed respectfully before contacting the troops garrisoned in the Heavenly Dragon City, and those around them to head towards the Shushan Immortal Gate. Of course, their movement attracted the attention of the various powers. In the northern Dragon City Lord Manor, Song Xianxia rejoiced when they heard the news. She spoke to Song Jipeng. "Father, there is great news. Lord Zhaoqi sent 1,000,000 heavenly troops to surround the Shushan Immortal Gate. Now no one can leave. They will be killed as long as they try to descend the mountain." Several days ago, Huang Xiaolong killed Lu Ming and the others. Song Jipeng and Song Qianqian were scared to the point where they kowtowed profusely to get Huang Xiaolong to forgive them. Now that Zhao Qi got 1,000,000 troops over to surround them, she was jumping for joy. Song Jipeng nodded and chuckled. "Huang Xiaolong and Mu Shuihan are trapped like a turtle in a jar. I heard that Lord Zhao Qi plans to personally head over to kill the two of them when the ceremony ends. According to our sources, he plans to make their lives a living hell." When the troops arrived, the disciples of the Shushan Immortal Gate were terrified. Wang Lin quickly reported the matter to Huang Xiaolong. "Oh, they sealed the mountain and plan on killing anyone who tries to leave." A sneer appeared on Huang Xiaolong's lips. "I plan to let Zhao Qi complete his ceremony peacefully. Since he feels like dying soon, I'll fulfill his wish." Getting to his feet, Huang Xiaolong said, "All right, let's go. Watch how I slay 1,000,000 heavenly troops." Slay 1,000,000 heavenly troops. Wang Lin and Mu Shuihan felt their legs going soft after hearing what he said. Chun Qiu was an immortal king, but he wasn't part of the heavenly court. They could kill him as they liked. However, once they killed the heavenly troops, they would be declaring war on the heavenly court. Since the new heavenly court was established, no one dared to kill the members related to them. When the two of them were planning to dissuade Huang Xiaolong, the scene before them changed. They arrived above the mountain, and they saw swathes of heavenly troops guarding the entrance. Looking at the troops who were camping at the entrance, Huang Xiaolong took a single step out and arrived before them. He was surrounded instantly. Staring at them, Huang Xiaolong muttered with indifference, "Everyone who doesn't wish to die should get out of my sight now. Otherwise, I'll kill you all with a wave of my hand." "Kill us all?" One of the generals roared with laughter. "Do you really think you're some kind of big shot? I'm so scared of you. Ha ha ha. Brat, kill us if you dare. We're standing right here." The heavenly troops around started to laugh. Huang Xiaolong pinched the air before him, and the general exploded into a blood mist. Not even his essence soul managed to escape. The laughter stopped instantly, and everyone stared at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. The general was someone who had reached the immortal venerable realm. He might only be a first-level immortal venerable, but he was killed by the other party with a single gesture. That's Huang Xiaolong. He's the one who killed Chun Qiu. The heavenly troops around him took several steps back in retreat. Those who planned on killing him shrunk backwards, and a huge empty space formed around Huang Xiaolong and the other troops. "What's going on?" The other generals quickly turned to look at Huang Xiaolong when they noticed the commotion. "Lord Chao Kuan, it's him. He killed General Chun Fengrui," one of the soldiers mentioned as he pointed at Huang Xiaolong. Chao Kuan was one of the highest leaders among the 1,000,000 troops that arrived. He was coincidentally the strongest expert present, at the 7th level immortal venerable realm. "What?" Chao Kuan's expression changed. Since the establishment of the new heavenly court, that was the first time a member of the heavenly troops was killed. With the death of a general at the immortal venerable realm, even the celestial emperor would be alerted. "Are you Huang Xiaolong?" Chao Kuan glared at Huang Xiaolong. "Huang Xiaolong, you're too arrogant. Do you know the sin of killing someone of the heavenly court? Do you know that your entire family would suffer from lightning judgment? Lightning judgment. They would be tied to the heavenly platform before they were struck by lightning. They wouldn't die from a single strike, but they would suffer 10,000 strikes. When that happened, their skin would be fried and they would be burned to a crisp. Only then would they be allowed to die. The lightning judgment was one of the cruelest ways of torture. It was even more painful than if one was burned by pill flames. Lightning judgment? Huang Xiaolong remained impassive. Since I've already sinned, why not go all the way? The punishment will remain the same either way. I'll just kill all of you while I'm at it. The faces of Chao Kuan and the others changed. Narrowing his eyes, Chao Kuan roared, Huang Xiaolong, who do you think you are? Do you think you're the Monkey King of the current generation? In the past, the heavenly court had surrounded Peach Mountain and blood had flowed like a river. The number of generals who died at the hands of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, was countless. Everyone, listen to me. Arrange the formations and slay the man, Chao Kuan roared. They formed their ranks before charging at Huang Xiaolong. From afar, the entire army moved as one. They turned into a golden river that swept towards Huang Xiaolong. In an instant they arrived. The strength of a single soldier might be negligible, but the power of thousands was shocking. When 1,000,000 of them joined hands, the power they possessed was terrifying. The faces of Mu Shuihan and the others turned pale when they saw the golden river charging at Huang Xiaolong. Right before they could slam into him, Huang Xiaolong casually stretched his right arm forward. Raising his palm, the entire river stopped. 1,000,000 soldiers felt as though the space around them was locked into place as they couldn't move a single muscle. A blue light emerged from Huang Xiaolong's arm as it froze the golden river. 1,000,000 troops turned into ice statues in the blink of an eye. Flicking his finger once, a ball of flame landed on the ice river, turning it into a bed of flames. Under the terrified gaze of Chao Kuan and several other experts who didn't join in the charge, the entire army was burned to nothingness. Not even the artifacts in their hands managed to survive. You! Chao Kuan gasped in shock. He exterminated 1,000,000 heavenly troops with a wave of his hand. Literally. Didn't Lord Zhaoqi say that Huang Xiaolong was at the peak of the immortal venerable realm? How in the world could someone at that level show off such terrifying strength? Now it's your turn. Huang Xiaolong turned to Chao Kuan and said. When they wanted to run, several rays of black light pierced through their bodies. Even if the Celestial Emperor came, he wouldn't be able to escape the moment Huang Xiaolong decided to kill him. How could Chao Kuan and the others escape? Their bodies froze and they turned to look at the hole in their chests. The hole slowly expanded as it caused their bodies to rot. Turning into a black mist, Chao Kuan and the others dispersed in the wind. Poison. It was the final thought Chao Kuan and the others had. After killing Chao Kuan and the others, Huang Xiaolong turned to Mu Shuihan. Clean up the scene. We'll head over to the Heavenly Frost Palace in a bit. Taking a single step, Huang Xiaolong disappeared from their sight. Mu Shuihan and Wang Lin stared at the empty space before them with their mouths agape. Founder, did Senior Huang really kill 1,000,000 heavenly troops? Wang Lin asked. He also dealt with Chao Kuan and several other heavenly generals. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Mu Shuihan muttered. He was thinking about the consequences of angering the heavenly court now that they offended them. When Huang Xiaolong planned to head towards Heavenly Frost Palace, the news started to spread. What? All 1,000,000 troops were killed. Song Jipeng jumped in fright. Yes, even Chao Kuan and the other heavenly generals were slain. Manager Li of the City Lord Manor stammered. Huang Xiaolong seemed to have killed them alone. A festive atmosphere filled the Heavenly Frost Palace as the world trembled at the news. Zhaoqi welcomed experts from various continents. Even though there were several days till the start of the ceremony, many people had already arrived. Of course, those who could enter the palace to be personally welcomed by Zhaoqi were people of considerable status. Immortal Emperor Yang Kai of the Western Nyoha continent has arrived. A disciple yelled from outside the gates. Those in the main hall broke out into discussions. Immortal Emperor Yang Kai of the Western Nyoha continent. He was the disciple the Maitreya Buddha ancestor was the proudest of. His reputation shook the 5 continents, and he entered the Immortal Emperor realm 100,000 years ago. No one expected him to appear at Zhaoqi's ceremony. General Zhaoqi is pretty awesome, someone cried. Zhaoqi roared with laughter when he heard Yang Kai's name. He got to his feet and walked towards the entrance. Everyone, Please follow me out to welcome Immortal Emperor Xianxia. Of course. The founders and experts present got to their feet as they left the main hall. When they arrived at the entrance, they saw a golden-robed young man walking towards them under the escort of various disciples. He held a golden scepter in his hands. Xiaoqi cupped his fists as he roared with laughter. "Brother Xianxia, it's an honor." Chuckling happily, Xianxia returned the greeting. "Brother Xiaoqi is too kind. It's definitely time for celebration now that Brother Xiaoqi entered the Immortal Emperor realm. It's a happy occasion for the immortal world. How can I be absent from such an important event?" The two of them laughed happily. Those standing around joined in the laughter as they offered their greetings. All the founding ancestors and experts present might be monstrous presences in their own right, but they lowered their heads when speaking to Xianxia. With a grand welcome from Xiaoqi and the various experts, Xianxia entered the main hall. He was arranged a seat higher than Xiaoqi. "Brother Xianxia, please enjoy the spiritual dragon wine I prepared. It's something I keep for grand occasions." With his eyes lighting up, Xianxia chuckled. "I've long since heard of your famous spiritual dragon wine. Who would have thought that I would get to enjoy it today? This wasn't a wasted trip." Laughter filled the hall. All of a sudden, Chun Baolai rushed into the hall all flustered. He didn't care about Xianxia's presence as he rushed over to Xiaoqi. In a terrified voice, he stuttered, "Lord Xiaoqi, the troops, they were killed. All of them are dead." The entire hall fell into complete silence. Everyone frowned in surprise. How could heavenly troops die like that? Who in their right mind would kill people related to the heavenly court? Even Xiaoqi didn't think that he was talking about the troops that were sent to the Shushan Immortal Gate. "What are you talking about? Lord Xiaoqi, the troops you sent to the Shushan Immortal Gate. All 1 million of them have been killed." Chun Baolai gasped for breath. "What did you say?" The cup in Xiaoqi's hand fell to the ground as he widened his eyes in shock. Immortal Emperor Xianxia was equally as surprised. "What about General Chao Kuan and the others?" Yelling in panic, Xiaoqi jumped to his feet. General Chao Kuan and the others were killed. Not a single one managed to escape. Xiaoqi felt his brain buzzing as he fell back into his seat. The founding ancestors of their respective factions and the experts present sucked in a cold breath. Even Xianxia frowned at the news. Everyone knew that Xiaoqi had ordered 1 million troops to surround the Shushan Immortal Gate. They also knew that the army would kill anyone who tried to leave the mountain. However, they never expected the entire army to be decimated. "Did Huang Xiaolong kill them?" Xiaoqi asked in disbelief. "Wasn't he just a high-level immortal venerable?" "Yes, Huang Xiaolong killed them alone," Chun Baolai replied. "How dare Huang Xiaolong do this?" Xianxia snorted. "He committed a heavenly sin by killing 1 million heavenly troops. Not even a holy being will be able to save him." One of the present founding ancestors harumphed. "That's right. He deserves death if he dares to kill a single heavenly soldier. Now, he killed 1 million of them along with several generals. We should join hands and send a devil like him to the depths of hell. He shall never be allowed to reincarnate." The person who spoke was the founding ancestor of the southern Jianbu continent's extreme star sect. He was someone who had been famous for a long time, and his reputation was considerable. "That's right. We should banish them to the deepest part of hell," another founder yelled. "Look into his family and dig out everyone related to him. All of them will have to die." In an instant, Huang Xiaolong became the topic of discussion. Recovering, Xiaoqi growled, "I will meet the Celestial Emperor tomorrow. I will request for all 4 heavenly kings to make a move. We will end him once and for all." The 4 heavenly kings were Dhritarashtra, Virudika, Virupaksha, and Vaisravana. They were the experts who protected the 4 continents, and all of them had been an immortal emperor since ancient times. When they joined hands, not many immortal emperors could be their opponents. "When the time comes, I shall meet His Majesty with Brother Xiaoqi," Xianxia said. "There's no need for all of you to go anywhere." A voice rang through the skies before Xiaoqi could say anything else. Everyone stared at the source of the voice in shock. When Xiaoqi and the others finally focused their sights, they saw that a figure had appeared at the entrance. It was the body of a young man, and he was clad in a weird Dao robe. There were runes inscribed on it that confused Xiaoqi and the others. A weird aura surrounded him as he stood there, unwavering. Are you Huang Xiaolong? A terrifying thought flashed through Xiaoqi's mind and he gasped. If he had met Huang Xiaolong an hour ago, he wouldn't have been as afraid. However, the news of his annihilated troops got to him. Now, the look in his eyes changed when he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Yang Kai frowned and snapped, Huang Xiaolong? How could Huang Xiaolong be at the Heavenly Frost Palace? Everyone who was seated in the hall jumped in fright. They retreated to the corner of the hall as they huddled together. It was as though they would be safer if they did that. Huang Xiaolong swept his gaze across the entire hall before finally settling on Xiaoqi. Seems like I've interrupted your banquet. Sucking in a cold breath, Xiaoqi's face sank. Huang Xiaolong, what do you want? I want to kill you, Huang Xiaolong muttered. As though taking Xiaoqi's life was nothing special, the faces of everyone changed. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes as he glared at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, who do you think you are? Do you know the consequences of killing a great general of the heavenly court? Huang Xiaolong ignored him as he walked towards Xiaoqi. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong dared to ignore him, the scepter in his hands shot outwards. In an instant, brilliant gold light filled the hall. They turned into a mini golden sun that suppressed everyone. It contained extremely condensed Buddhist energy, and anyone who was trapped in the light would be unable to move a single muscle. Seeing as Yang Kai made his move, everyone in the hall heaved a sigh of relief. Since he became an immortal emperor 100,000 years ago, Yang Kai's strength was unfathomable. Moreover, Yang Kai's arts were extremely powerful. Cultivators of the same realm would be unable to fight back if they were affected. Even as a second-level immortal emperor, he could fight third-level immortal emperors if he pushed himself to the limit. However, Huang Xiaolong was in a whole other league. Raising his hand slightly, Huang Xiaolong pointed casually at Yang Kai. The latter was sent flying, and when he landed, there weren't any signs of life left in his body. When everyone turned to look at him, they saw a hole between his eyebrows. Everyone was stunned when they looked at Yang Kai's corpse. Immortal Emperor Yang Kai was killed just like that. If Chun Qiu was the youngest and most talented immortal king in the Dongxing continent, Yang Kai would be the youngest and most talented immortal king in the 5 continents. Their statuses couldn't even be compared to each other. Now, Huang Xiaolong killed both of them. Chun Qiu's death might enrage Xiaoqi, but Yang Kai's death would cause the entire western region to break out into chaos. When they thought about the monstrous presence of the Buddhist factions in the west, everyone found it hard to breathe. Xiaoqi looked at Yang Kai's corpse and laughed maniacally. Huang Xiaolong, how dare you kill brother Yang Kai? You're dead. No one will be able to save you. Reaching out, Huang Xiaolong grabbed Xiaoqi by the neck. It's not something you have to worry about. Right now. Do you think anyone will be able to save you? As he tightened his grip, Xiaoqi's eyes started to bulge and a sense of fear he had never felt before in his life filled his mind. However, he roared with laughter in the next moment. Huang Xiaolong, the heavenly court has a type of secret art that will allow me to rebuild my body and condense my divine spirit again. You will never be able to kill me. Huang Xiaolong sneered. I'll have to disappoint you. Those who are killed by me will never be able to come back to life. Panicking, Xiaoqi tried to suppress the fear in his heart as he mocked. Do you really think I'll believe you? Squeezing Xiaoqi until he exploded, Huang Xiaolong used a trace of flame to burn his body to ashes. It doesn't matter if you believe me. Anyway, I didn't lie to you. Of course, he didn't. How could the special art of a lower world possibly reverse the death of someone Huang Xiaolong set out to kill? As everyone in the hall turned to look at each other, they fell to their knees in fright. Huang Xiaolong ignored all of them as he left the Heavenly Frost Palace with a single step. When he finally left, everyone in the hall fell to their butts. They looked at Yang Kai's corpse and noticed that there wasn't any blood flowing from the hole in his forehead. Is the immortal world about to go into battle again? Chun Tianxing, the founding ancestor of the extreme star sect, muttered to himself. Since the ancient heavenly court was exterminated, there had been peace for several tens of thousands of years. Now that Zhao Qi and Yang Kai were killed, it seemed as though the heavenly court and the Western Buddhist factions would be stepping in. The instant Huang Xiaolong returned to the Shushan Immortal Gate, the news of Yang Kai's death started to spread. It was as though a rock was thrown into the peaceful waters of the immortal world. Zhao Qi was killed. Song Jipeng jumped in fright when he heard the news. Yes, City Lord Song, one of the attendants replied. According to the accounts there, Yang Kai made a move on Huang Xiaolong in an attempt to stop him, and he was killed too. Song Qianxian stared at the attendant in a daze. It was as though her soul had left her body. Song Jipeng looked towards the skies with his thoughts in turmoil. That was the first time an immortal emperor fell since the establishment of the new heavenly court. Moreover, 2 of them were killed at the same time. One of them was a great general of the heavenly court, and another was a treasured disciple of the Western Buddhist factions. Yang Kai wasn't just the disciple of the Maitreya Buddhist ancestor, but he was also one of the most important disciples they had. His position in the faction wasn't low at all. When Mu Shuihan and the others received the news, they stared at Huang Xiaolong with their mouths agape. Senior Huang, Mu Shuihan felt the world spinning around him. Relax. With me around, nothing can hurt you guys. Even if the 2 super factions descended, they won't be able to touch the Shushan Immortal Gate, Huang Xiaolong reassured. Bowing respectfully, Mu Shuihan sighed. Is there any news about the 3 other people? Not yet. Mu Shuihan shook his head. Should we contact them and ask them to hurry up? There's no need for that. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. Even though he wanted to discover their whereabouts, there were some things he couldn't hurry no matter how hard he tried. With the temptation of the Great Tao Pill, Huang Xiaolong was sure they would do everything in their power to hasten the search. For days passed in a flash. The thing that surprised the immortal world was that the heavenly court and the Western Buddhist faction remained quiet during the time that passed. It was as though they didn't care about the deaths of the 2 experts. However, several immortal emperors who were well connected could feel the undercurrents surging. A terrifying hurricane was building up, and it would sweep through the 5 continents the moment it blew up. Many of them started to pass down orders to their disciples in order to keep them away from the storm. When there was 1 day left until the deadline Huang Xiaolong set for the Holy Pavilion, the main pavilion master Wang Xinyang paid a personal visit to Huang Xiaolong. The only person he brought with him was Du Guang. They were there to report the whereabouts of the 3 ladies Huang Xiaolong was looking for. Oh? The Tortoise Spirit Goddess and Wudong Goddess are currently in the Goblin Mountain in the north. Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. However, a frown soon formed on his face. And you can't find the Golden Spirit Goddess. The Goblin Mountain was the holy ground of the demonic races. Not even immortal emperors would dare to intrude on their territory. Of course, that wouldn't be a problem for Huang Xiaolong. If he wanted to go somewhere, nothing would be able to stop him as long as Pangu wasn't the one who set up the restrictions. The only problem was the fact that they had no idea where the Golden Spirit Goddess was. The Queen Mother of the West would be holding a gathering in a month. It's the gathering of the immortal peaches, and almost every single expert would be present. The Golden Spirit Goddess appeared every time, and she will most likely turn up this time too. Wang Xinyang replied respectfully. Oh! A flash of light lit up Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Will all 4 of them be present for the gathering? Wang Xinyang bowed. Yes. The gathering of the immortal peaches is an important event in all 3 worlds. Everyone invited by the Queen Mother of the West will definitely show up. That's not all. Even the emperors in the heavenly court and the Buddhas of the West will definitely show up. Holy Maiden Yuhua used to show up every time, but no one knows if she will come for sure. Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly before asking Wang Xinyang several other questions. Next, he handed the Great Tao Pill over as payment for their services. When Wang Xinyang received the pill, he couldn't help but kowtow towards Huang Xiaolong. Before he left, he tried to warn Huang Xiaolong. Senior Huang, I received news that the Western factions and the Heavenly Court plan to join hands to deal with you at the gathering. That is because the Emperor of the Heavenly Court and Buddha Rulai don't wish to see another war happening in the immortal world. As such, they want to deal with you quickly in order to please the Queen Mother of the West. Huang Xiaolong glanced at Wang Xinyang and muttered, "All right." Bowing respectfully, Wang Xinyang took his leave. When he left the Shushan Immortal Gate, he felt his clothes drenched in a cold sweat. Even when he met the various experts in the other factions, he never felt as threatened. Queen Mother of the West? Gathering of the Immortal Peaches. Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. Huang Xiaolong knew about the Queen Mother of the West. In the Pangu world, her legends were everywhere. Like Holy Maiden Yuhua, their statuses were known to be second only to Hong Jun. As such, even Buddha Rulai and the others would have to lower their heads when talking to her. As for the Emperor of the Heavenly Court, he was considered a junior even to Buddha Rulai. Even though the Myriad Treasures Tao Master, Golden Spirit Goddess, Tortoise Spirit Goddess, and the Wudong Goddess should be present during the gathering, Huang Xiaolong planned to track down the Myriad Treasures Tao Master. There was still a month before the gathering. Huang Xiaolong wondered if he could get the locations of the 3 women from the Myriad Treasures Tao Master. Since he had nothing better to do, it wouldn't hurt if he did something. If he could obtain the location of the heaven-piercing sage, that would be great. Senior Huang, are you really planning to go to the Western Nyoha continent? Mu Shuihan was stunned when he heard the news. He thought that Huang Xiaolong only planned to leave after the gathering of the Immortal Peaches. Yeah, I'll leave in a bit. As the distance between the Dongxing God continent and the Western Nyoha continent was the shortest out of the other continents, Huang Xiaolong planned to head there first. As for the northern Julu continent, it was the furthest. He would head over to look for the Myriad Treasures Tao Master before the 2 goddesses. Relax. Before I leave, I will lay down a formation. As long as you remain within the formation, no harm will befall you. Huang Xiaolong understood their concerns. Even if Mu Shuihan didn't say anything, Huang Xiaolong was already planning to lay down the formation. A look of joy appeared on Mu Shuihan's face as he thanked Huang Xiaolong profusely. All right, get up. Huang Xiaolong got to his feet too. Let's go. You should watch me carefully when I lay down the formation. You might be able to discover many things. Naturally, it was extremely effective for anyone to watch Huang Xiaolong at work. After all, he had surpassed the god of formations level back in the Blazing Dragon world. Mu Shuihan thanked Huang Xiaolong once again. With a single step, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the top of the mountain. As he pointed at various locations around the air, the law of formations seemed to fuse with the Grand Tao laws. They surrounded the entire mountain in an instant. In order to let Mu Shuihan understand what he was doing, Huang Xiaolong's movements were extremely slow. He emphasized every move, and he seemed like someone writing calligraphy in the air. Half an hour passed and Huang Xiaolong finally stopped. Senior Huang, is the formation done? Mu Shuihan couldn't help but ask when he saw that Huang Xiaolong had already stopped. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Even if every single sage worked together, they wouldn't be able to do a thing to the Shushan Immortal Gate. In fact, even if the combined Tao ancestor arrived, he wouldn't be able to cause the protective barrier to tremble. However, Huang Xiaolong didn't tell Mu Shuihan that. With his current understanding of the art of formations, any random formation he laid down contained a terrifying amount of power. No ordinary combined Tao ancestor would be able to shatter it. Mu Shuihan felt the world spinning around him when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Several moments later, Huang Xiaolong saw Yen Bauer and Lu Huang. He rubbed Yen Bauer's head affectionately and chuckled. Remember to cultivate diligently. Under the respectful gazes of Mu Shuihan and the other experts of the Shushan Immortal Gate, Huang Xiaolong left. His figure disappeared on the horizon in an instant. When he left, Huang Xiaolong didn't stop. He left the Dongxing God continent in a single day as he entered the Western Nyoha continent. As soon as he entered, Huang Xiaolong discovered a ton of people who cultivated the Buddhist arts. In the Dongxing God continent, he was barely able to find any. However, almost everyone in the Western Nyoha continent was a cultivator of the Buddhist arts. One could only imagine the influence of the Western Buddhist factions. The immortal world in the Pangu world was large. It was several times larger than the holy worlds in the Huanglong world. The size of the continents was extremely massive, and the Western Buddhist factions had to be terrifyingly strong if they could influence an entire continent. The reason the Heavenly Court Emperor was afraid of Buddha Rulai also had something to do with their influence. When Huang Xiaolong entered the continent, he left straight for the myriad Buddha world. There were countless Buddhist ancestors there, and all of them managed to open a heavenly kingdom on their own. The Maitreya Buddha's heavenly kingdom was called the Maitreya Buddha world, and he was dubbed the King of Buddhas as a result. Maitreya's position in the Western continent was extremely high, and he was comparable to Sakyamuni and Dipamkara. They were second only to Buddha Rulai. When Huang Xiaolong passed one of the immortal kingdoms, he noticed a huge group of cultivators rushing somewhere. It seemed as though they were rushing towards the myriad Buddha world, and Huang Xiaolong quickly stopped one of them to ask about the situation. The cultivator he stopped was extremely handsome, and he had a long sword hanging from his back. As he looked at Huang Xiaolong, he gasped in shock. "Dao friend, you don't seem to be native to the Western Nyoha continent." Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly. "It's no wonder. Today, the Golden Brow Arhat will be holding a lecture. It's an extremely rare opportunity for all of us. The Golden Brow Arhat barely leaves the myriad Buddha world, and everyone is rushing to hear his lecture." "Oh, Golden Brow Arhat." Huang Xiaolong felt his heart trembling slightly. "He seems to be a disciple of the Maitreya Buddha." The other party laughed. "Seems to be, my friend. The Golden Brow Arhat is the sixth disciple of the Maitreya Buddha. I heard that the Maitreya Buddha's favorite disciple, Xianxia, was slain by someone recently. I wonder who did it. They are really too damn crazy. Who would have thought that someone would be mad enough to kill a disciple of the Maitreya Buddha?" The warrior with a sword on his back shook his head slightly. "I killed Xianxia," Huang Xiaolong muttered. Staring at him in shock, the warrior with a sword on his back started to laugh. Patting Huang Xiaolong on the shoulders, he sighed. "Brother, you're a pretty interesting person. How can I address you?" It was clear he didn't believe anything Huang Xiaolong said. Indeed, no one would expect to run into a random guy on the street and believe that they had the ability to kill Immortal Emperor Xianxia. Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to hide his identity. "Brother Huang." Cupping his fists, the warrior introduced himself. "I am Eminent Elder Huang Xiaochun of the Azure Sword Immortal Gate." What a coincidence. There's only a single word difference in our names. Those who don't know might think that we are brothers. Huang Xiaochun. Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. A coincidence indeed. The world was too damn big, and Huang Xiaolong soon recovered from his shock. It wasn't weird for someone to possess the same name as him. "I wonder where Brother Huang is headed?" Huang Xiaochun asked. "I'm looking for someone in the myriad Buddha world." "Perfect. We can go together. Traveling with a friend is much better than traveling alone," Huang Xiaochun suggested. "Sure." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head slightly and chuckled. As there wouldn't be much distance to cover, he didn't mind traveling with Huang Xiaochun. "Who are you looking for?" Along the way, Huang Xiaochun asked. "I'm looking for the Myriad Treasures Tao Master." Staring at Huang Xiaolong in shock, he continued, "Don't tell me you're looking for the disciple of the heaven-piercing sage. Xianxia might be an immortal emperor and as the favorite disciple of the Maitreya Buddha." His name shook the 5 continents. However, the Myriad Treasures Tao Master was on a whole new level. The Myriad Treasures Tao Master was a disciple of the heaven-piercing sage. He fought in the ancient wars, and his name could strike fear into the hearts of many. Xianxia was a newbie when compared to him. Naturally, Xianxia's strength was like a baby's when compared to the Myriad Treasures Tao Master. Xianxia might be at the 2nd level Immortal Emperor realm, but he was a mere junior when compared to old experts like that. During the War of Ancient Times, the Myriad Treasures Tao Master was already at the high-level Immortal Emperor realm. Xianxia hadn't been accepted as a disciple of the Maitreya Buddha then. There weren't many people in the 5 continents who were unaware of the myriad treasures Tao Master. Huang Xiaolong chuckled slightly when he looked at Huang Xiaochun. That's exactly the guy I'm looking for. Doyen Huang Xiaochun of the Azure Sword Immortal Gate stared at Huang Xiaolong in stunned silence for a long time before breaking out into laughter. Is Brother Huang a big shot in the immortal world? I don't know if you will consider me a big shot, but even the sages would have to kneel in my presence. The number of immortals under me cannot be counted. In the Huanglong and Blazing Dragon world, it was true that Huang Xiaolong controlled countless experts. Even the number of Dao venerables was uncountable, much less those in the immortal realm. Huang Xiaochun roared with laughter the moment Huang Xiaolong spoke. Brother, you're too fucking funny. Did the myriad treasures Dao Master ascend to a holy being? Huang Xiaolong changed the topic all of a sudden. I have no idea. Huang Xiaochun shook his head. Many rumors are going around about the myriad treasures Dao Master, but no one can be sure of anything. Some say that he's half a step into the Ascension, and there are others who say that he has already attained enlightenment. Also, there are others who say that he's planning to convert himself to become a Buddha. No one is sure of what is going on right now. Huang Xiaochun dropped a bomb all of a sudden. Brother Huang, are you married? Huang Xiaolong stared at him with his eyebrows raised in confusion. I didn't mean it any other way. Huang Xiaochun shook his arms and laughed. Since we're fated to meet, I have a little sister that I wish to introduce you to. That was the first time Huang Xiaolong felt beads of cold sweat dripping down his forehead when he spoke about matters of marriage to someone else other than his mother. My little sister really causes us a lot of worry. You have no idea. My parents tried to matchmake her in the past, but she didn't like any of them. Huang Xiaochun sighed. She said that she likes men with a sense of humor. From what I can see, you're extremely suitable. Humorous. Huang Xiaolong chuckled slightly. Huang Xiaochun thought that he was messing around when he admitted to killing Yang Kai and possessing tons of subordinates. Laughing in amusement, the two of them continued to banter for 2 whole hours as they made their way over to the platform where the Golden Brow Arhat was giving the lecture. The platform was tens of thousands of feet tall, and it was surrounded by golden light. Experts were packed like sardines under the platform as they waited for him to start. There's quite a lot of people here, Huang Xiaolong muttered. Even if there weren't 100 million experts present, they should number in the upper tens of millions. It was bustling with activity. Huang Xiaochun nodded his head. Of course, Yang Kai might be the Maitreya Buddha's favorite disciple, but he cultivated for a short amount of time. The Golden Brow Arhat's Tao is way more intricate and pure than what Yang Kai understood. After all, he took part in the ancient war. During that war, countless experts were embroiled in battle. The entire immortal world was stained with blood. Many golden immortals, immortal kings, immortal venerables, and immortal emperors fell. Huang Xiaochun explained on and on as Huang Xiaolong stared straight at the platform. He looked at the entrance of the myriad Buddha world in interest. There were countless disciples guarding the entrance, and one needed to cross the platform where the Golden Brow Arhat planned to give his lecture. A ray of golden light emerged from the entrance of the myriad Buddha world, and it landed on the platform. A figure with dazzling golden eyebrows could be seen on the platform after the golden light faded. The person who appeared was precisely the Golden Brow Arhat. Those who were there to listen to his lecture fell to their knees as they cheered incessantly. Huang Xiaochun revealed a look of excitement as he yelled, "The Golden Brow Arhat is here!" He planned to kneel and he grabbed Huang Xiaolong. It was too bad he couldn't budge the man no matter how hard he tried. Huang Xiaolong remained standing with his arms clasped behind him. "Quick! Kneel!" Huang Xiaochun yelled. "Even if Buddha Rulai appears, he's not qualified to make me kneel," Huang Xiaolong muttered. Huang Xiaochun stared at Huang Xiaolong as panic started to set in. He couldn't understand if Huang Xiaolong was delusional or not. A ray of light emerged from the Golden Brow Arhat's eyes as he turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong. It was clear that he heard everything Huang Xiaolong said. "Preposterous! How dare you disrespect the almighty Buddha Rulai!" The Golden Brow Arhat roared. When everyone turned to look at Huang Xiaolong, they broke out into an uproar. Who the hell does he think he is? Get him out of our western Nyoha continent. That's letting him off too lightly. We cannot allow him to leave. Angry voices filled the skies. Almost every single cultivator in the western Nyoha continent cultivated the Buddhist arts. No one would stand for any disrespect to their greatest master. As the furious roars filled the skies, even the immortal kings in the audience screamed in rage. Not even an immortal king would be able to stand up to the backlash from the various experts in the crowd. What a shame Huang Xiaolong wasn't an existence they could shake no matter how hard they tried. With an expressionless face, Huang Xiaolong stepped into the air as he walked towards the platform. The audacity! Get down here right now! One of the immortal kings in the crowd sent a punch towards Huang Xiaolong when he saw the other party standing above his head. When his fist slammed into Huang Xiaolong's body, a terrifying force smashed into that immortal king's body as blood streamed from his lips. Everyone stared at him in shock. The golden brow Arhat was no exception. With his eyes focusing on Huang Xiaolong, Buddhist lights surrounded him. Like a flower, the golden rays bloomed as they charged straight into the 9 heavens. Tearing through space, the golden rays filled the space around him. Everyone couldn't help but chant the Buddhist mantra as the area around them turned into a holy kingdom. It was too bad their attempt to stop Huang Xiaolong couldn't slow him down for a second as he continued to walk towards the golden brow Arhat. Seeing how Huang Xiaolong wasn't affected, the golden brow Arhat gasped in shock. Even immortal emperors wouldn't be able to do what he did. When doubt flashed through the golden brow Arhat's eyes, Huang Xiaolong arrived on the platform. The golden brow Arhat jumped in fright when he saw Huang Xiaolong. Who are you? Retreating slightly, the golden brow Arhat moved towards the center of the platform. When he had constructed it in the past, he had laid down countless restrictions. The center of the platform was filled with the strongest ones. If he were to face an opponent slightly stronger than him, he was confident of winning. Huang Xiaolong saw through his intentions the moment he retreated. He casually spoke, "I'm Huang Xiaolong." The golden brow Arhat's body trembled in response. "What? You're Huang Xiaolong?" With anger rising in his heart, he roared, "You're the one who killed junior brother Yang Kai." The crowd went into an uproar in an instant. He's the one who killed immortal Emperor Yang Kai. How dare he come to our western Nyoha continent? As they screamed in anger, many of them spat out abuses at Huang Xiaolong. Without a doubt, all of them felt as though Huang Xiaolong was too arrogant. He dared to show himself in the myriad Buddha world even after killing the Maitreya Buddha's favorite disciple. He was clearly picking a fight with them. As for Huang Xiaochun, he nearly fainted when he heard what they said. He wasn't kidding when he said that he killed Yang Kai. Lord Golden Brow, kill him. Kill Huang Xiaolong. We cannot allow him to escape. Many experts standing under the platform roared with rage. When everyone was yelling, the golden brow Arhat made his move. Clapping his hands together, he circulated all his energy. With the power boost he was receiving from the platform, the golden light that emerged from his body managed to surround several other immortal kingdoms. Powerful Buddhist light poured out from the entrance of the myriad Buddha world as they lit up the platform. Since the platform was right outside the entrance of the myriad Buddha world, it was able to call upon the strength of the formations surrounding the myriad Buddha world. That was also the reason why the golden brow Arhat was confident of winning against experts at the peak of the late 9th level Immortal Emperor realm, even though he was only at the early 9th level Immortal Emperor realm. The brilliant rays of golden light shot towards Huang Xiaolong. It seemed to contain the power of a peak late 9th level Immortal Emperor realm expert, and Huang Xiaolong looked like he would be crushed by the strike. However, Huang Xiaolong didn't move a muscle as he took the attack head-on. Bang! As it slammed into Huang Xiaolong, everyone cheered. The golden brow Arhat frowned when he realized that Huang Xiaolong didn't use anything to defend himself from the deadly attack. However, he soon sneered in his heart. No matter how strong the other party was, they would be seriously injured after that. When the golden light finally faded, the golden brow Arhat widened his eyes in shock. Huang Xiaolong stood in his usual spot, completely unaffected by the blast. The cheers coming from the various experts under the platform stopped in an instant. Taking several steps forward, Huang Xiaolong walked towards the golden brow Arhat. No, this is impossible. Even an expert at the peak of the late 9th level Immortal Emperor realm couldn't escape unscathed from the strike. Just recently, he fought with a devil at the peak late 9th level Immortal Emperor realm and forced the other party back with the help of the restrictions around the platform. You? A terrifying thought flashed through his mind and his expression changed. You're a holy being. Holy being. The faces of everyone changed. Those who ascended past the Immortal Emperor realm would be known as sages. They were holy beings who attained enlightenment. According to the legends, sages could transcend the reincarnation cycle. No one could kill them. If an immortal emperor was akin to a god in the immortal world, a holy being would be a peerless monster who could cause the immortal world to tremble with a stomp of their feet. From the start of time, there had been a single phrase that was passed down. Anyone under the sage realm was an ant. Attaining enlightenment was something that countless warriors dreamed of. However, the number of people who managed to do so was too few. Even in the ancient war, there were too few sages. After the ancient war, sages no longer appeared in the world. As such, the Golden Brow Arhat didn't think that Huang Xiaolong was an expert in the sage realm. Sage! Huang Xiaolong looked at the Golden Brow Arhat's surprised expression and chuckled. He raised his hand to send the man flying towards the entrance of the myriad Buddha world. With another step, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the entrance. Lord Arhat! The disciples who were guarding the entrance yelled in shock as they looked at the Golden Brow Arhat. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand to freeze the space around the countless number of disciples rushing towards him. Body freezing art! The Golden Brow Arhat screamed in surprise. It wasn't anything special if Huang Xiaolong had locked one or two people in place, but he managed to seal off tens of thousands of disciples. Huang Xiaolong walked towards the Golden Brow Arhat once again and asked, I heard that the Myriad Treasures Tao Master is currently in your Myriad Buddha world. Myriad Treasures Tao Master? Is Huang Xiaolong here to look for the Myriad Treasures Tao Master? He couldn't comprehend what was happening. After Huang Xiaolong killed Yang Kai, did he trespass into the Western Nyoha continent to look for the Myriad Treasures Tao Master? That's right, Huang Xiaolong muttered. Huang Xiaolong, even if you reach the sage realm, you will definitely die a miserable death now that you have offended our Western Buddhist factions. The Golden Brow Arhat's expression sank, and he threatened. No, you're getting something wrong here. The Western Buddhist factions better not piss me off. Otherwise, I'll crush all of you with a wave of my arm. Huang Xiaolong snickered, bursting out into angry laughter. The Golden Brow Arhat snorted. Huang Xiaolong, who do you think you are? You're just a sage. My master won't even have to appear to deal with you. Any random Buddhist ancestor will be able to send you to the depths of hell. Do you know the Monkey King? Even he couldn't stand up to one of us. He has been sealed under the Five-Finger Mountain all these years, and no one knows if he's still alive. Your end will be worse than Sun Wukong. Not even his master dares to plead with our Buddha ancestor. Do you really think you can win? Huang Xiaolong sighed. Do I look like Sun Wukong to you? He dragged the Golden Brow Arhat over before searching his soul. It didn't take long for him to learn everything. From what he learned, the Myriad Treasures Tao Master left the Myriad Buddha world several years ago. Even the Maitreya Buddha wasn't present. The two of them left with each other, and not even the Golden Brow Arhat knew where they went. What did you do to me? Snapping back to reality, the Golden Brow Arhat roared with rage. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother with him, as he sealed the Buddhist energy in his body before throwing him into the sun-moon furnace. He suppressed the Golden Brow Arhat with all the Tao ancestors there. Even though he knew that the Myriad Treasures Tao Master was no longer present in the Myriad Buddha world, Huang Xiaolong decided to take a trip into the world. There were countless Buddhist kingdoms in the Myriad Buddha world, and there were even several experts at the peak of the late 9th level Immortal Emperor realm. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single expert at the Sage realm. The Maitreya Buddha was the strongest expert there, and there should be countless experts under him. There should be several Sage Realm experts too. But they didn't live in the Myriad Buddha world. Huang Xiaolong took a trip around and searched for the Myriad Treasures Dao Master with his 3 Dao souls. When he was sure that the person he was searching for wasn't around, he left. When he emerged from the entrance of the Myriad Buddha world, he could see that the crowd had yet to disperse. He looked at Huang Xiaochun in the crowd and nodded slightly. Huang Xiaochun stared at him with a terrified expression. He didn't know how to react. With a single step, Huang Xiaolong disappeared into thin air. Now that he was done with the Western Nyoha continent, it was time to head over to the Goblin Mountain. It didn't take long for the news of Huang Xiaolong's assault to spread. The fact that he kidnapped the Golden Brow Arhat shook the Western Nyoha continent. Moreover, the fact that Huang Xiaolong might be in the Sage Realm filled the ears of everyone in the West. The part about him killing Yang Kai and kidnapping the Golden Brow Arhat seemed insignificant to the fact that he might be a sage. The entire immortal world trembled at the news. There's no way Huang Xiaolong is already a sage. The Golden Brow Arhat is a 9th-level immortal emperor. He was using the platform to do battle, and Huang Xiaolong shouldn't have been able to do a thing to him if he hadn't entered the Sage Realm. Not to mention the fact that he could abduct the Golden Brow Arhat without killing him. Since the ancient war, sages would hardly appear in the world. Moreover, no one heard anything about Huang Xiaolong becoming a sage. That's bullshit. Huang Xiaolong cannot be a sage. Moreover, no one has ever heard of him. Everyone started throwing guesses around. Huang Xiaolong could remain anonymous when he killed Yang Kai, but now that his cultivation base was suspected to be at the Sage Realm, countless superpowers started to look into his identity. Another piece of news shook the world when they did. Huang Xiaolong is an expert of the heavenless devil race. Waves crashed against the peaceful shores of the immortal world. What? How can he be part of the heavenless devil race? Yeah, he's an innate devil ancestor. He came to existence after the origin devil Qi gained consciousness, and he's said to be an expert only under the heavenless devil ancestor. For a devil to attain enlightenment, it's no wonder he's so strong. That explains his cruel methods, and only devils like him would be able to kill 1,000,000 heavenly troops without batting an eyelid. But, didn't they say that he ascended from Earth? Why is he the innate devil ancestor? Are you stupid? He definitely made up the story about his ascension. Is there anyone who can verify that he came from Earth? Mu Shuihan heard his side of the story, and he definitely did it in order to hide his true identity. Huang Xiaolong's identity as the innate devil ancestor started to spread across the immortal world instantly. Caused an uproar, and there were even some people who said that Huang Xiaolong's appearance was a part of a grand conspiracy by the devil race. The grudges Huang Xiaolong had against Yang Kai and the others turned into an offense against the entire immortal world. One had to know that since the start of time, the immortal world had been at odds with the devil race. The number of wars waged between the two factions caused the death of countless experts. Huang Xiaolong heard the rumors before he even reached the north. Looks like someone is deliberately spreading this shit about me. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. The rumors were most likely made up by the members of the devil race. After all, they were afraid of a terrifying presence like him gaining power among the human race. As such, they planned to use the humans to get rid of him before he could pose a threat to them. Huang Xiaolong looked down at the ice rhino carrying him around. He had casually picked it up along the way, and it was a great beast to use as a mount. It wasn't too strong, and it was only at the peak of the late 9th level Immortal Emperor realm. Of course, Huang Xiaolong didn't care much about its strength since it was merely a mount. The ice rhino was pretty amazing for the standard of a beast in the immortal world. It was the first batch of demonic beasts that came after the beasts born during the creation of the world, and it didn't receive the teachings of others. That resulted in its slow cultivation, and it had been stuck at the peak of the late 9th level Immortal Emperor realm. Your Highness, are we really going to Goblin Mountain? The beast asked in shock. What about it? Am I not allowed to? Huang Xiaolong asked casually. Shaking its head, the ice rhino explained, Not really. However, Goblin Mountain was sealed a long time ago. As long as anyone enters 100 million miles of the mountain, They would be hunted down by the demon kings residing there. Huang Xiaolong snorted lightly. He had long since heard about that. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong wasn't taking it seriously, the ice rhino continued, I heard that the sealing of the Goblin Mountain is a holy decree given by Goddess Nuwa. Oh, that was news to him. Why would she give such an order? Huang Xiaolong asked. I have no idea. The ice rhino shook his head. There are some who say that it has something to do with the Zhou king. The Zhou king of the Shang dynasty? Huang Xiaolong felt his heart trembling slightly. The Shang dynasty was one of the ancient dynasties in the immortal world. It was as strong as the current heavenly court, and even experts like Huang Feihu Zhou and the god of lightning were his subordinates. However, the Shang dynasty was exterminated before the current heavenly court was established. Yes, that's him. The Zhou king is really lecherous. He dares to pine for Goddess Nuwa even after the Shang dynasty's extermination. The reason the Shang dynasty was exterminated was also because of the Zhou king's lust for Nuwa. The Zhou king isn't dead? Huang Xiaolong asked. No. It was said that a peerless expert saved him in the past before taking him in as a disciple. The ice rhino explained. Now, he's back stronger than ever, and he enters the Goblin Mountain, occasionally to pester Goddess Nuwa. He was saved. Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. Yes, some say that he was saved by the continent-suppressing Dao monarch. Others say that he was saved by great immortal Yang Mei. As such, not even Goddess Nuwa dares to kill him. If he really was saved by great immortal Yang Mei, I'm afraid no one in the immortal world would dare to touch him. Great immortal Yang Mei? Huang Xiaolong frowned. Is there really someone like that? His father, Huang Long, and his master, the Blazing Dragon, didn't say anything about great immortal Yang Mei. According to the legends on Earth, Yang Mei was an expert no weaker than Hong Jun. After his interaction with the old dragon back in the Blazing Dragon world, Huang Xiaolong thought that great immortal Yang Mei was a legend. There should be someone called Yang Mei. The ice rhino sighed. However, the number of times he has shown himself since the start of time can probably be counted on 2 hands. Not many people know of his existence, but the heaven-piercing sage Lao Zi and the others at their level saw great immortal Yang Mei and Hong Jun exchanging pointers in the past. Oh? Did they say who won? Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but ask. No, they didn't. However, everyone guessed that great immortal Yang Mei was the winner. That was probably why they didn't want to reveal the results of the battle. The ice rhino chuckled. However, there are also other people who said that great immortal Yang Mei isn't someone from our Pangu world. Huang Xiaolong was shocked. Yes, he seems to be from the excessive darkness, or something along those lines. The ice rhino muttered. The excessive darkness world. Huang Xiaolong gasped. Yes, that's the one. The ice rhino nodded quickly. Your Highness, do you know of the existence of the excessive darkness world? Of course I do. A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. He even killed the son of creation of the excessive darkness world, Fu Luosan. Now, Fu Luosan's Dao soul was still suppressed in the world of departed souls. Your Highness, have you been there? A light lit up in the ice rhino's eyes. Shaking his head slowly, Huang Xiaolong sighed. No. Even though he managed to destroy the entire entourage of experts in the world of departed souls, he hadn't gone to the excessive darkness world. I wonder how the world is outside this place. The ice rhino sighed. I heard that the universe is vast. There are many worlds like our Pangu world out there. As Pangu lured over the universal storm to surround the Pangu world before he left, he successfully protected the world from outsiders. However, that also resulted in the world being isolated from the others. Everyone in the Pangu world was like a prisoner. Other than experts like Hong Jun, no one would be able to see the outside world. As such, they could only hear about the rest of the universe from people at their level. Yeah, there are nearly 30 of such worlds. Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to hide anything, and he muttered casually. 30? The ice rhino cried out in fright. Aren't there only slightly more than 10 of them? Slightly more than 10? Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Who did you hear that from? I heard it from some of my friends. Your friends probably heard it from their friends too. Huang Xiaolong laughed as the ice rhino lowered his head in embarrassment. If you wish to leave the Pangu world in the future, I'll bring you along. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but think of the little cow back in the Huanglong world. Really? In the 5 continents of the immortal world, the west was filled with the teachings of Buddha. The north was the haven for the demons, and Huang Xiaolong saw tons of demonic cultivators along his way. However, the ice rhino was pretty famous in the area, and even though they ran into a lot of cultivators along the way, no one wanted to mess with Huang Xiaolong. One could say that the ice rhino was even more well-respected in the north than in the west. In terms of strength, the rhino was much stronger than the golden brow arhat. In terms of seniority, the ice rhino was part of the batch of beasts born after the creation of the world. He could be considered the golden brow arhat's senior. As such, those who dared to disrespect the rhino could probably be counted on one hand. Nothing noteworthy happened along the way, and they soon arrived at Goblin Mountain. The closer they got, the more experts they ran into. They came from all parts of the immortal world. When Huang Xiaolong saw groups of them walking towards the Goblin Mountain, he asked curiously, "Are they all headed to the Goblin Mountain?" "Yeah. Even though the Goblin Mountain has been sealed, there's a holy temple set out around the perimeter of the seal in order to honor goddess Nuwa. There are experts from all over the lands paying their respect to her. According to the legends, the human race was created by her." Huang Xiaolong continued casually. "Pangu was the one who created the world, but Nuwa was the one who created the humans. As such, she gained the title of Goddess Nuwa. Despite that, she was also the holy ancestor of the demon race, as she was a demon to begin with." "Probably." The ice rhino shook his head. "There are also some who say that the human race was born through the combined efforts of Goddess Nuwa and the human emperor." "The human emperor Fuxi?" "Yes, that's him." A look of reverence could be seen on the ice rhino's face. When Huang Xiaolong was in the Shushan Immortal Gate, he heard of Fuxi from Mu Shuihan. Not only was Fuxi's position in the immortal world extremely high, but he was also equally revered in the devil world and the ghost world. From the time Pangu created the world, countless tribulations fell upon the lands. Human Emperor Fuxi's contributions couldn't be ignored, and he assisted all 3 worlds the best he could. In his eyes, all creatures were the same. He wouldn't discriminate between ghosts, humans, and demons. As Huang Xiaolong chatted with the ice rhino, they continued on their journey to Goblin Mountain. "Your Highness, this is where the holy temple is." The ice rhino pointed towards one of the peaks and continued, "After crossing the mountain, we will be able to see the Goblin Mountain." Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly as they blended into the crowd. There were many experts who recognized the ice rhino, and all of them made their way quickly. A path was formed as Huang Xiaolong and the rhino strolled towards the temple. "Grandpa, who are they?" A little girl from the demon race pointed at Huang Xiaolong and the ice rhino as she pouted, "Why should we let them cut in line?" Her grandfather jumped in fright when he heard what she said. Only after Huang Xiaolong and the ice rhino left did he explain himself. "That's the ice and fire rhino ancestor." "What?" The little girl felt her expression changing drastically. "What about the young man riding on his back?" Even though the old man didn't know what to say, waves crashed against his heart. He knew that the ice rhino was at the peak of the late 9th level Immortal Emperor realm, but he didn't expect someone to use him as a mount. Everyone standing around was equally as shocked. There were even some who started praying when they saw the duo. Naturally, they were showing their respect for Huang Xiaolong, who could use a terrifying expert as his mount. When Huang Xiaolong and the ice rhino arrived at the mountain peak, they saw the holy temple. Huang Xiaolong entered the temple and looked at Goddess Nuwa's jade statue, and he nodded slightly. "Not bad. She is really a beauty. It's no wonder the Zhou King is so obsessed over her." Huang Xiaolong also saw the poem left behind by the Zhou King. He was taken aback as he didn't know what Goddess Nuwa's intention was for leaving the poem intact. When Huang Xiaolong was reading the poem in the temple, a huge ruckus started outside the temple. "Everyone in the temple, get out now. Our Lord is planning to show his respect for Goddess Nuwa." As soon as the voice rang through the air, people were chased out of the temple. Soon, a group of experts entered the temple. The 6 other people other than Huang Xiaolong and the Ice Rhino were quickly forced out of the temple. Even though they were angry, they couldn't do a thing about it. Your Highness, they are from the Crepe Myrtle Palace. A frown formed on the Ice Rhino's face as he muttered, "Oh, is he the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Emperor of the North?" There were 5 heavenly emperors in the immortal world, and the person who controlled the heavenly court and the 5 continents was called the Celestial Emperor. The heavenly emperor of the West was called the Supreme Heavenly Emperor, and the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Emperor controlled the North. As for the heavenly emperor of the South, he was called the Longevity Heavenly Emperor, and he was the son of the Absolute Beginning Sage. The Qinghua Heavenly Emperor was in charge of the East, and he was also the son of the Absolute Beginning Sage. The Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Emperor might not be comparable to the Celestial Emperor, but his background was nothing to scoff at. He was the brother of the Supreme Heavenly Emperor and the Gauchan Heavenly Sovereign. Their mother was a hegemon in the Pangu world, and even the Celestial Emperor had to show them some respect. "Yes, Your Highness." The Ice Rhino nodded quickly. "Since you know that we're from the Crepe Myrtle Palace, why are you still here? Get out right now. Our Lord will be arriving soon." One of the experts snapped. "When he comes, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. No one in the immortal world would dare to disrespect someone from the Crepe Myrtle Palace. As such, they were extremely domineering when it came to dealing with others." "Preposterous!" The Ice Rhino roared in anger when he saw how they disrespected Huang Xiaolong. His snort was like a clap of heavenly thunder that resounded through the land. The mountain peak they were on trembled violently. The guards of the Crepe Myrtle Palace were strong, but they were immortal kings at best. It was impossible for them to stand up to the Ice Rhino's wrath, and they were sent flying out of the temple. They rolled a fair distance before stopping. When the experts standing around saw what happened to the experts of the Crepe Myrtle Palace, someone in the crowd snorted, "I wonder which dumbass dared to make a move on the members of the Crepe Myrtle Palace." The Ice Rhino's expression changed when he noticed the person who spoke. "Your Highness, that's Immortal Emperor Changchong, the oldest disciple of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Emperor." The Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Emperor had 5 disciples in total, and Changchong was the oldest among them all. He was also the strongest, and his strength was comparable to the Ice Rhino. He was a peak late 9th level Immortal Emperor, and when the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Emperor was absent, Changchong was the one dealing with the matters in the Crepe Myrtle Palace. Ice and Fire Rhino Ancestor, who would have thought? Changchong was slightly taken aback when he saw who it was. "Shijiu, how dare you move against members of the Crepe Myrtle Palace? Are you tired of living?" Changchong narrowed his eyes and growled, "Are you planning to join the Purple Phoenix race in the ice prison?" The face of the Ice Rhino changed instantly. The Purple Phoenix race was one of the great demon races that was born during the creation of the world. However, the old ancestor of the race offended Changchong several hundred years ago, and he was punished by Changchong using the authority of the Crepe Myrtle Palace. He was framed for a crime and thrown into the ice prison. Moreover, the experts of the Purple Phoenix race were also dragged into the mix, and many of them suffered the same fate. If nothing special happened, the Purple Phoenix old ancestor would be trapped for 1,000,000 years. I, Changchong, am not an unreasonable person. If you apologize right now and show some sincerity, I might let you off this once. Naturally, he was trying to extort the treasures Shijiu had collected in his many years of existence. With Changchong's position in the Crepe Myrtle Palace, there was no way he would accept random treasures. In order to please him, the Ice Rhino would have to bring out a ton of them if he wanted to be pardoned. Changchong turned to look at Huang Xiaolong all of a sudden and growled, "Brat, are you Shijiu's follower? How dare you remain on your feet in front of me?" Huang Xiaolong looked at him as though he was a clown in a circus. "All right, I'll spare your life if you get on your knees and grovel. Kowtow 10,000 times and roll off the mountain if you wish to live." "Brat, you're asking for death." One of the experts behind Changchong sneered as a ray of light emerged from his hands. It shot towards Huang Xiaolong's forehead. However, the ray of light dispersed before it could enter the temple. Chun Chong and everyone else stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. When they were still questioning their sanity, Huang Xiaolong raised his hand to point at the expert who moved against him. Like a balloon, the expert popped as blood rained down on the lands. Chun Chong and the others were sent flying by the impact. When they finally crawled to their feet, they stared at the bloody mess around them in fright. Who are you? Chun Chong stared at Huang Xiaolong and roared in anger. Huang Xiaolong! Huang Xiaolong! The faces of everyone from the Crepe Myrtle Palace changed. Several days ago, the news of Huang Xiaolong being the innate devil ancestor had made its way to the Crepe Myrtle Palace. They learned that Huang Xiaolong kidnapped the Golden Brow Arhat during his trip to the west. However, they couldn't understand how Huang Xiaolong had already arrived in the north, not to mention the fact that he was in the holy temple of goddess Nuwa. Huang Xiaolong, don't think that my Crepe Myrtle Palace will be afraid of you. You're just someone from the devil race. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Chun Chong roared. Devil race? The heavenless devil ancestor is nothing but an ant. I'll crush them soon enough, Huang Xiaolong muttered. The heavenless devil race planned to get rid of him with the rumors they were spreading, and that crossed Huang Xiaolong's bottom line. When he thought about the rumors going around, a desire to head over to the devil world formed in his heart. It was too bad they had to piss him off. Chun Chong and the others stared at Huang Xiaolong in stunned silence. Isn't he someone from the heavenless devil race? Why is he insulting the heavenless devil ancestor now? Huang Xiaolong, you can stop being pretentious. Do you really think we will believe your lies? Chun Chong snorted doubtfully. However, that was the last words he could utter as Huang Xiaolong crushed them all into meat paste the next instant. Believe what you want. Huang Xiaolong snorted and turned around. When the ice rhino looked at the corpses of Chun Chong and the others, he was shocked. Let's go. We're going to Goblin Mountain. Huang Xiaolong left the temple after he spoke. When they left, Huang Xiaolong and the ice rhino glanced at the experts of the demon race rushing towards them. The exchange between them was short, but they managed to draw the attention of the demon race nonetheless. When the demons saw the corpses of Chun Chong and the others, they sucked in a cold breath. That's Chun Chong, the eldest disciple of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Emperor. Everyone broke out into an uproar in an instant. One of the parties involved in the battle in the Holy Temple was Immortal Emperor Chun Chong of the Crepe Myrtle Palace. Moreover, he was slapped into meat paste by the other party. That's the Ice and Fire Rhino ancestor, Shijiu. Many people present recognized the old rhino, but their gazes soon turned to Huang Xiaolong. After all, they knew that no matter how strong Shijiu was, he wasn't capable of destroying Chun Chong, who was at the same level as himself. Who in the world are you? Why would you create trouble in our holy temple? The disciples of the demon race asked. He had 4 eyes and a golden horn on his forehead. A serious look formed on the ice rhino's face, and he explained, Your Highness, he's the 4-Eye Tiger King, one of the strongest demon generals under goddess Nuwa. According to the rumors, he has already entered the Sage Realm. However, no one knows if that's true. Huang Xiaolong glanced at those around him and ignored the question. I heard that the Wudong Goddess and Tortoise Spirit Goddess came over to cultivate around Goblin Mountain. Is that true? The demons stared at him in shock. No one expected him to ask about them. The Tiger King's expression fell when he saw that Huang Xiaolong had ignored his question. As a demon king born during the creation of the world, his status was like the sun in the sky. After he followed goddess Nuwa, even the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Emperor would have to show him some respect. Now, a brat ignored his question. I'm asking you a question. Who the hell are you and why did you cause trouble in our holy temple? The Tiger King growled as a golden hammer appeared in his hands. Well, I'm asking you a question of my own. Are the Wudong Goddess and Tortoise Spirit Goddess here? Huang Xiaolong continued with an expressionless face. You're asking to die! The Tiger King roared as the hammer in his hand smashed towards Huang Xiaolong. The hammer started to expand as it came crashing down. It seemed to turn into a golden mountain that threatened to bury Huang Xiaolong and the ice rhino. Moreover, Shiju realized that the space around him was frozen. He couldn't move a muscle. He knew that the Tiger King's hammer was no ordinary treasure just from that point alone. When the Tiger King saw the expression on Shiju's face, a cocky smile formed on his lips. After entering the Sage Realm, Goddess Nuwa had rewarded him with the golden hammer. There were spatial formations inscribed in the weapon itself, and it would freeze the space around his opponents. All these years, he had relied on his weapons to win many battles among his peers. Seeing as the hammer was about to smash into them, Huang Xiaolong waved his sleeves casually. The giant hammer in the air crumbled into a pile of dust in front of their eyes. The golden dust scattered all over the land, and it painted the ground a pretty gold color. The Beast Kings who were on the scene stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. It was even more so for the Tiger King as he stared at Huang Xiaolong without so much as blinking his eyes. You, return my treasure to me. Returning to reality, the Tiger King stared at the golden dust on the ground before lunging at Huang Xiaolong's face. He turned into his true form as a giant golden tiger and his claws came crashing downwards. Boundless immortal force emerged from his claws. However, everything was settled with a single slap from Huang Xiaolong. The Tiger King was sent flying into one of the mountain peaks. As rumbling filled the skies, shards of rocks flew everywhere. The Tiger King was beaten up so badly that he couldn't tell north from south, and he failed to find his footing for quite some time. On behalf of Goddess Nuwa, I'll allow you to live, Huang Xiaolong stated casually. Goddess Nuwa made great contributions to the human race, and that was why Huang Xiaolong would overlook the Tiger King's disrespect. Like the wind, Huang Xiaolong's words entered the ears of everyone present, causing cold sweat to fill their foreheads. The Tiger King was shocked and terrified at the same time, and he eventually decided against doing anything else to Huang Xiaolong. I wonder which great sage has blessed us with your presence. One of the demon kings stepped out and asked Huang Xiaolong respectfully. It was clear that their attitudes had softened significantly. The demon king who stepped out was the nine-tailed fox king, and he was a little stronger than the Tiger King who attacked Huang Xiaolong just a moment ago. Huang Xiaolong. You're the Huang Xiaolong. He's the one who killed Zhao Qi and Yang Kai. The demons broke out into chaos when they heard his name. Did you receive an order from the heavenless devil ancestor to look for the Wudong goddess and the tortoise spirit goddess? After recovering from his shock, the nine-tailed fox king's expression fell. As the rumors of Huang Xiaolong being the innate devil ancestor had spread across the land, everyone felt that there was no other explanation. It seemed as though the demons were also of the same mind. None of them could find it in themselves to respect Huang Xiaolong when they heard that he was from the devil race. Heavenless devil ancestor? Huang Xiaolong was indifferent as he continued. He's nothing but an ant in my eyes. Let me ask you one more time. Are the Wudong goddess and the tortoise spirit goddess here? Huang Xiaolong tried to use his Dao souls to search for them, but the number of formations laid down was too many to count. He wouldn't be able to discover their presence in a short amount of time. When they heard how Huang Xiaolong described the heavenless devil ancestor, they were shocked to their core. However, a sneer soon formed on their faces. It was clear that they thought Huang Xiaolong was bluffing. Huang Xiaolong, even the heavenless devil ancestor, wouldn't dare to disrespect Goddess Nuwa. Another demon king yelled, "You better make your leave now. Otherwise, you won't be able to run away when we decide to kill you." With a snort from Huang Xiaolong, a terrifying power filled the lands. "Kill him. Work together and take him down. We will send him to Goddess Nuwa to receive judgment." As their cries filled the skies, the artifacts in their hands shot towards Huang Xiaolong. In an instant, multicolored lights filled the skies. A horrifying pressure descended on Huang Xiaolong and Shiju. There were several dozen sages among the demon kings, and even Shiju felt the blood draining from his face when he realized that they were going in for the kill. Just the pressure from their artifacts alone could kill him 1,000,000 times over. Huang Xiaolong casually raised his arm to face the countless artifacts descending from the skies. In an instant, everything stopped. The eyes of every single demon widened when they saw their weapons stopping in midair. Huang Xiaolong flipped his hand once to send every single artifact flying back towards its user. As they smashed into each other, everyone fell from the skies. Many of them slammed into the surrounding peaks, and others landed in the valley all around. Some fell into the lakes, and others crashed into the structures all around them. Miserable cries rang through the air as dust clouds filled the skies. It was as though armies of tens of millions of troops had clashed with one another. But the only problem was that the only army present was that of the demons. They were only facing a single opponent, but they couldn't even put up a fight. The artifacts that they used were nothing more than dust that remained on the ground, and whatever shards there were left were filled with cracks. The ice rhino felt a sense of awe spreading through his veins. That was an entire army of tens of millions of demons. There were demon kings in the mix, and there were several demon ancestors at the Sage Realm as well. Anyone who could enter the Goblin Mountain was an expert in their own right. All of them were demons who had peerless bloodlines. There were even many who were about to enter the Sage Realm. For example, the Tiger King and the Nine-Tailed Fox King. They were the ancestors of an entire race. The weakest among them was a golden immortal, and there were countless immortal emperors in the mix. As for sages, there were more than a dozen of them present. Yet, all of them failed to take on a single blow from Huang Xiaolong. Shi Zhou wasn't the only one who was surprised. The demon ancestors like the Nine-Tailed Fox King were equally shocked. Combined Dao ancestor. They stared at Huang Xiaolong with blood leaking from their lips. They felt that he wasn't an ordinary combined Dao ancestor. The Nine-Tailed Fox King's evaluation caused the hearts of many demons to tremble. All of a sudden, a lady's voice rang through the air. Fellow Taoist Huang is so powerful. It's no wonder you're known as the innate devil ancestor. Huang Xiaolong turned to look at two ladies who wore immortal robes standing in the air above. They were riding on clouds as they drifted slowly towards Huang Xiaolong and the rest. The Tiger King and the others forced themselves to their feet and bowed respectfully. We greet the Wudong Goddess and the Tortoise Spirit Goddess. They were the heaven-piercing sage's students, and Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised to see them there. Since a long time ago, the heaven-piercing sage Nuwa, Laozi, Yuanshi, Zhuinti, and Jane had been receiving teachings from Hongjun. The two of them could be considered somewhat related to Goddess Nuwa in that sense. Please rise. The two of them nodded casually. Next, they turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong with serious expressions on their faces. Did fellow Taoist Huang come all the way over here to look for us? Is there anything we can help you with? The Tortoise Spirit Goddess asked. I heard that your master has the Pangu axe. The two of them stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock, and so did everyone else. Even though Huang Xiaolong didn't state his intentions outright, everyone could tell that he wanted to obtain the Pangu axe. Strange expressions filled the faces of those present. They didn't dare to believe that Huang Xiaolong was actually plotting against the heaven-piercing sage. He might be strong, but he seemed a little too full of himself. The heaven-piercing sage was someone who had existed for countless years. He was one of Hongjun's most treasured disciples, and he was one of the earliest sages in the Pangu world. Even the heaveless devil ancestor had to lower his head when speaking to the heaven-piercing sage. Out of all of Hongjun's disciples, the heaven-piercing sage possessed the greatest amount of fame. In the past, he had killed so many people with his immortal punishing sword that the three worlds would tremble at the mere mention of his name. The faces of the two goddesses sank when they heard that Huang Xiaolong planned to mess with their master. The number of people who covet my master's axe cannot be counted, but none of them dares to make a move. Even the heavenless devil ancestor isn't brave enough to do it. I'm afraid that fellow Taoist Huang wouldn't dare to make a move even if my master appears right now. One of the goddesses was belittling Huang Xiaolong. After all, there weren't many people who would dare to fight the heaven-piercing sage. Not even the heavenless devil ancestor would dare to fight the man head-on. Huang Xiaolong shook his head in amusement. It seemed as though he had overestimated the intelligence of everyone in the Pangu world. He wouldn't be getting rid of his identity as the innate devil ancestor anytime soon. All right, you can make your move now. Huang Xiaolong sighed. I'll give you a chance. If you manage to resist a single strike from me, I'll give you this grand Tao spiritual vein. A spiritual vein comparable to the size of an immortal dragon appeared above Huang Xiaolong. It was several 100,000 miles long, and it swirled about in the heavens above. Grand Tao vein! The goddesses exclaimed in shock. The demon kings who were present felt the world spinning around them. That's right. This is a high-grade Grand Tao spiritual vein, Huang Xiaolong muttered. High-grade Grand Tao spiritual vein. Gulping down a mouthful of saliva, no one could believe what they were seeing. It had been a long time since the goddesses were so tempted to obtain something. Looking at each other, the two of them came to an agreement. Are you serious? The tortoise spirit goddess asked. They wondered if Huang Xiaolong would allow them to work together. The two of them knew that they were no match for Huang Xiaolong, but all they had to do was to resist a single attack from the man. They were confident of dragging out a battle with him if they joined hands, not to mention defending themselves from a single strike. That's right. As long as you manage to defend yourself from a single attack, I'll give you the Grand Tao spiritual vein. Moreover, I'll leave you alone, Huang Xiaolong uttered. All right. A horrifying aura emerged from the Wudong goddess body the moment she spoke. Grand Tao laws filled the area as the power of a Tao ancestor filled the lands. Combined Tao ancestor, the ice rhino screamed in shock. When the tortoise spirit goddess released her aura next, everyone could feel that she was slightly stronger than the Wudong goddess. The ice rhino's jaws dropped, and he was flabbergasted. I wonder which Tao ancestor appeared. That's a terrifying aura. It seems to come from the Goblin Mountain. The experts in the northern region felt the change clearly, and many of them were frightened by the sudden change. The nine-tailed fox king and the others felt the reverence they had for the two goddesses growing stronger. Next, a multicolored stone appeared above the Wudong goddess head, and it emitted rays of blinding light. Sky-mending five-colored rock? Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow in amusement. The Panga world had once experienced a calamity that caused the world to crumble. Goddess Nuwa had managed to refine a slab of sky-mending five-colored rock, and Huang Xiaolong didn't expect her to give a piece of it to the Wudong goddess. The sky-mending five-colored rock was a famous treasure, and a single piece of it managed to create an existence at the level of Sun Wukong. One could only imagine how precious it was. That's right. This is the sky-mending five-colored rock. The Wudong goddess yelped haughtily. The sky-mending five-colored rock she used was one that was refined from Grand Tao energy. When Nuwa mended the heavens and gave life to countless creatures, the Grand Tao laws and Grand Tao energy that were used had fused into the piece the Wudong goddess was using. Ordinarily, artifacts that received the blessing of the Grand Tao laws would surpass those that didn't. Not to mention the fact that the sky-mending five-colored rock was an innate treasure. To begin with, the power it possessed was far too shocking. After the Wudong goddess revealed her sky-mending five-colored rock, the tortoise spirit goddess retrieved a pearl from her sleeves. The pearl might not be as eye-catching as the sky-mending five-colored rock, but it emitted a soft glow. When it appeared, the entire space around them seemed to lose its color. The pearl became the only object in existence. It was like the sun, but it also became the moon. It changed again and again, as it emitted a soft silvery glow. The demon kings felt as though their bodies were burning and freezing at the same time, and that was the power of the artifact. It was the sun and moon pearl. The sun and moon pearl might not be an innate artifact, but it was a peak-grade chaos spiritual treasure. The offensive abilities of the pearl were off the charts. When she revealed her artifact, a snort left her lips. Fellow Taoist Huang, you can make your move now. Please remember that you agreed to let us work together. As long as we manage to block a single attack from you, the Grand Tao spiritual vein will belong to us. You will also leave without causing any more trouble. In the future, you better not show yourself in front of us again. She added the final sentence in order to stop Huang Xiaolong from pestering them all the time in case he was a sore loser. After all, they would have to use the sky-mending five-colored rock and the sun and moon pearl in order to stop Huang Xiaolong's attack. Even if they won the bet, it was nothing to brag about. They knew that if Huang Xiaolong turned serious and was hell-bent on taking them down, he would eventually be able to do it. That was the reason she wanted Huang Xiaolong to leave them alone. All right. When they thought that Huang Xiaolong would come up with ways to avoid their last condition, he agreed. The two of them stared at each other in shock. A frown soon formed on their faces. How can he be so confident? When they realized that Huang Xiaolong wasn't fazed by their final condition, they started to lay down countless grand Dao formations around them. The light emitted by the two artifacts illuminated the lands. Experts residing in the regions around them felt the change, and they were shocked by the pillars of light piercing into the high heavens. It's the sky-mending five-colored rock created by Goddess Nuwa. A Dao ancestor is using the power of the sky-mending five-colored rock. The sun and moon pearl is there too. It's the tortoise spirit goddess peak-grade chaos artifact. Who is the crazy bastard who dared to anger the tortoise spirit goddess? The experts in the north exclaimed in shock. With his hands clasped behind his back, Huang Xiaolong looked at the rays of light that were shooting up into the skies. The nine-tailed fox king and the others had already run a fair distance away as they were afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. The ice rhino did the same. With his cultivation level at the peak of the late 9th level Immortal Emperor realm, he couldn't even withstand the pressure coming from the two goddesses. As a snort rang through the air, the Wudong goddess and the tortoise spirit ancestor moved. The sky-mending five-colored rock flashed as it appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong before the demon kings could blink. The speed of the rock was too terrifying, and it planned to pierce through Huang Xiaolong's body before he could unleash his attack. The five-colored lights enveloped him completely as the sun and moon pearl appeared above him. A river formed with silver and golden lights poured down on his body. As the golden light threatened to burn Huang Xiaolong alive, the silver moonlight tried to freeze him whole. Huang Xiaolong sighed softly in response. Petty tricks. Raising his hand, a single palm shot out. Beams of light froze in the air as the two artifacts fell towards the ground. When the two goddesses were still stuck in a state of shock, Huang Xiaolong flipped his palm around and the two artifacts shot towards them. The goddesses yelped in fright as they pushed the Grand Dao energy in their bodies to the extreme. Like a geyser, Grand Dao energy emerged from their pores as it surrounded them. They tried their hardest to recall their treasures, but to no avail. The sky-mending five-colored rock and sun and moon pearl pierced through the Grand Dao formations around them as it crashed into their bountiful chests. Like shooting stars, they drew perfect arcs through the skies. Boom! The skies trembled as the earth shook. Mountain peaks crumbled under the impact as the two artifacts formed two massive craters in the land. The nine-tailed fox king, along with everyone else, felt as though they were in a dream. They looked at Huang Xiaolong with wide eyes, and none of them managed to speak. The two, what happened to the two goddesses? The Tiger King was the first to regain his senses, and he looked deathly pale when he asked. The two goddesses who had already entered the combined Dao ancestor realm were defeated just like that. They worked together with two absolute treasures. Even then, they failed to withstand a single strike from Huang Xiaolong. The demon kings felt their hearts trembling when they looked at the monstrous presence before them. After a long time, the two ladies finally managed to crawl to their feet. They looked at Huang Xiaolong with frightened expressions plastered onto their faces. Who in the world are you? You lost. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother answering them as he continued. Tell me the location of your master. Huang Xiaolong retrieved his Grand Dao spiritual vein that was hovering in the air. Lowering their heads, the Wudong goddess spoke. We accept our loss. However, our master left to roam the world after the ancient war. We have no idea where he is. It's been a long time since we last saw him. Huang Xiaolong frowned. He guessed as much, but it was still a little disappointing. What about your senior brother? Do you think the myriad treasures Dao Master and the Golden Spirit Goddess know of his whereabouts? Huang Xiaolong asked. We have no idea. It's been forever since we last contacted them. They shook their heads slowly. Raising his arms, Huang Xiaolong locked the two of them in place as a ray of light entered the space between their eyebrows. He searched their memories for everything related to the heaven-piercing sage. He stopped after he realized that they weren't lying. With a single step, Huang Xiaolong returned to the ice rhino's back. They disappeared into the horizon as the two goddesses looked at him with complicated feelings building in their hearts. Breaking news. Huang Xiaolong slapped Immortal Emperor Chen Chong to death in the Holy Temple. He doesn't respect the crepe myrtle Heavenly Emperor. What do you know? The Wudong Goddess and the Tortoise Spirit Goddess were beaten by him with a single move. Everything that happened started to spread the moment he left. When the experts of the northern region learned that the Wudong Goddess and the Tortoise Spirit Goddess had already become combined Dao ancestors, but were still defeated by Huang Xiaolong, they didn't know what to think. Even after joining hands, the Wudong Goddess and the Tortoise Spirit Goddess were defeated by Huang Xiaolong. How strong is that guy? Didn't they say that he barely entered the Sage Realm earlier? Huang Xiaolong deserves his reputation as the innate devil ancestor. He's as strong as the heavenless devil ancestor himself. Ha ha ha. He's gonna kill everyone in his way. Look at the number of people who died at his hands in the past few days. He killed Chun Qiu, Yang Kai, and now he took Chen Chong's life. Chen Chong is the oldest disciple of the crepe myrtle Heavenly Emperor. Now that he offended the Heavenly Emperor, he basically offended the entire Heavenly Court. I wonder how many powers he plans to go against. Do you think the crepe myrtle Heavenly Emperor will look for Huang Xiaolong? What do you think? Even the Wudong Goddess and the Tortoise Spirit Goddess were defeated by Huang Xiaolong. Do you think the crepe myrtle Heavenly Emperor stands a chance? He can only swallow his grievances. After Huang Xiaolong left the north, he returned to the Dongxing God continent. Since the whereabouts of the other two were unknown, Huang Xiaolong could only wait for the gathering of the immortal peaches. He hoped that they would show themselves then. When Huang Xiaolong was thinking about the Pangu axe while riding on the ice rhino's back, Shizhou yelled, "Your Highness, the Five-Finger Mountain is up ahead." Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. Is that the mountain Buddha Rulai used to suppress Sun Wukong? Yeah, that's the one. A look of fear formed on Shizhou's face. Let's go take a look, Huang Xiaolong muttered. Yes, Your Highness. A look of excitement formed on Shizhou's face all of a sudden as he turned to head towards the Five-Finger Mountain. It didn't take long for Huang Xiaolong to catch sight of the giant structure. It extended high into the clouds, and it was like a giant palm reaching for the skies. Immortal trees grew above the 5 peaks, and it was a majestic view. That was the legendary Five-Finger Mountain. From top to bottom, the entire mountain was covered in a giant talisman. It was written in Sanskrit, and it could suppress the power of the great Monkey King, Sun Wukong. That was also the reason Sun Wukong's master was unable to save him after so many years. As the talisman was created by one of Buddha Rulai's most treasured artifacts, it was able to suppress almost anything in the Pangu world. The ice rhino stopped when they were 1,000,000 miles away from the mountain. He said, "Your Highness, we cannot continue onwards. Everyone would be suppressed by the talisman on the Five-Fingered Mountain, and the closer we get, the stronger the sense of suppression." That was also the reason he could only bring Huang Xiaolong up to that point. Wait here. Huang Xiaolong got off the ice rhino's back as he continued on towards the mountain. The closer he got, the stronger the Buddhist light emitted by the talisman became. It slammed into him like a tsunami. Ignoring it completely, Huang Xiaolong didn't even slow down. When he reached the 100-mile radius around the mountain, a blinding ray of light emerged from the talisman. Waves of energy crashed into him, and Huang Xiaolong could tell that even combined Dao ancestors like the Wudong Goddess wouldn't be able to hold out for long. However, he was Huang Xiaolong. Clasping his hands behind his back, he continued without so much as a frown. The ice rhino stared at Huang Xiaolong with his jaws dropping in fright. Under one of the 5 peaks, Huang Xiaolong saw a sorry figure. Looking at the monkey stuck under the mountain, Huang Xiaolong saw the moss growing around its body. Grass and dirt could be seen sticking to its face. Huang Xiaolong shook his head inwardly when he looked at the legend who once shook the heavens. From the time Huang Xiaolong made his way towards the mountains, Sun Wukong had already noticed the changes in the talisman. A trace of hope formed in his heart when he saw Huang Xiaolong, and he screamed, "Lord, please save me." The arrogant Sun Wukong of the past would never plead with anyone else. However, the time he spent under the Five-Finger Mountain tempered his spirit. His arrogance was long gone, and he wanted nothing more than to leave the goddamned mountain. With his rash personality, being unable to do a thing while suppressed under the mountain was a fate worse than death. "Why should I help you? You're no friend of mine," Huang Xiaolong muttered. "I'll save you if you give me a reason to. As long as you save me, I'll do anything you say." However, Sun Wukong seemed to have thought of something as he continued. "I'll do anything as long as you don't restrict my freedom." The only thing he cared about was getting out of there. "All right," Huang Xiaolong nodded, staring at him in shock. Sun Wukong didn't think that anyone would agree so quickly. When Sun Wukong was still stuck in a state of shock, Huang Xiaolong reached out to tear the talisman off the Five-Finger Mountain. It was like a piece of wet rice paper that tore the moment Huang Xiaolong laid hands on it. Widening his eyes in fright, Sun Wukong looked at Huang Xiaolong. He had experienced the terror of the talisman firsthand. Now, some random person he met tore it off without the slightest bit of difficulty. "His handwriting is pretty good," Huang Xiaolong sighed. A complicated feeling formed in Sun Wukong's heart. "Lord, you, get out of the way. I'll come out right now." He was afraid that when he emerged from under the mountain, the rocks above would crush Huang Xiaolong. "Don't worry about that." With a single gesture, the entire mountain started to shrink. When it turned into the size of a pebble, it fell onto Huang Xiaolong's palm. Feeling the pressure around his body disappearing, Sun Wukong got to his feet. A bloodthirsty aura filled the skies as the ground around trembled. The skies changed color as the cries of fallen souls filled the air. When the cultivators around the Dongxing God continent felt the change, their expressions changed. Who can it be? Is it even possible for someone to be so bloodthirsty? That came from the direction of the Five-Finger Mountain. No. Did the demonic monkey break free? Countless powers fell into disarray. As rays of light surrounded Sun Wukong's body, it was as though the invisible shackles around him were shattered. Huang Xiaolong was surprised to discover that the Monkey King would be able to break through the moment he emerged. Moreover, he was breaking through several levels at once. The Grand Tao laws around Sun Wukong's body covered the Dongxing God continent in an instant. "Old fart Rulai, your granddaddy Sun is back. Just wait. I'm not done with you." Sun Wukong roared at the heavens. "All right, I'll help you out a little." When Sun Wukong was busy roaring at the heavens, Huang Xiaolong sent a trace of grand cosmos energy into his body. It purified the monkey's body and increased the power of his Tao soul, and refined his fiery eye of truth. He even tempered Sun Wukong's body with his grand cosmos energy. The light around Sun Wukong's body grew even more blinding. It was as though he became a completely new person. A tiny avatar of a monkey flashed within Sun Wukong's body, and that was the true spiritual body of the Monkey King. Huang Xiaolong stopped after several moments and severed the connection. Of course, the light around Sun Wukong's body didn't stop there. It continued to swirl about as the Monkey King continued to perceive the laws. From what it looked like, he was getting a feel for the 13 elements contained in Huang Xiaolong's grand cosmos energy. Sun Wukong only opened his eyes after a long time. Falling to his knees, he kowtowed towards Huang Xiaolong. "Many thanks to the benefactor for the life-saving grace and guidance." Huang Xiaolong chuckled casually. "I'm no Xianzhong and I'm not accepting disciples. You can address me as Your Highness instead." "Many thanks to Your Highness." Sun Wukong kowtowed thrice to show his respect before getting to his feet. He stood before Huang Xiaolong respectfully. As an existence who was born with innately powerful abilities, the Monkey King was an unruly and arrogant punk. The reason he was acting so docile wasn't just because of Huang Xiaolong's life-saving grace. It was also because he could feel the terrifying power Huang Xiaolong possessed. He might have barely interacted with the man, but he could feel that Huang Xiaolong was someone he couldn't dream of matching up to. No one could strike fear in his heart, not even Buddha Rulai, who sealed him under the Five-Finger Mountain. However, Huang Xiaolong made him feel like he was smaller than a speck of dust in the universe. Someone is here. Let's leave. Huang Xiaolong appeared on the ice rhino's back with a single step as they left the vicinity. Jumping on a colorful cloud, Sun Wukong followed closely behind. Your Highness, the people who came are from the Qinghua Emperor Manor. Should I smash them to bits with my stick? Sun Wukong waved his golden staff around and roared. His fiery eye of truth could easily see through the void, and killing intent rose in his heart when he saw the members of the Qinghua Emperor Manor. He couldn't find it in himself to form favorable impressions of those serving the heavenly court. When the heavenly court surrounded his fruits and flower mountain, they killed countless comrades of his. Do whatever you want. Huang Xiaolong chuckled when he noticed the killing intent leaking from the Monkey King's body. Sun Wukong didn't like the members of the heavenly court, and neither did Huang Xiaolong. Even though he had only been in the immortal world for several dozen days, he had already seen the disgusting state of the lands. When Sun Wukong received Huang Xiaolong's permission, he jumped in joy. Your Highness, we're the same type of people. Waha! A golden needle appeared in his hands after he spoke, and the golden staff made its appearance. Huang Xiaolong could see that the other party was made up of several tens of thousands of experts, but he couldn't care less. The experts noticed the three of them in an instant. It really is the Monkey King. He managed to escape from the Five-Finger Mountain. Where's the mountain? What about the talisman left behind by Buddha Rulai? The faces of the experts from the Qinghua Emperor Manor changed. A sneer left Sun Wukong's lips as the cloud under his feet trembled slightly. He appeared before them in an instant as the golden staff in his hands swept outwards. Those he struck turned into meat paste by the time they smashed into the ground below. Waha-ha-ha! Amidst his maniacal laughter, Sun Wukong's staff swept out several more times. As the experts sent out by the Qinghua Emperor Manor were immortal emperors at best, there was no chance for them to fight back. Celestial Emperor, when you invited that old fart to suppress me in the past, did you think this would happen? You made me suffer a fate worse than death all these years. This old monkey is back for revenge. Sun Wukong roared. The experts of the Qinghua Emperor Manor were dealt with before long. Jumping in joy, Sun Wukong returned to Huang Xiaolong's side. The three of them left, and the news of Sun Wukong's escape didn't take long to spread. The news of him killing several tens of thousands of experts from the Qinghua Emperor Manor shook the world. The Five-Finger Mountain is sealed by Buddha Rulai's talisman. How can the monkey escape? It's not possible. Even if he did manage to escape, where's the mountain? The talisman is gone too. The various powers broke out into an uproar. When Sun Wukong wreaked havoc in the past, all three worlds trembled under his might. Everyone was terrified of the crazy monkey, and now he managed to escape. No one slept that night. In the western Nyoha continent, Buddhist light surrounded Elysium as clouds drifted through the air. A golden Buddha could be seen sitting in the middle of a giant golden lotus in the middle of the world. The golden Buddha seemed like the only thing in existence as he emitted golden rays to illuminate the world. Countless holy beings could be seen around the golden Buddha, and they were no ordinary beings. The Bodhisattva of compassion, Samantabhadra, Manjushri, and other powerful beings stood there quietly. All of them emitted faint Buddhist light, and the combined power was able to suppress all evil beings. Even if the heavenless devil ancestor were to barge into Elysium, he would be suppressed all the same. Did you confirm the identity of the person who broke Sun Wukong out? The golden Buddha opened his mouth and his voice rang in the ears of everyone present. The various bodhisattvas and arhats remained silent. Ancestor, the person who saved Sun Wukong should be the innate devil ancestor, Huang Xiaolong. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said all of a sudden. The golden Buddha was none other than Buddha Rulai, and he was the sole ancestor of all the holy beings present. His ears twitched as he exclaimed, "Oh, Huang Xiaolong." He had heard the name many times in the past few days. First, he killed Yang Kai. Next, he kidnapped the Golden Brow Arhat. He also killed Chun Chong from the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Emperor's Manor, and he defeated the Wudong Goddess and Tortoise Spirit Goddess with a single move. Is Huang Xiaolong really as strong as they say? Samantabhadra gasped in shock. He actually managed to tear off the ancestor's talisman. Even Samantabhadra himself wouldn't be able to achieve such a feat. Silence fell on the lands. Where is Huang Xiaolong right now? A serious look appeared on Buddha Rulai's face as he asked. After saving Sun Wukong, they went towards the Fruits and Flower Mountain. The Bodhisattva of Compassion replied. Fruits and Flower Mountain. Ancestor, should we join hands with the heavenly court to surround the Fruits and Flower Mountain? We can deal with Huang Xiaolong and Sun Wukong in one fell swoop. The Dipamkara Buddha asked. Everyone present turned to look at Buddha Rulai. Rulai wasn't just the Buddhist ancestor. He was the patriarch of the Western Buddhist factions. Everyone would listen to him when he gave the order. The gathering of the Immortal Peaches will be coming up soon. We'll talk about it after the event. Buddha Rulai decided. Everyone stared at each other before bowing respectfully. Where is the second sect master? Buddha Rulai's voice rang through the skies as he asked the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. The second sect master went to the Violet Heaven Palace. In the past, Rulai established the Western Buddhist factions with Kundi, and the two of them could be said to be the two great patriarchs. A frown formed on Rulai's face, but he chose to remain silent. While everything was happening, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the foot of the Fruits and Flower Mountain alongside Sun Wukong. As the entrance was located behind a waterfall, Huang Xiaolong was in no rush to enter. He strolled along the waterfall as he looked at the beautiful scenery through the screen. Even though he had been to many places in the Blazing Dragon world and the Huanglong world, there weren't too many places with scenery comparable to the Fruits and Flower Mountain. Since the news of Sun Wukong's escape from Five-Finger Mountain was spread, the monkeys living on the mountain had gathered together to await his return. As soon as they crossed the waterfall, they were greeted with an endless sight of monkeys. There was a literal sea of monkeys waiting to welcome Sun Wukong, and they gathered around him as soon as he entered. Huang Xiaolong even discovered a scarlet tailbone baboon and a shoulder-piercing ape. The two of them were beasts who were pretty reputable in the universe. There were 4 different spiritual apes in the universe that were extremely powerful, and the strongest out of the 4 was the spiritual radiant stone ape. That was Sun Wukong's true form. After he matured, he would be able to shift the stars and challenge the heavens. The second-ranked ape was the scarlet tailbone baboon, and it could understand the concept of yin and yang, and it possessed an extremely long lifespan. As for the shoulder-piercing ape that was ranked 3rd, it was born with superhuman strength. It was said that a mature shoulder-piercing ape could single-handedly shift the position of the stars in space. The reason the Fruits and Flower Mountain was still flourishing was because of the presence of the 2 spiritual apes. King, I wonder which lord this is. The scarlet tailbone baboon bowed respectfully as he pointed towards Huang Xiaolong. The lord's exuding a majestic aura, and he has to be an important figure. The shoulder-piercing ape jumped to the front as he started his boot-licking ways. The 2 monkeys could see that Sun Wukong was being extremely respectful to Huang Xiaolong, and they were no fools. Kicking their butts, Sun Wukong snickered. The 2 of you are really good at ass-kissing. This is His Highness, and he saved me from the Five-Finger Mountain. All right, I'll enlighten you little ones. Even a single fart from His Highness will be able to kill me. The talisman laid down by that old fart Rulai was torn to pieces by His Highness like it wasn't even there. To begin with, what? The 2 monkeys were shocked. How strong would he have to be in order to do something like that? The talisman was one of Rulai's true treasures, and it had the ability to suppress anything. Now, they learned that Huang Xiaolong tore it off like it was nothing. In the past, the 2 had tried many different ways to save their king, but they were unable to take a single step forward after arriving 100,000 miles away from the Five-Finger Mountain. When His Highness approached the mountain, he didn't even use a single trace of true qi. He tore off the talisman with a wave of his arm, and His Highness tore out the Five-Finger Mountain from the earth with a single gesture. It's like a little pebble in His Highness' hand. Sun Wukong yelled animatedly. The 2 monkeys stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. A smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face, but he didn't stop Sun Wukong. Kids, listen up. Pay your respects to His Highness right now. Sun Wukong's voice reverberated through the mountain before he got to his knees. The scarlet tailbone baboon and the shoulder-piercing ape did the same, and the monkeys of the fruits and flower mountain followed suit. Please rise. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Even though his voice wasn't loud, it possessed a magnetic quality as everyone listened to him subconsciously. Soon after, a banquet was arranged. The monkeys jumped in joy as Huang Xiaolong was given the seat of honor. Sun Wukong sat slightly lower as they spoke about matters regarding the immortal world. Hearing about the holy pavilion, the scarlet tailbone baboon interrupted. Great King, you might not know what happened, but the Ox King and the others monopolized the earnings of the holy pavilion. Our fruits and flower mountain didn't get a single cent. When the two of us went over to the flaming mountain to negotiate with the Ox King, we were thrown out. There was even once where they tried to cripple us. If not for our strength, we would have died on the flaming mountain. Humph! Shattering the stone table before him, Sun Wukong snorted. Motherfucker! You little shit of an Ox King. I was blind in the past to take you as my sworn brother. The scarlet tailbone baboon continued. In order to save you, we tried to beg the other kings. However, they shut their doors in our faces, and they wouldn't bother with anything we said. They said that they had no idea who you were, and they wouldn't lift a single finger to help. Flames emerged from Sun Wukong's eyes as rage clouded his heart. Huang Xiaolong casually raised his arm when they were about to continue, and the entire banquet fell silent. When Sun Wukong returned to his senses, he asked, Your Highness, someone was trying to spy on us, and he received an attack from me. What? How can there be someone peeping on us? Sun Wukong yelled. Even the Monkey King failed to notice anything, and that spoke volumes of the other party's strength. Sun Wukong's face changed all of a sudden. Could it be? He's someone from your fruits and flower mountain, Huang Xiaolong muttered. Indeed, Sun Wukong's heart trembled, and he spoke softly. Your Highness, there are at least 2 more existences in the fruits and flower mountains stronger than me. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Huang Xiaolong signaled for him to continue. One of them is Corpse King Ingo, and the other is the Holy Phoenix. A serious look appeared on the Monkey King's face when he spoke about them. The 2 of them were supreme existences ever since the creation of the world. The fruits and flower mountain had been their territory long before I got here, and Corpse King Ingo should be residing at the bottom of the mountain. As for the Holy Phoenix, she's situated at the south of the mountain. My territory is a mere 1/10 of the entire mountain. Their origins are nothing to joke about. Corpse King Ingo is the incarnation of the corpse chi in all 3 worlds, and the Holy Phoenix is said to be the first phoenix born in the Pangu world. She's said to be Buddha Rulai's mother, and no one knows if that's true. Huang Xiaolong was finally taken aback. Buddha Rulai's mother. The person spying on us should be Corpse King Ingo. Huang Xiaolong came to a conclusion. One could see that Ingo wasn't weak as he was able to escape after taking a single strike from Huang Xiaolong. Even though it was a random attack Huang Xiaolong casually sent out, not many people in the Panga world would be able to withstand it. Corpse King Ingo? Sun Wukong's face changed instantly. Even though he was terrified of the Holy Phoenix, he was even more afraid of Corpse King Ingo. No, he wasn't just afraid of Ingo, but he was petrified every time he thought about the other party. That was because Ingo was the incarnation of the corpse chi from the 3 worlds. His body didn't contain a trace of blood, and naturally he was someone with no fleshy body. There was no way Sun Wukong could kill him. Even if his body was shattered, he could reform himself. As for the corpse chi he emitted, it was on a whole new level of scary. There was nothing in the world that could resist it, and not even Sun Wukong's body could hold out for several breaths of time. The corpse chi from Ingo's body would be able to corrode an innate spiritual treasure in seconds. Not even his golden rod would be able to stand against the power of the corpse chi. As long as Ingo willed it, Sun Wukong's treasured weapon would turn into a piece of scrap metal. Have you 2 fought before? Huang Xiaolong asked when he noticed the terrified look on Sun Wukong's face. Shaking his head, A helpless smile appeared on Sun Wukong's face. It wasn't really a fight. We met in the past as I was curious about my surroundings. I wandered too far into the earth as I wanted to see what Corpse King Ingo looked like. So did you see him? Huang Xiaolong chuckled. An awkward look appeared on Sun Wukong's face. I did? A chill ran up his spine as he continued. He's more terrifying than anything I had ever seen in my life. The place he lives in is even worse than the netherworld. There are corpses everywhere. Corpse chi filled the lands, and there were different bodies laying all around. Corpses of divine beasts and universe-level monsters could be seen all around. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. I was discovered by Corpse King Ingo the moment I stepped foot into his territory. The monkeys seated around felt their hearts beating faster. He sent a palm strike flying towards me, and it tore through the very space we were in. The hairs on Sun Wukong's body sprang up as goosebumps filled his body. What happened next? The scarlet tailbone baboon couldn't help but ask. The corpse chi was like a sea that threatened to submerge me. It was terrifying, Sun Wukong yelled. Luckily for me, I knew several advanced movement arts and I managed to escape. The entrance wasn't too far from where I stood, and I ran before the corpse chi could hit me. Even so, I was scratched by the corpse chi, and I only managed to get rid of it after getting my teacher to help. The monkeys felt beads of cold sweat dripping down their foreheads, and they could tell that it was an extremely dangerous situation. Tomorrow, I'll head over to Ingo's cave dwelling. You can follow me down then, Huang Xiaolong snickered. Staring at Huang Xiaolong in shock, an awkward look appeared on Sun Wukong's face. He had sworn never to return after his brush with death in the past. After all, the scene from many years ago was still living in his head, giving him endless nightmares. Well, I'm here, Huang Xiaolong laughed. Nothing will happen to you. Anyway, his injuries won't be light now that he took one of my attacks. Sun Wukong suppressed the fear in his heart and muttered, All right then, we shall meet Corpse King Ingo tomorrow. Huang Xiaolong chuckled in response. Soon after, the banquet came to an end. Huang Xiaolong retrieved the Five-Finger Mountain and the talisman after arriving in the inner palace. The treasures in his hands were pretty legit. It was especially so for the talisman as it had the ability to suppress almost every type of energy. Opening his mouth, a trace of true essence entered the treasures. It shattered the mark Buddha Rulai had on the treasures. A grunt escaped Rulai's lips when he was meditating in his seat. He felt his heart trembling slightly. After shattering the soul mark Rulai had on the treasures, Huang Xiaolong branded his own mark on them. He took out the sun-moon furnace, and he refined the treasures for half a day. He planned to fuse them together, and their abilities would definitely increase when that happened. The night passed uneventfully. By the time the Five-Finger Mountain emerged from the furnace, it had already fused with the talisman. The talisman was branded into the mountain, and it looked different from when Huang Xiaolong tore it off the face of the mountain. The 6 words of truth were inscribed deep into the mountain face, but one would realize that the words were the new source of the mountain's strength. That was right. The Five-Finger Mountain seemed to be reborn after Huang Xiaolong's refinement. The artifact was several times stronger than before. As the 5 peaks emitted the power of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, brilliant rays enveloped the mountain. Buddhist energy came from the 6 inscribed words, and it melded completely into the artifact. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head in satisfaction when he looked at the artifact. The Five-Finger Mountain could be renamed to the True Rune 5 Phases Mountain. Your Highness! Sun Wukong appeared out of nowhere, and he looked at the artifact in Huang Xiaolong's hand as he gasped in shock. This? I used a little bit of strength to fuse the talisman with the Five-Finger Mountain. Now that they are one, the strength of the new artifact cannot be compared to the past, Huang Xiaolong muttered. Sun Wukong was shocked. That was the first time he had heard of the notion that the Five-Finger Mountain could be fused with the talisman. Even when they were separate entities, the treasures were at a shocking level. Now that Huang Xiaolong had combined them, no one would be able to stand in its way. Were you too excited to sleep last night? Huang Xiaolong joked. No. Sun Wukong rubbed his head in embarrassment. Let's go meet Ingo now. Huang Xiaolong took a step out as soon as he spoke. Sun Wukong followed closely behind as if he was afraid of getting separated. Huang Xiaolong chuckled in amusement when he saw how scared the Monkey King was. He didn't think that the Monkey King who dared to go against the heavenly court would be so afraid of meeting someone. The two of them quickly arrived. Your Highness, that's the entrance. Sun Wukong pointed at a tiny hole in the earth. It wasn't large, and it could only contain several people at best. A weird howl came from the depths of the hole, and eerie cries could be heard. What a strong air of resentment, Huang Xiaolong uttered. Sun Wukong stared at Huang Xiaolong in amazement. As soon as he entered the hole, Huang Xiaolong discovered that everything was exactly as Sun Wukong described. Corpse chi filled the air, and there was a lake of corpses. Huang Xiaolong didn't waste time as he swept the entire cavern with his Dao souls. It took him a second to start making his way towards the deepest part of the cavern. Sun Wukong didn't dare to dally as he followed right behind Huang Xiaolong. As Huang Xiaolong walked deeper into the cavern, the corpses lining the sides grew bigger and bigger. The corpse chi in the air grew denser, and it seemed to turn into a cloud hovering around them. Is that the corpse of a universe-level beast? Sun Wukong yelped in shock when he saw the giant corpse sitting in the corner. Yeah, that's a radiant winged tick, and its wingspan is comparable to a rock. It has already reached the grand perfection level in the power of radiance. Huang Xiaolong muttered. The same can be said for the power of space. A radiant winged tick was said to be the bane of all creatures who cultivated with death chi. The strength of a radiant winged tick who had reached the grand perfection level in the power of radiance was a terrifying existence. However, the one before them died in the hands of Corpse King Ingo. That was a radiant winged tick who had reached the grand perfection level in the power of radiance and space. Could only serve to prove how strong Corpse King Ingo was. When Huang Xiaolong heard the strength the radiant winged tick possessed when it was alive, his throat went dry. No wonder the Holy Phoenix doesn't dare to antagonize this old fart, Sun Wukong muttered under his breath. After passing the corpse of the radiant winged tick, the two of them continued inwards. All of a sudden, Sun Wukong's expression changed. An endless amount of undead creatures charged at them. The undead creatures came in all shapes and sizes, and they were ugly to the extreme. There were even some who emitted foul liquid from their rotting bodies. Like an endless tide, they rushed at Huang Xiaolong and Sun Wukong. The shocking part was that the creatures were extremely fast. No matter how brave the Monkey King was, his scalp went numb when he saw the sheer number of creatures pouring towards him. Your Highness, the old fart probably sensed us. Huang Xiaolong nodded slowly. Summoning his golden rod, Sun Wukong was about to make his move when Huang Xiaolong interrupted him. There's no need for that. When Sun Wukong was still stuck in a state of shock, he saw the sea of undead creatures stopping right in front of him. They seemed to be trapped in place. As long as the creatures approached 10,000 feet, they would be stuck in place. Every single type of power comes from the source of the world, Huang Xiaolong pointed out. Sun Wukong stared at the scene before him in disbelief. Huang Xiaolong's words were like bolts of lightning that slammed heavily into his brain. In that instant, it was as though a veil around him was lifted. Every single type of power comes from the source of the world. It might seem simple, but it was the truth that governed the universe. Huang Xiaolong nodded silently when he saw the look of enlightenment on Sun Wukong's face. It was true that the Monkey King's comprehension abilities were extremely strong. It was no wonder he managed to cultivate the 72 transformations in a short amount of time. Understanding how difficult it was to remain in a state of enlightenment, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother the monkey. He left several restrictions around before making his way forward. The undead creatures would retreat whenever he approached, and Huang Xiaolong didn't take long to venture deep into the cavern. He passed by a ton of corpse mountains and several seas of undead chi. He finally arrived at the entrance of a palace. The palace was made from white bones, and there were countless runes inscribed all over it. The entire palace was a priceless artifact. In fact, it was as good as the five-finger mountain he fused with the talisman. When Huang Xiaolong arrived at the entrance of the palace, rays of light emerged from the interior as a green-robed young man strolled out from the entrance. Sharp white bones protruded from his arms and legs. Was that Corpse King Ingo? Huang Xiaolong could see the other party's body, and he learned that it was made up of corpse qi. However, the corpse qi that formed Ingo's body was different from the corpse qi he had seen in the past. Fellow Taoist is really strong, but you might not be able to defeat me here. Ingo spoke as he kept his eyes on Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong shook his head silently. Even if you had 10,000 clones with your full strength, you will never be able to defeat me. Ingo was strong, and his strength was recognized by Huang Xiaolong. However, everyone under the God of Creation realm was nothing more than an ant. Huang Xiaolong was someone who had surpassed ordinary gods of creation. No matter how strong Ingo was, he wouldn't be able to fight the monster of a man. Staring at Huang Xiaolong in shock, a trace of rage flashed in his eyes. Death Qi shot towards Huang Xiaolong. It was too bad they didn't even come close to hitting Huang Xiaolong. The Death Qi dissipated in the air as though it was never there to begin with. Ingo stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. His figure blurred as he appeared before Huang Xiaolong in the next instant. His arms slashed at Huang Xiaolong's head, and the white bones protruding from them were no weaker than innate heavenly artifacts. Not even ninth-level combined Dao ancestors would be able to withstand the power of corrosion. Huang Xiaolong casually waved his arms to stop the white bones. Ingo was speechless to discover that the spikes were unable to pierce through Huang Xiaolong's skin. A terrifying force emerged from Huang Xiaolong's arm as it sent Ingo crashing into the walls of the palace behind him. A wave of pain wrecked Ingo's body, and he couldn't understand what was going on. The strongest weapons he had on him failed to pierce through the other party's skin. Not even Buddha Rulai possessed such a powerful defense. Who are you? Ingo suppressed the fear in his heart and asked. Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong. A trace of doubt flashed across Ingo's face. As he had been living in the cavern under the fruits and flower mountain, he didn't know much of what happened in the outside world. The reason he spied on Huang Xiaolong was because he realized that Sun Wukong was back. I'll give you a chance to unleash your strongest attack. Huang Xiaolong clasped his hands behind him and muttered. Narrowing his eyes, Ingo stared at Huang Xiaolong before he turned into a massive wave of Death Qi that surged forward. There were Death Qi runes hidden in the waves, and visions of massive corpses could be seen from time to time. Huang Xiaolong could feel the terrifying power of corrosion charging at him, but he remained in place. He didn't defend himself with his true energy as the wave slammed into him. The giant wave of Death Qi swallowed Huang Xiaolong in an instant. After the wave finally subsided, a look of terror could be seen on Ingo's face as he stared at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. There were only two people in the Pangu world who could defend against his corpse energy that came from the source of the world. One of them was Pangu, and the other was Hong Jun. Both of them were gods of creation. You! With his heart trembling, Ingo looked at Huang Xiaolong like he was looking at a monster. No longer holding back, Huang Xiaolong released his aura. Ingo felt like the weight of 1,000 mountains was pressing down on his back, and he fell to his knees instantly. Struggling to take a breath, the corpse qi in his body started to fluctuate wildly. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move a muscle. It was as though he was bound by the energy of the world, and for the first time in his life, he felt helpless. Lord Creation, please spare my life. Ingo yelled with whatever energy he could muster. Even though Huang Xiaolong wasn't a god of creation, Ingo mistook him for one. Without explaining himself, Huang Xiaolong hid his aura once again. Ingo felt like he was given a new lease on life as he crawled to his knees. He kowtowed towards Huang Xiaolong for sparing him, and a look of terror could be seen in his eyes. Huang Xiaolong sent a trace of purple Grand Mist Qi into the Corpse King's body. Get up. Yes, Your Highness. As Sun Wukong was still in a state of enlightenment and they wouldn't be able to leave for quite some time, Huang Xiaolong made Ingo bring him into the White Bone Palace and the various forbidden regions in the cavern. Ingo wasn't the person who created the cavern, and it was created during the formation of the world. It was like the fruits and flower mountain, and Ingo fell in love with the place the moment he stepped foot there. As such, he used a ton of effort to remodel the place. Despite the fact that the cavern was now his residence, there were many forbidden regions Ingo didn't dare to step foot into. Huang Xiaolong discovered herbs and treasures like the liquid of life when he ventured in, and he was slightly taken aback. Ingo was obviously shocked when he saw Huang Xiaolong's harvest. Retrieving nearly 10 drops, Huang Xiaolong handed it over to Ingo. "Your Highness, is this for me?" Ingo didn't dare to believe his luck. "The liquid of life is the same as ordinary water to me. I won't be able to use it anyway," Huang Xiaolong explained. Ingo was speechless, but he managed to eke out a thanks to Huang Xiaolong. When they returned to Sun Wukong's side, they could see that the veil of light around his body was still going strong. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head silently. It seemed as though Sun Wukong gained a lot this time. From what it looked like, his strength would most likely reach a whole new level. Ingo praised, "Looks like this monkey will be as strong as me in a few years. It's still too early." Huang Xiaolong shook his head and sighed. Sun Wukong might be a spiritual radiant monkey, but he was pretty lacking when compared to Ingo. No matter how strong Sun Wukong's comprehension ability was, he wouldn't be able to surpass Ingo in the next few million years. After all, Ingo was the incarnation of the corpse Qi born from the world. His existence was comparable to Rulai and Nuwa. Another 2 days passed. Snapping out from his state of enlightenment, Sun Wukong saw Ingo standing before him, and he jumped in fright. When the golden rod appeared in Sun Wukong's hand, Huang Xiaolong's voice rang in his mind. "Enough!" Turning around, he saw Huang Xiaolong walking towards them from afar. "Your Highness, I know he's Corpse King Ingo." Huang Xiaolong nodded and continued. "He has already submitted to me." Sun Wukong's jaws dropped and he scratched his head in embarrassment. Huang Xiaolong and Ingo chuckled in amusement before leaving the cavern with Sun Wukong in tow. When they emerged, Ingo felt a sense of liberation when he looked at the sun hanging high in the skies. He felt a weight lifted off his chest, and Huang Xiaolong muttered, "This might not be a bad thing for you." As long as Ingo got over his demons that plagued his heart, he was bound to grow stronger. "Yes, Your Highness," Ingo exclaimed gratefully. "Have you fought with the phoenix?" Huang Xiaolong asked out of the blue. A serious expression appeared on Ingo's face and he sighed. "She's extremely strong, and I might not be able to defeat her." Huang Xiaolong nodded. "Your Highness, are we heading to the Holy Phoenix's nest now?" Sun Wukong asked with an eager expression. "Since we have nothing to do anyway, let's go." Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "All right." Jumping in joy, Sun Wukong increased his speed to lead the way. With a grin on their faces, the three of them arrived in the southern part of the mountain. As soon as they arrived, a heat wave slammed into them. It was a type of burning heat that burned the soul. "Soul Inferno Formation," Huang Xiaolong gasped. The Soul Inferno Formation was one of the Genesis-level formations. It was pretty strong, and it could easily purify the corpse Qi from Ingo. Huang Xiaolong looked at the two behind him, and he noticed that Ingo was doing fine. He could suppress his sinister Qi, but the same couldn't be said for Sun Wukong. Huang Xiaolong raised his arm to shoot a trace of green light into the monkey's brain, and Sun Wukong felt his entire body easing up instantly. "If the three of you intrude any further, you cannot blame me for being impolite." A majestic voice that seemed easy on the ears descended from the skies. Huang Xiaolong ignored it completely as he brought the two deeper into the region. As soon as they took their first steps, a sea of flames formed in the air above them and it started to descend. 9 Phoenix True Flame. Sun Wukong's expression changed. The 9 Phoenix True Flame was one of the strongest flames in the world. It was even stronger than the Samadhi flames that roasted him when he was trapped in the Taoist Laozi's furnace. In fact, it was several thousand times stronger. However, the flames turned into icicles when they approached the trio. From afar, the sea of flames seemed to be forming a giant berth for Huang Xiaolong. The Holy Phoenix released a cry of surprise. Power of absolute frost at the grand perfection level. Who are you? Huang Xiaolong didn't reply as he casually grabbed at the air in front of him. The 9 Phoenix True Flames started to shrink, and it turned into a single grain that leaped about in his palm. Sun Wukong and Ing Go felt a chains of thunderbolts setting off in their heads when they saw what he did. They didn't understand how the sea of flames could be reduced to a single grain in his hands. When you reach the grand perfection level in the power of absolute blaze, you'll understand. Huang Xiaolong explained. Next, he pointed at the source of the voice and the grain of flame was sent flying out like a bullet. Boom! After a giant explosion, the sorry figure of a phoenix could be seen soaring into the skies. The phoenix was larger than they could describe. When it extended all 9 tails, it was larger than what they could imagine. Her eyes were like golden seas. However, the phoenix's feathers were no longer intact. There were many scorch marks on them, and there were holes all over her body. It seemed as though Huang Xiaolong's previous attack did quite a bit of damage. With flame burning in her eyes, she opened her mouth to send a ball of golden flames shooting towards Huang Xiaolong. Remaining completely impassive, Huang Xiaolong pointed at the ball of fire. The stream of energy that emerged from his fingertips shattered the ball of flame, but it didn't stop there. It continued on and shot at the Holy Phoenix's head. Crashing heavily into the mountain range below, an uncountable number of peaks crumbled beneath her. Sun Wukong rubbed his eyes in shock. The Holy Phoenix was defeated with a single finger. That was the Holy Phoenix they were talking about. She existed since the start of time, and not even Yuhua dared to put on airs before her. The only person present who wasn't stunned was Ing Go. Several moments later, the Holy Phoenix got to her feet and her face was filled with soil. The part where Huang Xiaolong struck swelled, and it looked like there was a giant bun forming on her forehead. Strange looks formed on the faces of Sun Wukong and Ing Go when they saw her comedic appearance. You! The Holy Phoenix glared at Huang Xiaolong, but her fear failed to contain the rage she felt. Ever since I came to the Pengu world, I have failed to find a suitable mount. You shall be my mount in the future, Huang Xiaolong muttered. Sun Wukong's heart thumped when he heard what Huang Xiaolong said. Lao Zi's mount was an azure ox, and Heaven Piercer rode on a Kuei ox. The Lord of Primal Beginnings had 9 dragons pulling his agarwood carriage, and their mounts could be said to be unrivaled under the heavens. However, if they were to compare them to the Holy Phoenix, they would be far too lacking. Once the Holy Phoenix became Huang Xiaolong's mount, all 3 worlds would tremble. Moreover, the relationship between the Holy Phoenix and Rulai wasn't simple. If Rulai learned that his mother became the mount of someone he planned to kill, Sun Wukong felt his heart thumping in excitement. When the monkey was lost in his imagination, the light around the Holy Phoenix's body increased in intensity once again. 9 colored lights filled the lands, and a pillar of light shot towards the sky. 9 colored divine light. Corpse King Ing Go's expression changed. The 9 colored divine light formed a world of its own, and it was able to suppress anything it swallowed. As long as one was trapped in the beam of light, they would find it difficult to leave. The pillar of light surrounded Huang Xiaolong and the entire area around him. In an instant, all 3 of them were thrown into the world created by the 9-colored divine light. Opening their eyes, they found themselves in a mesmerizing place. The light was so bright that they couldn't open their eyes. All 3 of you can remain in the world of the 9-colored divine light till you die. The voice of the Holy Phoenix rang in their ears. I don't think so, Huang Xiaolong muttered, and he casually swiped the space before him. A massive hole was ripped in the 9-colored divine light world, and Huang Xiaolong brought the 2 of them back to the original world. Turning to look at the Holy Phoenix, Sun Wukong was shocked to discover that she had a gaping hole in her chest as she vomited mouthfuls of blood. Her blood had 9 colors, and it was a shocking sight to behold. A look of disbelief could be seen on the Holy Phoenix's face as she stared at Huang Xiaolong. The world created by the 9-colored divine light could suppress all evil creatures, and everything she swallowed would eventually be dissolved by the divine light. Those trapped within wouldn't be able to use their immortal essence. And she had no idea why Huang Xiaolong was able to. Holy Phoenix! There is no need to resist. Ingo shook his head and sighed. Even my corpse origin chi wasn't able to do a thing to him when he didn't resist. How can your 9-colored divine light be any different? Ingo was giving the Holy Phoenix a pretty huge hint. Indeed, her face changed when she heard what he said. Sun Wukong had no idea what happened when Huang Xiaolong fought with Ingo, but he was equally as stunned when he heard what happened. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong returned to the territory of the apes. They returned on the back of a 9-colored phoenix. When they were finally back, Huang Xiaolong decided to impart the Tao to Ingo, the Holy Phoenix, and Sun Wukong. With his permission, the scarlet tailbone baboon and the shoulder-piercing ape sat at the side. When he spoke of the Tao, he didn't sit on a golden lotus, and flower petals didn't rain down from the skies. There wasn't a single dragon in the sky above him, but every word he said was like heavenly lightning striking deep into the hearts of those present. Everything that eluded them no longer seemed so confusing. As the gathering of the immortal peaches drew near, the immortal world started to heat up. The various faction leaders brought their experts towards the Kunlun mountain range, and even experts at the level of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Emperor who were rarely seen started to appear. Several dozen days passed in the blink of an eye. The gathering of the immortal peaches finally arrived. There's so many people here. Ingo looked at the sea of people rushing over to the Kunlun mountain range and exclaimed, "Hee, of course there are. Even the Netherworld Lord and the various immortals will come." Sun Wukong sneered. He could remember the taste of the immortal peach like he ate it yesterday. After spending so many years under the Five-Finger Mountain, the flavor of the immortal peach finally resurfaced in his mind. Today, he would finally see the long-awaited peach. A trace of anticipation formed in Huang Xiaolong's heart when he looked at the swathes of people rushing to the gathering. He hoped that the myriad treasures Tao Master and the Golden Spirit Goddess would attend. Urging the Holy Phoenix to go faster, Huang Xiaolong's group charged towards the Kunlun mountain range. I heard that Buddha Rulai will be attending too. He wishes to congratulate the Queen Mother of the West on her longevity. Buddha Rulai is not the only one. The Jade Emperor Laozi and the Lord of Primal Beginnings will be there. Laozi and the Lord of Primal Beginnings didn't appear since the ancient war. Do you think they have returned because of the innate devil ancestor, Huang Xiaolong? Goddess Nuwa will be present too, for out of the 6 great sages will be present. It's extremely possible that they plan to deal with Huang Xiaolong together. After all, I heard that Huang Xiaolong also plans to take part in the meet. What? Is Huang Xiaolong crazy? Is he there to cause trouble again? A group of experts discussed among themselves. As they were talking, a giant figure appeared beside them. There was a young man, a green-robed youngster, and a monkey sitting on a phoenix. They had no idea who both young men were, but their expressions changed when they saw the monkey. Great sage. Others might not know who Sun Wukong was at a glance, but when they heard the cries, their hearts trembled. What? Great sage. Sun Wukong. They couldn't help it as the Monkey King's reputation was well known through the lands. The Heavenly Palace was an existence that controlled the immortal world, but the Monkey King managed to shake it up on his own. A single existence could cause the faces of the immortals to change. When the Jade Emperor gave the order to capture the Great Sage, Li Jing, Najia, and Yang Jian had to join hands in order to deal with the monkey. The battle caused the heavens to shift and the seas to tremble. In the end, the Heavenly Palace could only return in defeat. With no other choices, the Jade Emperor could only request for the Buddha ancestor Rulai to deal with Sun Wukong. Even after he was suppressed by the Five-Finger Mountain, Sun Wukong's reputation shook the 3 worlds. Sun Wukong really escaped, one of the old ancestors yelled in shock. When Huang Xiaolong saved Sun Wukong previously, there were rumors that went around. However, the Heavenly Palace suppressed the news, and many people didn't think that the Monkey King actually escaped. Moreover, they didn't believe he could. After all, the talisman was a true treasure that belonged to Buddha Rulai. It could suppress anything under the heavens. They didn't believe anyone had the ability to save Sun Wukong. They seemed to be going towards the Kunlun Mountain. Don't tell me he's planning to crash the gathering. In the past, he sneakily ate all the immortal peaches that were more than 9,000 years old. Who is the green-robed man traveling with Sun Wukong? Not to mention the fact that there's a youngster riding the phoenix in front of them. A look of fear could be seen on the faces of the experts. They stared at each other as silence fell upon the lands. After a long time, a trembling voice rang through the skies. He can't be Huang Xiaolong, the innate devil ancestor, right? I heard that Huang Xiaolong was the one who saved Sun Wukong from under the Five-Finger Mountain. Huang Xiaolong. Everyone froze in mid-air. Huang Xiaolong might have appeared recently, but he killed Zhao Qi Yangkai, and he kidnapped the Golden Brow Arhat before killing Chun Chong. He defeated the Wudong goddess and the Tortoise Spirit goddess with a single blow. His reputation had already surpassed Sun Wukong. Did they join forces? If that's the case, the gathering of the immortal peaches will turn into a bloodbath. Someone exclaimed in shock. One of the immortal kings sneered. Buddha Rulai, Goddess Nuwa, Laozi, and the Lord of Primal Beginnings will be there, with them working together. Not even 100 Sun Wukongs and Huang Xiaolongs will be enough to raise waves in the gathering of the immortal peaches. They're rushing to their deaths. Immortal King Bai Qi is right. With the 4 sages present, there is nothing to fear. We have to hurry in case we miss the battle. Yeah, we cannot wait to see them die. The experts traveling over increased their speeds. Just as Huang Xiaolong and the others were making their way over, those who had already arrived received the news of their appearance. The immortals in the Kunlun Mountain broke out into an uproar. The crepe myrtle heavenly king sneered. It's good that they're here. We are only afraid that they will hide in their shells somewhere. Now that they are finally coming, they could rest assured that no one would be leaving. When his disciple, Chun Chong, was killed by Huang Xiaolong, there had been many people saying that he was a coward for not hunting Huang Xiaolong down. He felt a sense of anger in his heart, but he couldn't vent it no matter how hard he tried. The Queen Mother of the West, the Jade Emperor, Buddha Rulai, Goddess Nuwa, Laozi, and the Lord of Primal Beginnings sat on the platform in the middle of the meet. Even though Rulai was the Buddha ancestor, he was a junior among the rest. He was younger than Laozi and the Lord of Primal Beginnings, and he sat at the side. How dare the monkey come? The Queen Mother of the West growled. As the organizer of the gathering of the immortal peaches, she couldn't forget the time when Sun Wukong stole the peaches previously. A trace of rage could be seen on her face. Goddess Nuwa was considered the prettiest lady in all 3 worlds. The Queen Mother of the West was comparable to her. They were pretty in their own rights, and she gave off an air of temptation. It was no wonder the Jade Emperor spent so long in his pursuit of the Queen Mother of the West. The Jade Emperor turned to her and spoke. Junior sister, you can rest assured, with the seniors, Huang Xiaolong and the monkey won't be able to leave this place alive. She nodded slowly before turning to the others. I will have to trouble senior brothers and sisters in a little bit. The 2 of them were attendants of Hong Jun, and even though they weren't his disciples, their identities were there for all to see. When they heard what she said, they nodded in unison. Have myriad treasures and golden spirit arrived? The Lord or Primal Beginnings asked Shin Gongbao. Master, they are here. The Lord of Primal Beginnings and Heaven Piercer were martial brothers, and he could be considered their martial uncle. Huang Xiaolong is most probably here for them. Bring them over to me. The Lord of Primal Beginnings spoke. Bowing respectfully, he quickly brought the 2 over. As everyone waited for the arrival of Huang Xiaolong and the others, the few figures appeared on the horizon. That's Huang Xiaolong. He's the one riding the phoenix. Someone screamed. When everyone turned to look at the person riding the phoenix, cries rang through the skies. So that's Huang Xiaolong. Sun Wukong is there too. When everyone was focused on Huang Xiaolong and Sun Wukong, Rulai's gaze turned to the phoenix. He felt a bolt of lightning running through his body, and his face that remained expressionless for hundreds of millions of years changed instantly. Anger rushed through his heart as he got to his feet. His eyes were locked onto the phoenix. Lao Zi and the others also noticed the phoenix, and weird looks could be seen on their faces. Ever since the world was created, the holy phoenix was rarely seen outside of the fruits and flowers mountain. Not many people had seen the holy phoenix, but those sitting on the platform could definitely recognize her. Strange looks could be seen on the faces of the other cultivators present when they noticed Rulai's weird behavior. Buddha ancestor, this? Manjushri asked. Even though Rulai didn't open his mouth, everyone could feel the killing intent rolling off his body. Everyone was shocked to feel the murderous intent leaking out from the Buddha ancestor. As the Buddha ancestor, the skies would change when he got angry. Now that he was ready to kill, the heavens would tremble. However, no one knew why Buddha Rulai would be so angry. Could it be because of Huang Xiaolong's appearance? That shouldn't be the case. After all, no one knew of any grudges Huang Xiaolong had with the Buddha ancestor himself. Lao Zi's voice echoed through the air, enlightening those present. That's the Holy Phoenix. Holy Phoenix. She was said to be the mother of the Buddha ancestor. As they turned to look at Huang Xiaolong, who was riding on the Holy Phoenix, a terrifying thought flashed through their minds. It was something so far-fetched that they didn't dare to believe. The looks on their faces turned extremely colorful when they thought about it. The Buddhas and the Arhats from the west felt a sense of unease sweeping through their bodies. If the phoenix Huang Xiaolong was riding on was really the Holy Phoenix, he would be riding on Rulai's mother. How could Rulai accept something like that? It was no wonder Rulai was so angry. Under their looks of disbelief, Huang Xiaolong's party arrived above the Kunlun mountain. As Ingo had transferred his appearance to that of a human and hid his corpse chi, no one managed to recognize him. Sweeping his gaze across those present, Huang Xiaolong asked Sun Wukong, "Is the myriad treasures Tao Master and the Golden Spirit Goddess here?" Stepping forward, Sun Wukong bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, they are right there beside the Lord of Primal Beginnings." Huang Xiaolong's gaze turned to the middle platform and he saw a young man and a young lady standing behind the Lord of Primal Beginnings. They were clad in a Tao robe that was protected by countless formations. Moreover, their Tao robes weren't made of ordinary materials. They were made from innate artifacts that were born during the creation of the world. As the two of them were disciples of the heaven-piercing sage, they possessed shocking levels of strength. However, their hearts started to pound in their chests when they noticed Huang Xiaolong's gaze. Even though they were standing behind the Lord of Primal Beginnings, they felt a sense of fear filling their hearts. They might be strong, but they knew their place. They were far too weak when compared to the Holy Phoenix. If Huang Xiaolong managed to force the Holy Phoenix to be his mount, they were nothing more than specks of dust in his eyes. They couldn't imagine how strong Huang Xiaolong had to be in order to force the Holy Phoenix to submit. "Speak. Where is your master?" Huang Xiaolong didn't beat about the bush. The only reason he came to the gathering of the Immortal Peaches was to locate the heaven-piercing sage. He didn't wish to waste his time on formalities. As soon as the words left his lips, the faces of Lao Zi and the others turned unsightly. It was especially so for Rulai as killing intent raged through his heart. Finally, unable to suppress his anger, Rulai opened his mouth and spat out an incantation. As Buddhist runes formed around him, they transformed into phantoms of great beings as they charged at Huang Xiaolong. The moment they emerged, the skies seemed to darken as Buddhist energy enveloped the lands. The power that came from Rulai was tens of thousands of times stronger than the talisman he left on the Five-Finger Mountain. Those immortal emperors who were on the weaker side felt the Buddhist energy transforming their bodies. Just as the runes were about to smash into Huang Xiaolong, a bony white arm reached out from the side. Even though the bony arm seemed to contain no power at all, it managed to stop Rulai's attack. The supreme phantoms that were summoned crashed into it, but they failed to leave a mark. The arm was like an immortal mountain that withstood the endless bombardment of Buddhist energy. When the phantoms disappeared, the bony white arm remained in its place. Those standing around stared at the owner of the white arm in shock, and they discovered that it belonged to the other youngster who was traveling with Huang Xiaolong and Sun Wukong. The Buddhist ancestor, Rulai, frowned in shock. All of a sudden, the Lord of Primal Beginnings exclaimed with a serious expression, "Corpse King Ingo! Corpse King Ingo!" The crepe myrtle heavenly emperor, and the others felt their eyelids jumping in shock. As for the immortal emperors and those weaker, they stared at each other in surprise as they had never heard of Ingo. "Who is that?" one of the immortal emperors asked quietly. Those around him shook their heads slowly. "He's an existence who came to be during the creation of the world. He is the incarnation of the origin corpse chi of the Pangu world, and he's the ancestor of all undead creatures here. His strength is unfathomable," someone explained. When they turned to look at the source of the voice, they were shocked to discover that Monarch Luya was standing behind them. Bowing respectfully, they knew that as an existence who was the spirit of the Chi Flame. He was created during the creation of the world, and his seniority was close to that of the 6 sages on the middle platform. When they heard Luya's evaluation of Corpse King Ingo's strength, their expressions fell. "Ingo, you'll be able to keep your life if you leave right now." Rulai's expression fell. "Otherwise, I'll suppress you under Elysium and refine your soul every day. You won't be able to reincarnate." A sneer left Ingo's lips. "Rulai, others might be afraid of you, but I'm not them. I'll give you a piece of advice. Get the fuck out of this mountain range and stop annoying His Highness. Or else Or else what?" The golden light around Rulai's body turned into a pillar that charged into the heavens. "Or else you won't be leaving today." A ray of light shot out from the Buddha ancestor's eyes, and a golden lotus appeared beneath his feet. There were 20 petals on the golden lotus, and it was the lotus seat Rulai had since he attained enlightenment. Even though the 20-petaled lotus seat could be considered a peak-grade innate artifact, it had already surpassed the scope of power. It was connected to the fortune of the entire Western Buddhist continent, and nothing was able to stand in its way. Hong Jun even said that with the 20-petaled golden lotus, Rulai would be undefeatable. A strand of beads appeared above Rulai's head after the golden lotus appeared. That was his other treasure, the Dharma prayer beads. It had the same effect as the talisman he left on the Five-Finger Mountain, but it was several times stronger. It could force the other party to return to their true form, and it possessed shocking suppressive abilities. As if that wasn't enough, Rulai took out another artifact. It was a banner that contained endless Buddhist energy. It was able to trap anyone he wished, and if he managed to capture someone, they wouldn't be able to break out unless they were stronger than Rulai himself. "Go!" The prayer beads shot towards Huang Xiaolong and the rest with a single word. Ingo and the others knew that they wouldn't be able to escape from the prayer beads no matter how far they flew, and Sun Wukong no longer suppressed his abilities. Releasing a heaven-shaking roar, he transformed into a giant ape. That was the true form of the spiritual radiant stone ape. As Ingo was stronger, he didn't have to use his full strength to deal with Rulai's attack. However, the corpse chi in his body started to go crazy, and it became slightly more difficult for him to control. Everyone jumped in joy when they saw that Sun Wukong had already been forced to transform into his true form. They were even happier when they saw that Ingo was on the verge of losing control of his abilities. Ha ha ha! Who do they think they are? The ancestor forced them to reveal their true forms the moment he attacked. How dare someone like that call himself the Corpse King? One of the Arhats laughed. It provoked a sound of laughter from everyone else, and even the heavenly kings heaved a sigh of relief. Martial brother Rulai is indeed powerful. The Queen Mother of the West chuckled. Her radiant smile caused the Jade Emperor's heart to waver once again. When everyone was laughing happily, Huang Xiaolong casually reached out his hand and he seemed to make a grab at the prayer beads that were floating in the skies. What does he think he's doing? The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva frowned. Does he think he can grab our ancestors' prayer beads with his hands? Maitreya laughed. Nuwa shook her head slowly. It wasn't because she was looking down on the innate devil ancestor Huang Xiaolong, but it was because she knew how terrifying Rulai's power was. Not even Laozi, the Lord of Primal Beginnings, or anyone present would be able to achieve such a feat. They wouldn't be able to defend themselves with their full strength. much less grabbing the prayer beads with their hands. If Laozi, the Lord of Primal Beginnings, and herself wouldn't be able to do so, she didn't believe that Huang Xiaolong had the ability to. Rulai snorted in amusement when he saw what Huang Xiaolong was doing. The banner in his hands started to flutter in the wind as it shot towards Huang Xiaolong. Layers of restrictions opened in the air around the banner, and it started to turn into a massive pagoda capable of tapping the gods. Every single layer contained a Buddhist world, and they emitted radiant golden light. The Kunlun Mountains started to tremble as golden light enveloped the lands. The world seemed to turn into a giant Buddhist world as the golden light turned into waves that charged towards Huang Xiaolong, Sun Wukong, and Ingo. Huang Xiaolong ignored the banner completely as he continued to grab at the beads. The prayer beads might be protected by layers of formations, but they were completely useless in front of Huang Xiaolong. With an invisible hand piercing through the formations like they didn't exist, Huang Xiaolong held the beads. In front of everyone present, Huang Xiaolong casually pulled and the prayer beads came crashing down from the skies. The power of the beads dissipated instantly. The power that was rampaging about Sun Wukong and Ingo's body started to calm down, and everyone stared at him in disbelief. Nuwa was shocked, and so was the Lord of Primal Beginnings and the others. Rulai was stunned. The Dharma prayer beads was one of his strongest artifacts. It was able to suppress the other party, and they wouldn't be able to use their full strength. How in the world was Huang Xiaolong able to use his power? How could Huang Xiaolong not be affected by the power of his prayer beads? With energy surging in his body, Rulai used even more power to activate the banner. As the banner received more energy, the devouring force around it increased. At the same time, Rulai tried to retrieve his prayer beads. In the instant Huang Xiaolong grabbed at the beads, the space around the banner started to shift. The figures of Huang Xiaolong, Sun Wukong, Ingo, and even the Holy Phoenix started to distort in the eyes of everyone present. Their figures started to turn blurry, and they seemed to be sucked into the world contained in the banner. The first person to be sucked in was Sun Wukong. When Sun Wukong messed about in the heavenly palace in the past, no one managed to contain him. He was strong, and he became even stronger after Huang Xiaolong gave him a little help. He reached a whole new level of strength, but it was a pity he was up against Rulai, one of the 6 sages of the Saint World. The power of the banner was just too strong. When Sun Wukong disappeared into the world contained by the banner, everyone cheered. Ingo transformed into a sea of corpse chi as he tried to resist the power of the banner. As a sneer left Rulai's lips, he knew that it was a matter of time before Ingo was captured. After all, the divine banner was able to suppress all evil in the world. No matter how strong the corpse chi was, it would eventually be suppressed by his Buddhist energy. Rulai turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. He wanted to see how the little brat would resist the unstoppable might of the divine banner. Nuwa and the others looked at Huang Xiaolong in anticipation. Raising a single finger, Huang Xiaolong pointed at the banner. A ray of light tore through the terrifying Buddhist energy around the banner, and it slammed directly into the artifact. A massive hole was blown through the giant banner that spanned God knew how many miles long. Those standing along the Kunlun Mountain would have mistaken the divine banner for a piece of flimsy paper, if not for the fact that it managed to suppress Sun Wukong a second ago. With the appearance of the massive hole, the Buddhist energy that filled the skies popped like a balloon. The banner shrank and fell to the ground. The golden light disappeared completely, and it became no different from a broken tree branch. Sun Wukong, who was sucked into the Buddhist world, reappeared beside Huang Xiaolong. With the sudden destruction of the divine banner, Rulai received a massive backlash. He retreated and crashed into countless tables filled with divine fruits and herbs. The immortal peaches scattered across the ground as though they were cabbages that grew at the side of the road. The 20-petaled golden lotus below Rulai started to dim. As everyone stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock, silence descended on the lands. The strongest expert in the western region, one of the 6 sages, Buddha ancestor Rulai, was defeated with a single strike from Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong remained expressionless. Rulai was the strongest expert he met since he stepped into the Panga world, but he was comparable to the extreme bliss celestial emperor he ran into in the world of departed souls. In the world of departed souls, Huang Xiaolong killed the extremely joy celestial emperor who had 800 million units of grand cosmos energy. They were nothing in front of Huang Xiaolong then, much less the current him. Huang Xiaolong glanced at Rulai and stated, "I'll spare your life after taking Hong Jun's reputation into account. If you make another move on us, you can't blame me for dealing with you." Rulai's expression was ugly to the extreme after he was forced to retreat. After hearing what Huang Xiaolong said, he felt even more humiliated. "Preposterous," Rulai growled. "You barely managed to gain the upper hand during the exchange. Do you really think you can beat me?" After he spoke, the golden light around his body started to swirl. All Buddhas to their position. Every single saint who came from the Western continent rose into the skies. They appeared behind Rulai, and they seemed to become a single being. With the support of the various Buddhas and Arhats, the light around Rulai increased in intensity once again. It seemed to possess the power to suppress the heavens. The expression on the faces of those spectating the battle changed when they felt the terrifying energy coming from Rulai. Even the sages who were said to be on the same level as Rulai took several steps back. After receiving the boost from the immortals of the Western continent, Rulai's aura was too horrifying. A look of pain appeared on Ingo's face when he felt the aura coming from Rulai's body. His expression was twisted, and he failed to control the power surging through his body. He felt as though the corpse chi in him was getting purified, and he was like an ordinary mortal who was thrown into a furnace. Sun Wukong wasn't faring much better as demonic chi started to emerge from the top of his head. Before it could get any worse, Huang Xiaolong reached out and a beam of icy blue light formed a wall around them. No matter how shocking Rulai's aura was, it failed to penetrate the pillar of ice chi. The blue wall seemed to trap Rulai's Buddhist energy in the Kunlun mountain. Ingo and Sun Wukong slowly recovered. With his expression sinking, a staff appeared in Rulai's hand. It was the evil suppressing scepter, and it was comparable to the Dharma prayer beads in terms of power. It was extremely effective against creatures of evil. A green flag appeared in his other hand. When the Buddhas and holy beings of the Western continent saw the items in Rulai's hand, they sucked in a cold breath in disbelief. Even when he summoned the Dharma prayer beads previously, they didn't react so strongly. One could only imagine how special the green flag was. It was the green lotus treasure flag, and it was an innate treasure created during the formation of the world. There were 5 flags in total, and the other 4 were the white cloud boundary flag, mysterious essence water flag, chi flame radiant flag, and the 5th direction gold flag. If one managed to gather all 5 flags, they would be invincible under the heavens. They would really be an invincible existence. Even with his 20-petaled golden lotus, Rulai wouldn't be able to defeat anyone who gathered all 5 flags. Raising the evil suppressing scepter, a ray of golden light tore through the space and smashed into the wall created by Huang Xiaolong. A giant hole was formed in the wall, and cracks started to appear all around it. The icy chi all around disappeared when Rulai's Buddhist energy crashed against it. Once again, an endless amount of Buddhist energy swarmed towards Huang Xiaolong's group. The faces of Sun Wukong and Ingo changed once again. Ingo was the incarnation of the origin corpse chi, and his body was no weaker than Rulai. However, Rulai was able to receive Hong Jun's teachings, and he was on a different level. Ingo was no match for Rulai, especially after Rulai refined all sorts of evil-suppressing artifacts. The evil-suppressing scepter shot towards Huang Xiaolong. At the same time, the green lotus treasure flag tore through the air. Rays of white light emerged from the flag, and it possessed a shocking amount of power. The light rained down on the lands as the flag covered the skies. The white light and golden Buddhist energy fused together as it flew towards Huang Xiaolong. Who would have thought that junior brother Rulai would be able to reach the state of nirvana? The Lord of Primal Beginnings gasped in shock. During the ancient war, Rulai wasn't as strong as he was. As such, the Western continent didn't take part in the battle. That's right. Now that he has reached a state of nirvana, I'm afraid that I won't be able to match junior brother Rulai. Laozi sighed. As the Buddha ancestor absorbed the power of the experts from the Western continent, the leader of the sages, Lao Zi, had to admit that he was no match for Rulai. Ha ha ha! That little devil Huang Xiaolong is definitely going to be defeated by the Buddha ancestor. The crepe myrtle heavenly king laughed. No, you're wrong. He's definitely going to die. The myriad treasures Tao master sneered. Yeah, you're right. Ha ha ha. I made a mistake. The crepe myrtle heavenly king chuckled. It was at that moment they saw Huang Xiaolong raising his hand to send a punch flying towards the evil suppressing scepter. As the sharpest artifact, the evil suppressing scepter was said to be able to shatter artifacts at the same level. However, it slammed into Huang Xiaolong's fist without causing a scratch. Instead, the pointed end of the scepter shattered. It was like a branch that snapped. Everyone felt their jaws dropping in shock when they looked at Huang Xiaolong. After breaking the evil suppressing scepter, Huang Xiaolong's palm came crashing down from the skies. The giant palm print crushed the green lotus treasure flag like it was nothing. As his palm descended, the flag was sent deep into the ground. What? The faces of Rulai, Lao Zi, and the others changed. Another punch came from Huang Xiaolong, and his aura covered the mountain. Before his attack could land, the entire mountain range trembled under its might. The Queen Mother of the West and the other experts present felt the blood draining from their faces. The Kunlun Mountain existed since the start of time, and no one could shake its foundations. Now, the entire mountain seemed to be at Huang Xiaolong's mercy. Pressing his palms together, Rulai tried to counter Huang Xiaolong's palm with one of his own. A golden Buddha appeared behind Rulai as it clashed with Huang Xiaolong's strike. What happened next was of no surprise. Huang Xiaolong's power was like the sea, and Rulai was like a drop in the ocean when compared to him. Huang Xiaolong's palm smashed into the Buddha ancestor and the members of the Western continent behind him. No one was left behind as they were sent flying into the skies. A majestic sight could be seen as the great beings of the Western continents soared through the skies. Huang Xiaolong's attack didn't stop there. The Kunlun Mountain was its next target, and nothing remained standing after he was done. The mountain peak was stripped bald, and the Queen Mother of the West's palace that was on the western part of the mountain range was ground to dust. With wide eyes, Lao Zi and the others watched Rulai crashing into the ground. His flesh was torn open, and blood leaked from every single orifice of his body. Golden blood stained the ground. As he vomited copious amounts of blood, Rulai gasped for breath. Luckily for him, he was still alive. However, his golden lotus was in a sorry state. It was filled with cracks as it laid on the ground a distance away from him. Everyone along the mountain sucked in a cold breath when they noticed Rulai's sad state. The Buddha ancestor was beaten half to death by a random kid. From what they could remember, Rulai was the beacon of light in the immortal world. As he sat atop his golden lotus, Buddhist light would fill the skies and he would suppress all evil. No one had ever seen Rulai injured. The concept of him vomiting blood was even more far-fetched. Now, Rulai's sorry state was carved deep into the minds of everyone present. When they turned to look at Huang Xiaolong once again, they noticed that the Dharma prayer beads were filled with cracks. A chill ran down their spine. That was a supreme artifact used by the Buddha ancestor. How could anyone break it with their bare hands? If Huang Xiaolong were to get his hands on anyone present, wouldn't they pop like a bubble if he squeezed them with his hands? Huang Xiaolong ignored their looks as he walked towards Rulai. A look of fear could be seen on the Buddha ancestor's face as he struggled to get to his feet. I've said it before. If you try anything else, I won't care about Hong Jun when I deal with you. Huang Xiaolong's voice was icy and he continued, I always keep my promises. You, what do you want? Rulai's face changed. Could he be trying to? No. Rulai didn't believe Huang Xiaolong had the ability to do so. Like I said before, I'll kill you. Huang Xiaolong's voice rang through the skies. Death. The word was like heavenly thunder as it boomed in Rulai's ears. Those standing around couldn't help but feel their legs going soft. He actually planned to kill the Buddha ancestor. No one would think that anyone would dare to utter such words. That was because no one was Rulai's opponent. Even among the 6 sages, he was an unbeatable existence. The only person who could kill any one of them would be Hong Jun. However, he was their master, and it wasn't possible for him to do something like that. Lao Zi and the others looked at each other, and they saw the look of shock in each other's eyes. Fellow cultivator Huang, you do not have much of a grudge with my junior brother. Why don't we call it at that? Lao Zi eventually stood out and tried to persuade Huang Xiaolong. Even though my junior brother made the first move, he has already sustained serious injuries. Nuwa stood out and continued, I hope fellow cultivator Huang can show some mercy. The hearts of the various experts present thumped. All right, since Goddess Nuwa has spoken, I will allow him to live. Huang Xiaolong nodded. Huang Xiaolong wasn't making an exception because of her looks. However, he had always been respectful of her. However, he will be punished even if manages to escape death. He suppressed Sun Wukong under the Five-Finger Mountain in the past. I shall do the same to him. For the next 100 million years, he shall be suppressed under the Five-Finger Mountain. Huang Xiaolong tossed out his new and improved Five-Finger Mountain after he spoke. Turned into a giant mountain range and crashed down on Rulai. Even with his strength, he couldn't move a muscle. Buddha Ancestor! The experts of the Western continent screamed in unison. They wanted to save Rulai, but they realized that they couldn't approach the mountain. They were sent flying by a shocking force before they could get close. No one could approach 100,000 miles of the Five-Finger Mountain. Everyone stared at the mountain with shock in their eyes. They didn't understand when the Five-Finger Mountain became so strong. It was able to suppress the Buddha Ancestor, and it could stop the advances of experts at the level of Maitreya and the Bodhisattvas. The more they looked at the Five-Finger Mountain, the more they discovered that something was off. That's the power of Rulai's talisman. How in the world did Huang Xiaolong fuse the talisman into the mountain? The Queen Mother of the West and the others were shocked to discover the change. They were terrified to discover that someone managed to combine the two treasures. Not even the strongest experts of artifact refinement like Lao Zi and the Lord of Primal Beginnings were able to do something remotely close. After Huang Xiaolong suppressed Rulai, he made his way over to the Myriad Treasures Tao Master and the Golden Spirit Goddess. When they saw him walking towards them, they didn't know what to do. It was especially so for the Myriad Treasures Tao Master. He was cursing Huang Xiaolong just a second ago. The Lord of Primal Beginnings couldn't help but speak up when he noticed Huang Xiaolong's actions. Fellow cultivator Huang, why do you have to make things difficult for several juniors? I'm here to look for the Pangu sword. The heaven-piercing sage has it, and I'll leave as long as they tell me where he is. Huang Xiaolong muttered. The Lord of Primal Beginnings shook his head. If that is so, you should look for the heaven-piercing sage. Huang Xiaolong's expression sank when he heard what the Lord of Primal Beginnings said. If he could look for the heaven-piercing sage, why would he look for his students? If you stand in my way, I'll suppress you under the Five-Finger Mountain too. The Lord of Primal Beginnings felt anger burning in his heart as the weapon in his hand started to buzz. However, he chose to retreat eventually and the buzzing stopped. His weapon was the Three-Treasure Rui, and it was given to him by Hong Jun. It was extremely powerful, but he knew that it wouldn't allow him to stand up to Huang Xiaolong. Even Rulai, with all his treasures, failed to cause a scratch on Huang Xiaolong. He knew that it would be in his best interests to avoid clashing with Huang Xiaolong. The Myriad Treasures Tao Master fell to his knees when he saw his only protector making way. He started to kowtow as he screamed, Senior Huang, my master travels the land, and I have no idea where he went. Please spare my life. A frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face, but the Golden Spirit Goddess spoke before Huang Xiaolong could say anything. My master should be in the devil world right now. Huang Xiaolong and the rest stared at her in shock. Heaven-piercing sage, is he really in the devil world? Huang Xiaolong asked. Yes, my master left for the devil world a little while ago. However, none of us know why he went there. Reaching towards the two of them, Huang Xiaolong dragged them over and searched their memories. He discovered that they were telling the truth. Devil world, Huang Xiaolong muttered as he left on the Holy Phoenix. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong was planning to leave, Sun Wukong grabbed every single immortal peach that was above 9,000 years old. The Queen Mother of the West was enraged, but she couldn't do a thing about it. When Huang Xiaolong and gang finally disappeared from their sights, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was as though a giant rock was lifted off their hearts, and they seemed to have returned from the depths of hell. Master isn't here right now. If only he was, Huang Xiaolong would definitely piss his pants. The Lord of Primal Beginnings growled. Everyone nodded silently. Let's join hands to see if we can save our junior brother. Laozi spoke all of a sudden. All right, Nuwa and the others agreed. As the sages approached the Five-Finger Mountain, they brought out every single treasure in their arsenal. Even after using all their strength, they failed to do a thing. The power of the 6 words of truth shattered their attacks, and they were forced to retreat. Not a single person could keep calm when they noticed that the Buddha ancestor was really going to be suppressed for the next 100 million years. Everyone present, especially the 5 sages, were shocked. The 5 of them failed to budge the mountain even after using everything they had. Just a few minutes ago, the Lord of Primal Beginnings was thinking of gathering all his martial brothers and sisters to surround Huang Xiaolong. He heaved a sigh of relief for not trying anything stupid. If he acted a little more rashly, he would have been sealed under the Five-Finger Mountain like Rulai. Laozi sighed. Huang Xiaolong's strength has already surpassed our expectations. We can only wait for Master's return in order to save junior brother Rulai. But Master has left the Pangu world for several years now. Who knows when he will return? Nuwa shook her head and mumbled. It seemed as though Rulai would be in for some long days. As one of the 6 sages, Rulai was the Buddha ancestor. He was the power holding up the Western continent, and no one knew whether he was still breathing under the Five-Finger Mountain. Killing him would be a much more merciful option. Huang Xiaolong's punishment was a humiliation for the Western continent. Now that Rulai was gone, Nuwa could imagine the fate of the Buddhist factions. They would be in for a hard time. The experts of the Western factions saw how Laozi and the other sages failed to save Rulai from the Five-Finger Mountain, and they couldn't help but express their misery. They gathered around the mountain and they mourned. Laozi shook his head before bidding farewell to Nuwa and the rest. He left on his azure ox and the others quickly left. Only the Queen Mother of the West and the Jade Emperor were left on the Kunlun Mountain. Looking at the experts of the Western continent, a frown formed on the Queen Mother of the West's face. They were in her territory, and they were being extremely noisy as they mourned for their ancestor. How was she supposed to cultivate in peace? However, she knew that they wanted to save her junior brother, and she couldn't possibly chase them away. Junior sister, would you like to stay over at my side for the time being? The Jade Emperor shot his shot at the opportunity. After hesitating for a second, she nodded her head. All right. The Jade Emperor nearly jumped in joy if not for the fact that there were experts of the Western continent mourning around him. He quickly got on his carriage before inviting the Queen Mother of the West back to the Heavenly Palace. The battle that happened on Kunlun Mountain caused the 3 worlds in the Pangu world to fall silent. No one dared to poke their heads out now that the strongest expert in the Immortal world was suppressed under a treasure he created himself. The fanfare around the 5 continents died down, and the markets lost more than half their customer base. There were even several kingdoms that isolated themselves completely. When people spoke to each other, they would do so in hushed tones as if they were afraid of awakening some monstrous existence. It was especially so when they spoke about the gathering of the immortal peaches. The meat had turned into a taboo, and no one could speak of it openly. Of course, there were some people who would bring up the events that happened. After leaving the Kunlun Mountain, Huang Xiaolong's party went straight to the Devil World. Along the way, Sun Wukong roared with laughter. Ha ha ha! That old fart Rulai definitely didn't think that he would suffer such a terrible fate. He can have a taste of what it's like staying under the Five-Finger Mountain. He retrieved the immortal peaches he stole and presented them to Huang Xiaolong. Your Highness, these peaches are pretty awesome. You should try some. Huang Xiaolong chuckled and he bit into one of them. Fragrance exploded in his mouth, and spiritual qi filled his body. He felt extremely refreshed. "It's pretty good," Huang Xiaolong commended. "It's no wonder mortals will be able to turn immortal after eating a single one." He spoke to the others after he finished his peach. "All of you should try some too." Sun Wukong and the others thanked Huang Xiaolong before they chowed down. Since the monkey grabbed more than 1,000 of them, there were more than enough for the 4 of them. However, Huang Xiaolong took half of them as he planned to share them with the members of the Huang family after he returned to Earth. Once he retrieved the Pangu sword, he would have to return anyway. "Your Highness, you should have killed the old fart," Sun Wukong said in between bites. "In the future, the old baldy will definitely take the chance to get back at your Highness. Didn't you hear?" His Highness allowed him to live after Nuwa pleaded for mercy. The Holy Phoenix glared at the Monkey King and snapped. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. "That's not all. It was true that Nuwa was a part of the reason he spared Rulai, but that wasn't all." "Your Highness, do you mean Dao ancestor Hong Jun?" Ingo asked. Huang Xiaolong nodded. "That was the real reason. After all, Rulai was someone who had received Hong Jun's enlightenment. He was one of the 6 sages, and killing him would be slapping Hong Jun in the face. Hong Jun wouldn't let it slide. With Huang Xiaolong's current strength, he wasn't Hong Jun's opponent. As such, he could only allow Rulai to live. Even though Hong Jun would probably be enraged after learning that Rulai was suppressed under the 5-Finger Mountain, he would definitely have to accept his losses when he learned that Huang Xiaolong's master was the Blazing Dragon. His master was the Blazing Dragon, the oldest expert in the universe. Anyone who wanted to touch him would have to think twice. When Ingo mentioned Hong Jun, Sun Wukong finally calmed down. A look of fear formed on the Holy Phoenix's face. "I wonder how strong Dao ancestor Hong Jun really is." "He's definitely in the God of Creation realm," Huang Xiaolong explained. "However, there are different levels among the gods of creation. It's split into different stages, and it starts from the minor completion, major completion, perfection, and grand perfection stage. Huang Xiaolong estimated that Hong Jun was at the peak of the minor completion stage. He might be able to enter the major completion stage at any time, and someone at that level would possess 3 billion units of grand cosmos energy. A god of creation at the grand perfection stage would possess 7 billion units, and one would possess 9 billion units at the perfection stage. His master, the old dragon, possessed nearly 9 billion units of grand cosmos energy. As for Huang Shang, he would be in existence with nearly 10 billion units of grand cosmos energy. Rumors had it that one would be able to surpass the God of Creation realm if they broke through the 10 billion mark. They would be able to reach a whole new realm. The universe had been in existence for a long time, but no one had ever been able to cross that mark. "Your Highness, you should be close to the God of Creation realm, right?" Ingo asked. Huang Xiaolong chuckled, but he didn't explain himself. He was definitely close to the God of Creation realm, but his actual strength had already surpassed an ordinary God of Creation. Sun Wukong's lips cracked open and he giggled. "No shit! His Highness is definitely the strongest expert under the God of Creation realm. He can sweep anyone who isn't one. Didn't you see how he dealt with that old baldy from the west?" "You're full of shit," the Holy Phoenix snorted. Sun Wukong's face flushed red, and he didn't know what to say. After all, he wouldn't be able to beat her in a fight anyway. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong arrived at the entrance of the Devil World. "If Heavenless learns that your Highness has arrived, he will definitely be hiding in a hole somewhere." Sun Wukong laughed. After the 4 entered the Devil World, they pierced through countless layers of devil chi. "We'll head over to the Heavenless Devil Palace," Huang Xiaolong muttered. The Heavenless Devil Palace was the home of the Heavenless Devil ancestor, and it was clear why Huang Xiaolong was headed there. The Devil World was the messiest world in the Pangu world. It was the darkest among the 3. Thick devil chi drifted around the place, and anyone who didn't cultivate the devil arts would find it difficult to live there. However, the devil chi was completely unable to affect Huang Xiaolong and the other 3. Among the 4, Sun Wukong was the weakest. However, he was still a combined Dao ancestor, Even if the devil chi was 1,000 times stronger, it couldn't stop the monkey. They didn't stop as they rushed towards the heavenless devil palace. The devil palace appeared in their sights. However, a frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. After he scanned the entire area, he noticed that the heavenless devil ancestor was gone. There wasn't a single person in the palace. The heavenless devil ancestor fled. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Ingo asked when he noticed the look on Huang Xiaolong's face. "Heavenless fled," Huang Xiaolong muttered. The three of them stared at him in shock. "He ran away. That old coward. He definitely ran the moment he heard the news," Sun Wukong snapped. The reason they rushed all the way over was because they wanted to make it before the heavenless devil ancestor would be able to escape. They didn't expect the old devil to run so quickly. The heavenless devil ancestor has always been a cautious existence. He's a cunning bastard, and he definitely sent some spies over to the gathering of the immortal peaches. He should know that your Highness would look for him after learning that he was the one fanning the flames behind the scenes, and he ran the moment he got the news. Ingo mentioned, "Have you met the heavenless devil ancestor in the past?" Ingo nodded. "I fought with him when we were adventuring the Pangu world in the past. He was strong, and I have no idea how strong he is right now. He has never shown his true strength before, and there haven't been rumors going around about him." Sun Wukong and the Holy Phoenix were shocked by his revelation. "Do you mean that he hadn't been showing his true strength since the creation of the universe?" The Holy Phoenix asked. "That's right. Everyone has only seen the strength he wishes to portray to the outside world. Everyone in the Pangu world feels that the 6 sages are the strongest existences after Hongjun. In my eyes, I don't think so," Ingo explained. Sun Wukong jumped in fright. "Do you think that Heavenless is stronger than the 6 sages?" Lao Zi, the Lord of Primal Beginnings, the heaven-piercing sage Nuwa and Rulai, were known as the strongest experts after Hongjun. Now, Ingo was telling them a different story. "That's right," Ingo nodded. "He is probably stronger than the heaven-piercing sage and the others. That shouldn't be possible, right?" Sun Wukong was still in disbelief. Ingo continued, "Even though this is hard to believe, your Highness will know what I mean after you meet him." "Your Highness, where should we go now?" the Holy Phoenix asked. A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. According to his original plan, he planned to take care of the heavenless devil ancestor. He wanted to force the old devil to submit, and he could use the power accumulated by the devil ancestor to search for the heaven-piercing sage's whereabouts. Huang Xiaolong found himself at a loss of what to do for a second. "We'll head over to the heavenless devil palace. Let's see if he left behind any clues." As such, the 4 of them continued on their way. The moment they approached, the palace spat out a dense cloud of devil chi. The devilish nature of the chi was extremely ferocious. "That's the boundless devil chi. It can corrode innate Tao physiques and Tao souls," the Holy Phoenix yelled. The boundless devil chi was the strongest devil chi in the Pangu world. If anyone was affected by it, they would be dead beyond a doubt. Not even combined Tao ancestors would be able to hold out for long. Sun Wukong and Ingo gasped. No one would be able to remain indifferent in the face of the devil chi. As soon as the cloud emerged from the palace, the entire area was surrounded. It sealed off all routes of escape, and when the devil chi was about to swallow Sun Wukong and the others, Huang Xiaolong made his move. He reached out with a single hand and beams of light emerged. They were like a tidal wave that swept the boundless devil chi away. It didn't take long for all the devil chi to be refined. Sun Wukong and the others stared at him in shock. It's the power of radiance at the perfection level. Huang Xiaolong glanced at the monkey and said, "You're a spiritual radiant stone ape, and you will be able to comprehend it if you focus on your cultivation." "Is that true?" Huang Xiaolong continued. "If you manage to comprehend the power of radiance to the grand perfection level, you'll be able to purify the power of absolute poison. Just to let you know, the power of poison is tens of thousands of times more terrifying than this devil chi. Out of the 13 elements, the power of radiance was ranked 4th. The power of poison was ranked 6th, and it was true that the power of radiance would trump over the power of poison. The heavenless devil ancestor definitely arranged for this ambush. He knows that we will definitely come for him, and he laid it down before he escaped. Ingo muttered. Huang Xiaolong nodded slowly. He had long since discovered the presence of the boundless devil qi. Soon after, the four of them flipped the palace upside down in order to look for clues. It was too bad the old devil cleaned his tracks before leaving, and Huang Xiaolong and the others failed to discover anything. We'll head over to the Yin-Yang devil race, Huang Xiaolong said after they emerged from the palace. The heavenless devil race was the strongest race in the devil world, and their power spanned across half the world. The Yin-Yang devil race might not be comparable to the heavenless devil race, but they weren't too far behind. If they could use the power of the Yin-Yang devil race to look for the heaven-piercing sage, that would be for the best. Took 3 days for them to arrive. What the fuck? Hongyuan's luck with the ladies is too damn good. How many concubines does he need? This seems to be the 1632nd one, right? I heard that his latest concubine is special. She's the princess of the Silver Tree Devil race. Silver Tree Devil race. The Silver Tree Old Devil actually plans to marry his daughter off to Hongyuan. Huang Xiaolong hadn't entered the city when he heard the discussions coming from the members of the devil race. Yin-Yang Hongyuan needs a lot of women to practice his devil arts. Ingo mentioned. When the party entered the city, they were stopped by the guards. Where's your invitation? Sun Wukong chuckled happily when he heard the question. He used a single punch to send the guard flying. Sun Wukong was no weakling. The disciple of the devil race crashed through several structures from his punch. The experts who were there to attend the wedding stared at Huang Xiaolong's party in shock. Who are they? They dare to cause trouble in the Yin-Yang Devil City on the day of Yin-Yang Hongyuan's marriage ceremony. One of the experts from the giant-eyed frog devil race gasped. I don't care who they are. They are fucked now that they dare to offend the Yin-Yang devil race. An expert of the horned ex-devil race sneered. Why does that monkey look so familiar? After Sun Wukong sent the guard flying, someone made a report to Yin-Yang Hongyuan. The experts of the Yin-Yang devil race were celebrating with the Silver Tree Devil ancestor when they received the report. By the time the report reached them, Sun Wukong swept the floor with more than 100 other guards. Yin-Yang Hongyuan slammed the table and roared, You're asking for death. Who is the troublemaker? The Silver Tree Devil ancestor asked. It's a devil monkey. There are 2 youngsters and a woman traveling with him. An expert of the Yin-Yang devil race reported. Oh right. The woman seems to be extremely pretty. Of course, he was referring to the Holy Phoenix. The disciple who made the report added the comment on the Holy Phoenix's looks, as he was sure she would catch Yin-Yang Hongyuan's attention. Pretty? Yin-Yang Hongyuan asked. He had more than 1,000 concubines, and he was sitting opposite one of his in-laws right now. However, that didn't stop him. The disciple of the Yin-Yang race paused for a second and he looked at the Silver Tree Devil ancestor. Seeing as the other party hadn't reacted, he continued, Lord, she is really, really pretty. Yin-Yang Hongyuan cackled with laughter, and he spoke to the Silver Tree Devil ancestor. Should we head over for a look? The Silver Tree Devil ancestor glanced at Yin-Yang Hongyuan from the corner of his eye. He knew what the brat was up to, but he couldn't care less. All right, since I have nothing to do anyway, let's go take a look. Leading a group of experts, Yin-Yang Hongyuan left for the gates. It wasn't long before he approached the gates. As Yin-Yang Hongyuan was someone who loved putting on airs, it was even more exaggerated with his in-law present. All the experts he brought along were experts in the Immortal King realm or higher. There were more than 10,000 experts present, and they looked like a giant swarm charging towards Huang Xiaolong and the others. Devil Qi soared into the skies. Sun Wukong was stunned when he noticed the group of newcomers. It was obvious he wasn't expecting them to come so quickly. Your Highness, the person clad in red leading the group is Yin-Yang Hongyuan. Ingo pointed him out the moment he appeared. The experts of the Yin-Yang devil race wore strange robes, and Yin-Yang Hongyuan was the only one wearing red. He was extremely eye-catching, and the devil aura surrounding him made it all the more obvious. Huang Xiaolong's gaze landed on Yinyang Hongyuan. Yinyang Hongyuan's gaze landed on all four of them. Even though Sun Wukong was famous, he hadn't been to the devil world recently. In the past, he was suppressed not too long after his fiasco in the heavenly court. As such, the members of the devil race didn't recognize him. As for Ingo, he had already concealed the corpse chi around him. Adding to the fact that he hadn't appeared in the outside world for a long time, no one in the immortal world knew who he was, much less those in the devil world. As such, they weren't recognized. However, a look of doubt formed in Yinyang Hongyuan's eyes when he looked at Sun Wukong. The experts who were there to attend the wedding fell to their knees in fear when they saw Yinyang Hongyuan. It didn't take long for them to arrive in front of Huang Xiaolong's party. When Yinyang Hongyuan looked at the transformed form of the Holy Phoenix, he was mesmerized. Her beauty couldn't be described in words. Indeed, she's a beauty. The experts of the devil race had weird looks on their faces. However, a look of annoyance appeared on the Holy Phoenix's face. Ingo shook his head in silence. Yinyang Hongyuan really inherited the Yin-Yang devil's personality. Everyone could see that the four of them were there to cause trouble. But Yinyang Hongyuan was fixated on the woman. "Were you the one who injured a disciple of my Yin-Yang devil race?" Yinyang Hongyuan glared at Huang Xiaolong. The Monkey King didn't bother replying as he quickly hid behind Huang Xiaolong. "Why don't you ask us why we're here? That's a better question," Huang Xiaolong muttered. Yinyang Hongyuan sniggered. "Your purpose isn't important at all. After all, you're dead to me." "Oh, sorry. The three of you will be dead. The beauty will be allowed to live." Yinyang Hongyuan pointed at the Holy Phoenix and chuckled. "I, Yinyang Hongyuan, have always been biased towards beautiful women." The experts of the devil race who were present looked at the silver tree devil ancestor who was standing behind Yinyang Hongyuan, and weird looks formed on their faces. However, the old devil ancestor remained completely impassive. "Your Highness, why don't I deal with this?" Ingo bowed towards Huang Xiaolong and spoke. "All right." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. Even though Ingo wasn't a match for the Six Sages, he was more than enough when it came to dealing with punks at the level of Yinyang Hongyuan and the others. After obtaining permission from Huang Xiaolong, Ingo released his corpse chi in an instant. A terrifying amount of corpse chi surged towards the members of the Yin-Yang devil race. A giant snake formed completely of corpse chi appeared in the skies above them as it swallowed the members of the devil race. The devil chi of the experts from the Yin-Yang devil race was completely suppressed by the corpse chi coming from Ingo. No, it would be more accurate to say that their devil chi was corroded the moment it appeared. The devils who were present in the city jumped in fright when they noticed the shocking amount of corpse chi coming from Ingo. When they saw the giant snake appear in mid-air, their expressions changed. Even the silver tree devil ancestor couldn't keep his calm. The name of a terrifying expert flashed through their minds. Corpse King. The young man attacking them was Corpse King Ingo. Wait, that wasn't right. They just received news from the immortal world not too long ago. Didn't Corpse King Ingo appear on the Kunlun Mountains several days ago? Wait, Ingo appeared in the gathering of the immortal peaches, and they turned to look at the other young man standing behind Ingo. Terror struck them deep in their hearts and their pupils wavered. It was too late to be afraid as Ingo's corpse chi was already on them. In desperation, Yinyang Hongyuan released the devil chi in his body. A phantom of the 8 trigrams appeared above his head, and he tried to retreat. Wait, Senior Corpse King. We can talk this over. Not even his master would be able to stand up to the Corpse King, much less himself. Fear would cloud his master's heart when up against that existence at the level of the Corpse King, and he didn't even think of counterattacking. All he wanted was to protect his lowly life. He forgot about the fact that he sentenced Huang Xiaolong and the others to death a mere second ago. The silver tree devil ancestor was equally frightened. He retreated quickly, and he yelled, "Fellow Taoist Ingo, please stay your hand." They were grasping at air as Ingo wasn't going to let them live because of a few miserable pleas. As his corpse chi swallowed them, Inyang Hongyuan and the Silver Tree Devil ancestor screamed in pain. The corpse chi corroded the bodies of the experts they brought along with them, and miserable cries filled the skies. As for the experts who came to attend the wedding ceremony, they left the city the moment Ingo attacked. They were afraid that they would be caught up in the mess. Inyang Hongyuan roared in anger when he watched his subordinates dying one by one around him. Quickly, invite the old ancestor out from his seclusion. As soon as the words left his lips, a ray of devil light emerged from the depths of space. It tore through countless layers of space and slammed into Ingo's corpse chi. The devil chi that came from the depths of the region was 100 times stronger than the one released by Inyang Hongyuan. Unwilling to be careless, Ingo congealed another giant snake from the corpse chi before sending it towards the ray of devil chi. Boom! The city trembled and cracks formed on the ground below. The structures in the vicinity scattered to the ground. Under the terrified gazes of those present, an expert wielding the Yin-Yang sword clad in devil robes appeared in front of everyone present. He had beady green eyes, and he stared straight at Ingo. Fellow cultivator Ingo, we haven't met in a long time. Your strength is as strong as ever. The old man grinned. Ingo muttered, it's been so long and you're not weak either. The person who just appeared was the Yin-Yang devil ancestor, and he was a being who existed since the creation of the world. His reputation was close to that of Ingo in the immortal world, and his name could cause the world to shake beneath him. The Yin-Yang devil ancestor looked at Huang Xiaolong and the others as he chuckled. Brother Ingo, why don't you introduce them? He didn't speak a word about the exchange that happened a second ago. Father! Inyang Hongyuan wanted to warn the old ancestor about Huang Xiaolong, but he was silenced by a glare from the ancestor. His father didn't like any interruptions when he spoke, and he was punished in the past for speaking out of turn. Ingo stood behind Huang Xiaolong and spoke. This is His Highness. Fellow cultivator Inyang, you should kneel and pledge allegiance to His Highness now. The Inyang devil ancestor hesitated for a second when he heard what Ingo said. Frosty light flashed through his eyes in the next moment. Your master! Kneel and pledge allegiance? The killing intent that came from the devil ancestor caused the experts standing around to tremble. However, the face of the Silver Tree devil ancestor changed. The Yin-Yang devil ancestor had been in seclusion all these years, and he had no idea what happened in the immortal world. Of course, he was the only one there who didn't know. His son and the Silver Tree devil ancestor were clear on what kind of monster Huang Xiaolong was. Father! Stop right there. Hold it! Inyang Hongyuan and the Silver Tree devil ancestor screamed. A frown formed on the Yin-Yang devil ancestor's face. He could tell that something had happened to the two as they wouldn't try to stop him otherwise. Could it be because of the man standing in front of Ingo? Even if the person Ingo served was someone important, he was an existence who came to being since the start of the world. He felt that the only person stronger than him was Hong Jun. Pangu and Hong Jun were the only two who could make him kneel. Brother Yin-Yang. That person just defeated Rulai, the Silver Tree devil ancestor yelled. He defeated the Buddha ancestor, Rulai. The Yin-Yang devil ancestor's expression changed a little. The 6 sages were experts only weaker than Hong Jun. According to his outdated knowledge, Rulai's strength was ranked in the middle. Since Huang Xiaolong could defeat the Buddha ancestor, Huang Xiaolong had to be as strong as the heaven-piercing sage and Laozi combined. The heaven-piercing sage possessed the strongest offensive abilities, and he could hold off 4 other sages if he laid down the immortal punishing sword formation. As for Laozi, he was the oldest among the 6 sages. Of course, he wouldn't kneel even if Laozi personally arrived. When the Yin-Yang devil ancestor was still evaluating Huang Xiaolong, Inyang Hongyuan continued, Father, we received news from the immortal world. Rulai joined forces with every single expert in the Western continent capable of attending the gathering of the immortal peaches, and they were still sent flying with a single strike. What? The Yin-Yang devil ancestor finally turned serious. Rulai was sent flying even after receiving the support of so many experts. Also, he suppressed Rulai under the 5-Finger Mountain, the Silver Tree devil ancestor explained. Not even Lao Zi and the other sages present to rescue him after joining forces. The Yin-Yang devil ancestor felt a chill run down his spine. Not even the sages managed to save Rulai. Wasn't the five-finger mountain Rulai's treasure? How could someone else control it? All of a sudden, a golden dragon appeared behind Huang Xiaolong. It covered the heavens as a terrifying might covered the devil world. Every single expert felt the weight of a mountain pressing down on them. The Yin-Yang devil ancestor fell to his knees, and he failed to move no matter how hard he struggled. If the Yin-Yang devil ancestor was suppressed, there wasn't a need to mention the others. Everyone who ran out of the city when Ingo made his move experienced the same fate. God knew how many experts of the devil race could be seen kneeling on the ground. The Yin-Yang devil ancestor gasped for breath. An hour passed. With a respectful welcome from the Yin-Yang devil ancestor and the Silver Tree devil ancestor, Huang Xiaolong entered the Yin-Yang devil palace. It didn't take long for nearly half of the devil world to start looking for the heaven-piercing sage and the heavenless devil ancestor. Huang Xiaolong set up camp in the Yin-Yang devil palace for the time being, and several days later, a look of joy could be seen on the Yin-Yang devil ancestor's face when he made the report to Huang Xiaolong. Your Highness, we have good news. We have located them. They went in the same direction. When he heard that they were finally located, Huang Xiaolong felt a rush of adrenaline. However, he was taken aback when he heard that they were going towards the same place. The two of them were headed to the same place? Huang Xiaolong asked. Yes, Your Highness, the Yin-Yang devil ancestor replied. They seem to have headed into the devil forest. Oh? What's the devil forest? Huang Xiaolong asked. The devil forest isn't in the devil world. It's located right outside the devil world, and you'll arrive at the entrance to the ghost world after you cross the forest. The Yin-Yang devil ancestor explained. The forest has been in existence since the start of time. A primal existence. Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. Wouldn't that mean that the forest existed long before the Pangu world? Yes, the Yin-Yang devil ancestor replied. It was said that Lord Pangu cultivated in the devil forest for quite some time. After he received enlightenment and created the Pangu world, he didn't destroy the forest because of its meaning to him. As such, the experts of our devil world and the netherworld would enter the devil forest from time to time in order to look for Lord Pangu's cultivation cave. Oh! Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback by the news. After all, he didn't expect for the devil forest to hold such significance to Pangu. Dao ancestor Hong Jun and the 6 sages entered the forest in the past. From what I can guess, the heaven-piercing sage and the heavenless devil ancestor entered the forest because they received some news on Pangu's immortal cave. After all, the timing was too damn coincidental. That might be possible. Huang Xiaolong nodded and sighed. Get ready. We're going there too. Yes, Your Highness. The Yin-Yang devil ancestor bowed respectfully. Several minutes later, Huang Xiaolong and the others left the city. They turned into streaks of light as they disappeared into the horizon. Huang Xiaolong didn't bring too many people with him. Apart from Sun Wukong, Ingo, and the Holy Phoenix, he only brought the Yin-Yang devil ancestor along with him. As the devil ancestor could be considered the owner of half the devil world, he was extremely familiar with the area. It would be much more convenient to bring him along. Under his lead, they arrived at the entrance of the devil forest in several short days. Your Highness, that's devil forest. The Yin-Yang devil ancestor introduced. When Huang Xiaolong looked at the place he referred to, he was greeted with an endless space filled with stars twinkling all around. There were giant trees lining the forest, and they emitted dense spiritual energy. The place they called the Devil Forest wasn't filled with the slightest trace of soil. The trees took root in the depths of the space all around, and they managed to live for countless years. Even though Huang Xiaolong was someone who had seen a lot, he was shocked when he discovered the intricacies of Devil Forest. Daddy Sun here has long since heard of the Devil Forest. Looks like everything they say is true. Sun Wukong gasped in shock. It was his first time coming to the Devil Forest. It's no wonder Pangu kept this place even after creating his world. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. If I were him, I wouldn't destroy it either. After pausing for a second to admire the magical devil forest, the group entered. Even though the devil forest was named as such, there wasn't a slightest trace of devil chi in the area. The spiritual chi in the air caused those who entered to feel extremely comfortable. This place is really suited for cultivation, Huang Xiaolong muttered. Your Highness is right. The experts of the devil world and the netherworld usually enter seclusion here. The yin-yang devil ancestor explained. I cultivated here in the past. However, there are too many weird beasts here. Many of them have existed since the creation of the world, and their descendants possess extraordinary strength. All of them hate outsiders, and they will usually hunt down the experts who don't belong here. Even though this place is extremely suited for cultivation, not too many people dare to do so for a long period of time. Huang Xiaolong nodded slowly. They were no different as they were assaulted by a group of beasts the moment they entered. Of course, the Monkey King was more than enough to deal with the beasts who roamed the outskirts of the devil forest. He sent them flying with a single punch, but to his surprise, they came running back without much care for their wounds. They are really not afraid of death. After several rounds, Sun Wukong was enraged and he smashed them to bits with his golden rod. The beasts in the devil forest are as such. All of them won't stop till their opponents are dead. The only way for you to get rid of them is to kill them off. The yin-yang devil ancestor sighed. They seem to be under a curse of some sort. You're right. They have been cursed. Huang Xiaolong sighed. There is a strange energy in their bodies that causes them to behave irrationally. Others might not be able to detect the abnormality in their bodies, but they couldn't hide from Huang Xiaolong's Dao souls. The yin-yang devil ancestor was stunned. There were countless rumors going around that the beasts in the devil forest were cursed, but no one could be sure of it. Now Huang Xiaolong was clearing up his doubts. Who will be crazy enough to curse the creatures of the forest? Why would they do something like that? The Holy Phoenix sighed. Pangu probably did it himself. They might be protecting something in the forest. Huang Xiaolong's eyes sparkled and he grinned. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Pangu? Your Highness, from what you say, the legends of the Pangu Immortal Cave will be true. Could they have been cursed to drive away intruders to the Pangu Immortal Cave? Damn! Wouldn't that mean that we will be able to find it? Sun Wukong jumped in joy. If they managed to discover the Pangu Immortal Cave, they would win big. Even a single bottle of pills, there would be a priceless treasure. A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. The moment he found the Immortal Cave, he would be able to find the heaven-piercing sage and the heavenless devil ancestor. After all, the two of them were probably there for the cave. How in the world are we supposed to start looking? The Holy Phoenix asked. If it's that easy, everyone should have found it a long time ago. She's right. Ingo, who had been silent all this while, sighed. Even if we know that the Pangu Immortal Cave exists, it won't be easy to find. Huang Xiaolong reached into the void and grabbed something. Soon after, a lion-headed beast appeared in front of them, and everyone was shocked to discover that the lion-headed beast was as strong as the yin-yang devil ancestor. The yin-yang devil ancestor was the second strongest expert in the devil world, and the beast Huang Xiaolong casually grabbed was no weaker than him. In his hands, the beast was like a docile little kitten. Huang Xiaolong shot a ray of purple light into the beast's head, and Huang Xiaolong could guess that it knew something about the devil forest. After all, it was one of the original inhabitants of the forest. A look of disappointment formed on his face when he discovered nothing important after the soul search. Even though he managed to learn a lot of secrets of the devil forest, the beast knew nothing about the Pangu Immortal Cave. Bring me to the other Genesis-level beasts, Huang Xiaolong commanded. Now, he could only hope that the other creatures would have an idea. Yes, Your Highness. The lion-headed beast nodded hurriedly as he brought Huang Xiaolong and the others deeper into the forest. There were tons of Genesis-level beasts all around, and Huang Xiaolong's group managed to locate more than 20 of them in an hour. All of them had terrifying strength. Even if the yin-yang devil ancestor, Ingo, and the Holy Phoenix ran into a single one, they would be in trouble. They might not lose in a fight, but neither would victory come easy. However, the beasts were nothing more than domestic pets Huang Xiaolong could grab with ease. Despite there being so many of them, Huang Xiaolong didn't manage to find anything related to the Pangu Immortal Cave. How in the world did the heaven-piercing sage and heavenless receive news of the cave? The Yin-Yang devil ancestor was starting to grow curious. So was Huang Xiaolong. All of a sudden, Huang Xiaolong turned to look in a certain direction and he gasped in shock. Ha! Without explaining himself, he leaped off the holy phoenix's back. Wait for me here. In an instant, he disappeared. The four of them stared at each other in silence. Did His Highness discover something? Ingo whispered. Several minutes later, Huang Xiaolong appeared above a giant sea that was shifting through space. That was right. It was an actual sea. The sea contained water that was the color of jade, and it was extremely mesmerizing. It was like a giant piece of jade that drifted across space. That was one of the wonders of the universe. Huang Xiaolong didn't waste his time as he tore through the water to arrive at the ocean bed. As soon as he arrived, he discovered that it was another space altogether. Palaces lined the ocean bed, and he quickly approached them. He was in no rush to enter, and Huang Xiaolong only reached out after a period of observation. A giant hole was formed, and he was sucked into the area that contained the palaces. After he entered, he quickly approached one of them. Pangu Manor. Indeed, that was the place. Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief. All of a sudden, a shock wave emerged from the distance. Sword chi that continued the power to shake the heavens appeared in the distance. But no matter how strong it was, it failed to break the light barrier around the region. Howls filled the skies as the aura of a terrifying beast emerged from the assailant. The aura was horrifyingly strong, and it was the strongest Huang Xiaolong had seen in the Pangu world. He could tell that the beast was several times stronger than Rulai. Despite the powerful sword chi and beast aura, a cloud of devil chi emerged and suppressed the both of them. Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback when he noticed the powers in the air. The sword chi probably belonged to the heaven-piercing sage, but the beast aura was a mystery. It seemed to be stronger than the heaven-piercing sage. As for the devil chi, it most likely belonged to the heavenless devil ancestor. It managed to suppress the other two existences, and Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but turn his attention to the battle. With several quick steps, he arrived at the battlefield. He saw two figures fighting with a beast in a plaza somewhere in the area. The youngster who was waving four swords about should be the heaven-piercing sage, and the heavenless devil ancestor was a strange-looking man with a 12-petaled black lotus around him. His face was filled with devil runes, and his black lotus was pretty similar to the one Rulai used. The only difference was the color. The giant beast they were fighting was a beast that slightly resembled a qilin. It had a lion's head, and it had golden eyes. Its body was jade green in color, and icy blue water surrounded its body. Jade Sea golden-eyed beast. Huang Xiaolong recognized it instantly. The giant beast was said to be the beast with the greatest talent in the universe. When Huang Xiaolong appeared suddenly, the three of them were shocked. The battle paused instantly. The heavenless devil ancestor stared at Huang Xiaolong doubtfully. Even though the three of them were staying quiet, they were accessing Huang Xiaolong. They had no idea how he entered, and if he managed to do so, he wouldn't be that weak. How should we address you, fellow cultivator? The heaven-piercing sage was the first to break the silence. Huang Xiaolong. It's you. The heavenless devil ancestor jumped in fright and he retreated hastily. The heaven-piercing sage and the beast were frightened when they saw the heavenless devil ancestor's reaction. They didn't understand why he would be so agitated after hearing a name. Huang Xiaolong glanced at the old devil and sneered. I went to your palace to look for you, but you managed to escape. Are you surprised to see that your boundless devil chi failed to hurt me? Forcing a smile on his face, the heavenless devil ancestor chuckled. Lord Huang is mistaken. Why would I plot against you when we're not even enemies? Didn't you get people to spread rumors about me being the innate devil ancestor? Huang Xiaolong sneered. That's not me. If someone from the palace caused you trouble, I'll hand them over to you. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother wasting time with him. He started to approach the old devil, and he thought about dealing with the heavenless devil ancestor before asking the heaven-piercing sage about the Pangu sword. When the other two heard how the old devil addressed Huang Xiaolong, their hearts started to palpitate in fear. Why would the strongest expert in the devil world try to please some random guy they never heard of? The heavenless devil ancestor's brain was spinning when he saw Huang Xiaolong approaching. Huang Xiaolong, the Pangu Immortal Cave is left behind by Lord Pangu. Why don't we split it 4 ways? You might be strong, but you won't be able to take the entire treasury for yourself. If the 3 of us join hands, we won't be afraid of you. The heavenless devil ancestor reappeared beside the other 2 as soon as he spoke. He was clearly trying to pull the heaven-piercing sage and the beast over to his side. Indeed, they locked on to Huang Xiaolong with their auras the moment they heard what he said. Huang Xiaolong continued on towards the heavenless devil ancestor expressionlessly. Fellow cultivator Heaven Piercer and Jade Sea, Huang Xiaolong defeated Rulai along with the experts of the Western continent during the gathering of the immortal peaches in the immortal world. We will only be able to deal with him if we work together. Otherwise, none of us will be able to escape. The treasury will fall into his hands. What? The faces of the other 2 changed. Heavenless nodded. That's right. He used a single palm to send all of them flying. Rulai is currently suppressed under the 5-finger mountain, and no one knows if he's still alive. If we choose to work alone, we will die a miserable death. He will definitely kill us all in order to keep the news of the Pangu Immortal Cave from the outside world. Their hearts shook a little when they heard what the old devil said. With a complicated expression appearing on his face, the heaven-piercing sage eventually nodded. The beast took a little longer, but he eventually agreed. Huang Xiaolong couldn't care less. No matter how strong they were, it was only relative to the other experts of the Pangu world. They were nothing he couldn't deal with a single punch. Back in the world of departed souls, the Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor, Fu Luosen, and more than 10,000 experts formed an alliance against him. Even so, all of them were killed. The experts there were some of the strongest experts in their respective celestial kingdoms. If they were to compare raw strength, they were hundreds of times stronger than Heavenless and the other 2. Huang Xiaolong muttered, "All right, you can make your move now." Since he was going to deal with them anyway, he could do it all at once. The 3 of them looked at each other silently, but the heavenless devil ancestor transformed before the others could react. Devil chi filled the skies and he hid himself in the mix. The heaven-piercing sage released even stronger sword chi compared to before. For swords flew around him, and they were the immortal punishing, immortal slaying, immortal trapping, and immortal extermination swords. Lightning filled the Pangu Immortal Cave all of a sudden. With the power of all 4 swords, not even existences who lived since the start of the creation of the world could hide. As for the Jade Sea golden-eyed beast, it summoned a tsunami that swept towards Huang Xiaolong. As the sea had been refined by the beast, a single drop of water was as heavy as 1,000 mountains. No matter how strong one's physical body was, they would most probably turn into meat paste if the tsunami struck them. Huang Xiaolong raised his right arm and he tore through the devil chi in the air. He grabbed the heavenless devil ancestor by the neck and dragged him out. At the same time, his left hand sent all 4 swords flying. Taking the tsunami on with his body alone, a burst of golden light emerged from his body, and it formed a sphere that shot towards the Jade Sea golden-eyed beast. He shattered the tsunami in the blink of an eye, and the golden sphere crashed into the beast's chest. The Jade Sea golden-eyed beast felt an incomparably powerful force crashing into its body, and despite its strong defense, it felt its body falling apart. As for the heavenless devil ancestor, fear filled his eyes when he saw what Huang Xiaolong did. He couldn't wrap his head around how someone could be so strong, and the most frightening part was that the other party wasn't even a god of creation. Naturally, he could tell that Huang Xiaolong was still half a step away from entering the god of creation realm. Like himself, Huang Xiaolong was at the peak of the Tao Venerable realm. They were both in the perfection stage, and he didn't understand how their strengths differed by so much. The heaven-piercing sage and the Jade Sea golden-eyed beast were equally as shocked. They didn't believe the heavenless devil ancestor when he spoke of Huang Xiaolong's achievements a second ago. But now, fear filled their hearts. When they joined hands, they knew that even if they couldn't fight against existences in the God of Creation realm, they were invincible under the God of Creation realm. Despite that, they were crushed by Huang Xiaolong before he used his full strength. Huang Xiaolong tightened his hands a little, and the heavenless devil ancestor felt like his body was about to burst apart. I know that you can reconstruct your physical body as long as your black lotus is intact, Huang Xiaolong sneered. However, I can ensure you live a life worse than death even with the ability to come back to life. The heavenless devil ancestor's expression finally changed. The nirvana flame emerged and surrounded the old devil. Miserable screams filled the skies. The heaven-piercing sage and the jade sea golden-eyed beast watched on with horror in their eyes. The heavenless devil ancestor's formless body would never be affected by ordinary flames. However, they were shocked to hear his screams. Since the Pangu world trained in the way of immortality, they followed a fundamentally different cultivation system from the Blazing Dragon world and the Huanglong world. As such, the heavenless devil ancestor and the others had no idea what the nirvana flame was. Even so, he was as strong as Huang Dinghai and the others. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. After the old devil was refined by the nirvana flame, he submitted to Huang Xiaolong. As for the heaven-piercing sage, he handed the Pangu sword over obediently. The Jade Sea golden-eyed beast agreed to serve Huang Xiaolong. The fact that the Jade Sea golden-eyed beast received Pangu's guidance before shocked Huang Xiaolong. Do you know where Emperor Pangu is now? Huang Xiaolong asked. Since the creation of the world, I haven't seen the old emperor. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong allowed the heavenless devil ancestor to get up and he kept the Pangu sword. He brought all of them towards the entrance of the Pangu treasury, and he tore through the restrictions around it. The Pangu treasury obviously contained a shocking amount of wealth. There were creation-grade pills, pseudo-creation-grade flying ships, and countless grand Dao spiritual veins. The amount of precious herbs were uncountable. Huang Xiaolong kept the Pangu world creation pills and left the rest to the heaven-piercing sage and the Jade Sea golden-eyed beast. As for the heavenless devil ancestor, he could be begging on the streets for all Huang Xiaolong cared. They didn't leave him a single herb. With a painful expression, the heavenless devil ancestor watched as they split the treasures among them. The Pangu Immortal Cave was a priceless treasure, but Huang Xiaolong didn't take it away. After they left, Huang Xiaolong went back to look for Sun Wukong and the others. He had been gone for an hour. When the four of them saw Huang Xiaolong again, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, that didn't last for long as they jumped in fright when they saw the heavenless devil ancestor following closely behind. Heavenless! Ingo and the others drew their weapons and stood on guard immediately. I'm already serving the same master as you guys. There's nothing to be afraid of, the old devil yelled. Sun Wukong and the others looked at each other in shock. All right, let's return, Huang Xiaolong muttered. Now that he located the Pangu sword, he couldn't wait to return to Earth. He would discover the secret behind the Kunlun's secret region. It didn't take long for them to return to the Devil world. Huang Xiaolong didn't stay for long as he rushed back to the Immortal world. He allowed the two devil ancestors to remain in the Devil world along with the beasts he captured from the Devil forest. He brought Sun Wukong, Ingo, and the Holy Phoenix when he arrived in the Devil world, and they were the only ones who left with him. When they returned, Huang Xiaolong stayed in the Fruits and Flower Mountain for a single day. Sun Wukong was extremely unwilling to part with Huang Xiaolong when he learned that Huang Xiaolong was leaving. Relax. There are many chances in the future. I will definitely return to the Immortal world. If you wish, I'll bring you along when I leave the Pangu world in the future. Sun Wukong's body jolted and he jumped in joy. Many thanks, Your Highness. Ingo and the Holy Phoenix had already submitted to Huang Xiaolong, and they begged to follow him back to Earth. However, Huang Xiaolong left both of them behind and offered them the same conditions as Sun Wukong. After thanking Huang Xiaolong, they sent him off respectfully. As soon as he left, Huang Xiaolong headed straight for Shushan Immortal Gate in the Dongsheng God continent. When he returned to the Shushan Immortal Gate, Mu Shuihan gathered all the disciples for a grand welcome. The experts in the surrounding region gathered at the Shushan Immortal Gate to greet Huang Xiaolong the moment he returned. After allowing them to get up, Huang Xiaolong entered the main hall. "Looks like you've been doing well." Huang Xiaolong spoke to Mu Shuihan. Lowering his head, Mu Shuihan chuckled in embarrassment. "It's all because of your Highness' grace." Since Huang Xiaolong suppressed Rulai under the Five-Finger Mountain, everyone felt their hearts trembling at the mere mention of his name. The experts of the immortal world were racking their brains for a way to kiss up to Mu Shuihan, and they sent tons of gifts over. Even Song Jipeng had to act respectfully around him. Yen Bauer grinned when he addressed Huang Xiaolong. "Lord, you have no idea. Everyone in the region is trying to get close to us. It's really unbearable to deal with their enthusiasm." Huang Xiaolong rubbed his head affectionately. "Is that so?" "Yeah. When experts from the other regions run into us, they don't even dare to raise their voices. In the past, we were the ones trying to suck up to them. Now, they're finally experiencing what it feels like to be on the other end." Huang Xiaolong chuckled in amusement as laughter filled the hall. After staying for a day and giving Mu Shuihan and Yen Bauer some pointers, he left the Shushan Immortal Gate. His next destination was Earth. It didn't take long for him to return. Once again, he met Yi Zhaolong of the Panwu Immortal Gate. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong was back, Yi Zhaolong fell to his knees. He didn't dare to get up without permission. The fact that Huang Xiaolong killed Lu Bing with a single punch, and his feat of returning from the immortal world caused Yi Zhaolong's legs to buckle in fear. "Get up," Huang Xiaolong explained. "I'm not here to mess with you. I need to return to Earth." As if he received an imperial pardon, Yi Zhaolong crawled to his feet. Reporting everything to Huang Xiaolong, he didn't dare to leave out the slightest detail. Ever since Huang Xiaolong destroyed the seal leading to the immortal world, the patriarchs of the various factions retreated and sealed off their sections. They forbade their disciples from messing about in the outside world. The entire galaxy welcomed an era of peace. After understanding what happened around the region, Huang Xiaolong left the Panwu Immortal Gate. He gave Yi Zhaolong a stalk of holy herb, and it was something he brought with him from the immortal world. Even though it was one of the herbs of the lowest grades, it was a divine herb in Yi Zhaolong's eyes. He kowtowed profusely after receiving the treasure. Huang Xiaolong remained in the immortal worshipping kingdom for half an hour before returning. He met Chen Tianxing in the process. When he returned to Earth, he couldn't contain the joy in his heart. He was like a kid who came home after a long period of adventuring the outside world. It didn't take long for him to charge towards the Huang family manor. As Pangu's restrictions were still active around Earth, he suppressed his cultivation base once again. Huang Xiaolong arrived in the Blue Dragon Orchard, and after being away for more than a month, he was shocked at the changes. There was a massive heavenly palace in the middle of the courtyard, and everyone close to him was practicing the Azura sword art he passed down to them. Even Lin Kai was present. "That's wrong," Wang Mylan pointed out when she saw Lin Kai's mistake. "You should swing your sword this way." There was a serious look on her face. "That's not right too. You should be doing this," Huang Jiuan interrupted. Wang Mylan glared at him and snapped, "Do you think you're stronger than me? Why don't we exchange pointers?" Huang Jiuan turned mum the moment he heard her. Huang Xiaolong chuckled in amusement at the side, and everyone stopped whatever they were doing. Turning to look at him, joy filled their hearts. "Xiaolong! Uncle!" They ran towards him as quickly as they could. "Dad, Mom." A smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. A sense of warmth filled his heart when he saw the members of the Huang family once again. "Little brat, you're finally back. Don't you know how much your mother misses you? She's been asking about you this whole time." Huang Jiuan chuckled. Huang Xiaolong turned to his mother and said, "Mom, didn't I say that I'll be back before the new year? There's 3 more months left." Initially, Huang Xiaolong wasn't sure how long he would take to obtain the Pangu sword. In fact, he estimated that he would need a lot longer than a month. "Nonsense. You say that, but who knows if you'll be back?" Wang Mylan grummed. "What if you come back after another 100 years? There was nothing else he could say in response, and he chose to keep silent. Amidst the laughter, they entered the main hall of the palace in the manor. He asked about everything that happened in the month that he was gone, and it started a whole new argument. Everyone spoke about their experiences and the events that happened on Earth. Do you know that Lin Kai found a girlfriend? Huang Wen laughed. Oh! Huang Xiaolong turned to look at the little brat. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Lin Kai muttered, "We've only known each other for half a month. We haven't even held hands. Uncle, you can't believe everything my mother says. Haha, there's no need to act all flustered. Weren't you praising her in front of us the whole time? Why don't you tell your uncle what happened?" Huang Qinfei roared with laughter. Yeah, you should invite your girlfriend over and introduce her to the family now that Xiaolong is back. Wang Milan added. Jumping in fright, Lin Kai shook his hands hurriedly. There's no need for that. She doesn't know that Huang Xiaolong is my uncle, and I don't wish to frighten her. All right. Isn't there a villa in the Golden Lake district? You can bring her there if you don't wish to show her the Blue Dragon Orchard. Huang Xiaolong snickered. Lin Kai opened his mouth, but he didn't get to say anything before Huang Juan changed the topic. Xiaolong, where's the little black spirit you used to bring around? Huang Xiaolong stared at his father in shock. When he realized that his father was referring to Lu Huang, the master of the devil prison, he chuckled to himself. Oh, he went up to the immortal world. Lu Huang was a disciple of the Shushan Immortal Gate, and Huang Xiaolong paid him a special visit before he returned to Earth. When they heard that the little spirit had gone to the immortal world, pouts formed on the faces of those present. Why didn't you tell us before he left? Oh, the spirit pets you gave us were really obedient. They are pretty smart too. When we were stuck, they could give us pointers. They quickly summoned the little black spirits. Huang Xiaolong nearly laughed out loud. The little black spirits were eminent elders of the devil race he captured in the lower world, and all of them were old freaks who had lived for countless years. They were in the void immortal realm, and it wasn't surprising they knew more than Huang Jiuan and the others. Night quickly fell, and the banquet they hosted for Huang Xiaolong ended on a high note. As the members of the Huang family fell asleep, Huang Xiaolong hovered in the skies above the Blue Dragon Orchard. A sword appeared in his hands, and an azure light flowed about the surface of the blade. There was a strand of horrifying energy contained in the blade, and it was able to evade the sense of ordinary mortals. Only experts above the heavenly immortal realm would be able to feel the difference. That was the Pangu sword. Ever since Huang Xiaolong arrived in the Pangu world, he hadn't seen anything as powerful as the Pangu sword. As his Dao souls inspected every inch of the blade, he could feel the battle intent Pangu had when he crafted the sword. It was the first time Huang Xiaolong experienced such powerful battle intent. Just Pangu's will alone could put existences like the Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor to shame. It was no wonder experts like the heaven-piercing sage didn't try to use the Pangu sword in the battle against the heavenless devil ancestor. He wouldn't be able to use a fraction of its power, and he might be devoured by the battle intent left behind by Pangu. Slowly sitting down, Huang Xiaolong started to refine the Pangu sword. As he rushed all the way back, he hadn't had time to refine the blade. The night passed uneventfully, and Huang Xiaolong finally got to his feet when the first ray light hit the land. After an entire night, Huang Xiaolong had gained an initial understanding of the battle intent left by Pangu. He knew that he needed several more days in order to fully refine the Pangu sword. Of course, he wasn't in a rush. He planned to accompany the members of the Huang family, and he would head over to the Kunlun secret region after several days. Wang Milan and the others started their day, and she raised a question as soon as she walked into the courtyard. Xiaolong, your dad and I had a discussion, and we plan on going to Hong Kong for a holiday. Why the sudden decision? Huang Xiaolong asked. Huang Jiuan started to explain. It's not a sudden decision. Your mother's family are still living in Hong Kong, and we plan to visit them. After all, we haven't been there before. Your mother planned to go after the new year, but since you're back, we should take the chance to go now. What do you think of our plan? Huang Jiuan continued. However, If you're busy, we can always go after the new year. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. It's fine. I have nothing on at the moment, and we should choose a day soon. I wish to stroll around Hong Kong too. In the past, Huang Xiaolong didn't manage to go to Hong Kong. Now that he was back, he wanted to properly enjoy a tour of the big city. He had always been attracted to Hong Kong as a child. After all, Hong Kong movies were his favorite. Moreover, going to Hong Kong for a holiday wouldn't affect his refinement of the Panga sword. Shall we take an afternoon flight? Wang Milan grinned. You should give a call to Yuhan and ask her to follow us. She's in the Zhang family manor now, and it wouldn't take long for her to come over. All right. Huang Xiaolong nodded. It had been some time since he last saw her, and honestly, he missed her. Zhang Yuhan replied almost instantly and said that she would be coming over soon. Several hours later, she arrived. Staring at Huang Xiaolong with her loving eyes, she pouted. When did you get back? Late last night. It was late, and I didn't want to disturb you. A warm smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face and Zhang Yuhan giggled happily. Jumping into Huang Xiaolong's embrace, the two of them walked around the manor. As they hugged each other, Huang Xiaolong could hear her racing heartbeat. An hour after she arrived, the members of the Huang family got ready to leave. A helpless smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face when he saw the countless chests his mother prepared. Why did you pack so many things again? Huang Qinfei was the first to grumble. We haven't seen them in a long time. Why can't I bring more stuff over for them? Huang Qinfei stared at her in stunned silence. And he knew that he would never be able to win his mother in a battle of words. It would take slightly more than an hour for them to arrive in Hong Kong. By the time they touched down, it was slightly over 5 p.m. Several cars were already waiting to pick them up by the time they arrived. The convoy consisted of 4 jet black Audi, and every single one of them was as expensive as the BMW Huang Xiaolong got for the members of the Huang family. Zhang Yuhan whispered in Huang Xiaolong's ear, Seems like the family on your mother's side is doing pretty well here. Indeed, they were definitely pretty well off if they could send over 4 cars worth 100,000 low-grade spirit stones each. They would never be able to do something like that if they were a small family. Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly. They hadn't been in contact for a long time, and from what he remembered, no one from his mother's side of the family came over to visit. Wang Milan probably came from a super family, and they despised Huang Jiyuan for being a member of the branch family. As such, they never bothered to visit. That was also the reason Huang Xiaolong hadn't seen them before. Today, the Wang family probably sent over the cars to pick them up as a formality. After all, the two families had no ties to speak of. Naturally, they had no idea how terrifying Wang Milan's background was. If they knew that she was Huang Xiaolong's mother, the entire family would be present in the airport. Huang Xiaolong didn't explain the intricacies to Zhang Yuhan. Instead, he chuckled, You're doing pretty well for yourself. Patriarch Zhang. No one in the Zhang family will dare to go against your order. Zhang Yuhan's status in the family was unshakable due to her relationship with Huang Xiaolong. Humph! You're always bullying me. Zhang Yuhan pouted. You're the strongest person in the world. A patriarch like me is nothing in front of you. Even though she was complaining, a sweet feeling lingered in her heart. The cars traveled along the streets, and Zhang Yuhan saw the prosperous city outside. There's so many things to eat in Hong Kong, and their pancakes are the best. Oh, there's also ice cream. Huang Xiaolong stared at her in stunned silence. Have you been here before? A happy little smile formed on her face when she realized that she had more experience than Huang Xiaolong in something. Of course. Ha ha ha. Why don't you bring me around later? A sweet giggle left her lips. All right. Taking into account great hero Huang's assistance, the weak little Zhang family patriarch shall bring you around. Huang Xiaolong chuckled happily in response. The two of them seemed to have returned to the time in their youth, when everything was going great. An hour later, the car arrived at one of the luxurious waterfront manors in the southern part of the city. Even though the manor was large, it was 1/10 of the area of the Blue Dragon Orchard at best. However, Hong Kong was a city with little land to spare. As such, the price of such a manor would be sky high. The person who received the Huang family was a middle-aged caretaker, and he was really polite. He spoke to Huang Mylan. "Are you young Lady Mylan? The old master is entertaining a guest at home, and he arranged for me to bring you to your place of residence. When he's done, I will bring you over to meet him." The old master was Huang Mylan's older brother, and Huang Xiaolong frowned when he heard what he said. Entertaining a guest? They came all the way over from the mainland, and the other party chose to greet some other guests when he knew they were coming. No, not even a single member of the family came over to welcome them. That was a little overboard. It was clear that they didn't care about their relatives at all. "It's fine. We'll go over when my brother is free." Huang Mylan wasn't too affected, and she dismissed the fact. "Young Lady Mylan, please." He brought everyone into the manor. "How are my parents right now?" Huang Mylan asked. "The old patriarch and his wife have been in seclusion all this time. They haven't been out in a long time, and they are trying to break through to the nascent soul realm." The middle-aged man laughed. "Now, the old master makes the decision in the family." Joy filled Huang Mylan's heart. "Won't that mean that my parents are going to enter the nascent soul realm soon?" "Yes." When Huang Mylan spoke to the caretaker, Huang Xiaolong realized that they were veering further and further from the main manor. Huang Jiyuan and the others also noticed, and frowns were forming on their faces. Noticing the look on their faces, the caretaker explained, "We don't have too many rooms in the residence, and young Lady Cici has a lot of friends who will stay here when they visit. There are only 2 guest rooms in the eastern part of the residence, and I'll have to apologize in advance." 2 guest rooms in the eastern part of the residence? Huang Qinfei flew into a rage. "You arranged 2 rooms for the 8 of us?" Moreover, they were sent to the rooms in a corner of the residence. It was clear that the members of the Huang family didn't care much about Huang Mylan's family. They even thought of squeezing Huang Mylan, Huang Wen, and Zhang Yuhan into a room while leaving the other for the 5 men. Huang Qinfei might be rash, but even the normally calm Huang Jiyuan was enraged. No matter what, he was considered a son-in-law of the Huang family. Who would have thought that they would insult him after he came all this way to visit them? The caretaker frowned when he was questioned by Huang Qinfei. "This is an order from the old master. If you have something against it, bring it up when you meet him." Huang Qinfei roared. "We're leaving. It's not like we won't have a place to stay. Who do they think they are? They're just a mere Huang family. It's not like we're begging them for something." Huang Mylan was shocked, but she didn't know which side to speak up for. "Cici, are these your relatives? Why are they causing trouble here?" One of the ladies who were walking towards them spoke all of a sudden. Huang Cici turned to the caretaker and asked, "Caretaker Qindong, what's going on?" Explaining the situation hastily, the ladies couldn't help but sneer. "It's no wonder they're acting like barbarians. They're from the mainland. Do they think that anyone can live in the Huang family manor? Humph, it's good that they got 2 guest rooms. Why are they grumbling?" Huang Cici turned to Huang Xiaolong and snapped, "If not for the fact that my father is willing to recognize you guys as our relatives, do you think that we'll send people over to pick you up from the airport? You can leave if you want. No one will stop you." Her father was precisely the person the caretaker called their old master, Wang Ziyang. Afraid that they wouldn't recognize her, Huang Cici continued, "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My father is Wang Ziyang, and he's the current patriarch of the Huang family." Huang Mylan's expression finally changed when she heard her niece's haughty tone. "Do you really think that we like to stay in this dilapidated shack of yours?" Huang Qinfei roared in rage. "The place we live in is several thousand times better than this. We're leaving," Huang Qinfei snapped. Huang Mylan looked at Huang Xiaolong, and he nodded slightly. Eventually, Huang Mylan chose to give in. The members of the Huang family made their way to the entrance of the Huang family. When they passed by Huang Cici, Huang Qinfei grumbled, "The cars you sent to pick us are the worst we have ever been in." Huang Cici was stunned for a second, but rage filled her heart when she realized that he was referring to the cars her father specially arranged for the members of the Huang family. "If you leave, don't ever think of coming back," Huang Cici snapped. "In the future, Even if your father kneels for an entire year in front of our manor, we won't be back, Huang Xiaolong said coldly. The lady who sneered at Huang Qinfei a moment ago fanned the flames at the side. They are too arrogant. Who the hell do they think they are? Do you need me to get someone to teach them a lesson? Yeah. They're just a bunch of bumpkins from the mainland. Do they know who they're talking to? Wang Cici's friends snapped angrily. Her friends were the descendants of several upstart families in Hong Kong, and their families weren't strong enough to stand in the upper echelon of the world. It was no wonder they had no idea who they were dealing with. After thinking about it, Wang Cici shook her head. Never mind. Whatever the case, it wouldn't be appropriate for them to cripple her aunt. Caretaker Qindong stood there silently, and he didn't know what to say when he watched them leave. You can return. When my father asks, you can tell them that the members of the Huang family left in a fit of rage after complaining about the size of the room. Wang Cici ordered. Yes. Qindong replied. When Wang Cici looked at their leaving figures, she harumphed. Humph. Our manor is located in the middle of the mountain, and there's no need to send them off. They can walk down to the station themselves. Qindong didn't dare to go against Wang Cici's order, and he nodded obediently. When left the courtyard, Huang Qinfei spoke to Wang Milin. Mom, I told you that they wouldn't necessarily welcome us when we come. Look at what happened. Wang Milin paused for a second, and he explained. Your uncle is receiving guests, and the Wang family manor might really be out of rooms. Humph. Do you really believe them? I swept the area with my divine sense a moment ago. There are more than 30 empty rooms in the heart of the manor. It's fine if they refuse to let us use them. They even arranged the furthest rooms for us. Do they really think that we'll make a mess of the place? Wang Milin didn't say anything in response. As a Golden Core realm cultivator, she made a sweep of the manor when she entered. She discovered the rooms long before they were brought into the manor. I heard that the Xilai Hotel is pretty good. I'll get someone to arrange 2 presidential suites for us right now. Huang Xiaolong interrupted. The Xilai Hotel was one of the most famous hotel chains in the world. They had branches all over the world. Xiaolong, will we really be able to get a presidential suite there? I heard that the Xilai Hotel is extremely popular. People might not even be able to book an ordinary room there. Huang Qingfei raised a single eyebrow in shock. Wang Milin and the others looked at Huang Xiaolong. All of them were familiar with the Xilai Hotel, and they knew how difficult it was to book a normal room there. However, Zhang Yuhan chuckled at the side. Have you all forgotten Xiaolong's position on Earth now? If the strongest person in the world can't get a room there, he won't deserve his reputation. Huang Xiaolong chuckled in amusement. Relax. They might not have ordinary rooms, but they will definitely keep several presidential suites empty. Moreover, the Xilai Hotel is owned by the Wharton family, and their old ancestor is my subordinate. The Wharton family was one of the largest families in Western Europe. They were also an ancient family whose history extended back several hundred years. When their conversation was going on, Huang Xiaolong and the others arrived at the entrance of the Wang family. Just as he was about to contact the old ancestor of the Wharton family, a group of people left the main hall of the residence. There were several grand elders of the family following behind Wang Tuyang, and they walked behind an old man with a face full of white beard. Elder Lu, we will have to count on you for the project we'll be working on. Wang Tuyang spoke respectfully. The old man nodded slightly, and he didn't bother putting on airs. Relax. Our patriarch is extremely interested in the project. He hopes that we will be able to work together well. Wang Tuyang laughed. Elder Lu, it will be great if you can put in a good word for us with your patriarch. When the bearded old man saw the group of people standing in his way, his eyes widened in shock and his mind went blank. He didn't bother replying Wang Tuyang. The grand elders of the Wang family were surprised, and they looked at the members of the Huang family who were standing at the entrance. Elder Lu, this? Elder Lu ignored Wang Tuyang as he rushed towards Huang Xiaolong. He whispered softly, Your Highness, is that you? Your Highness. Wang Tuyang and the others were cultivators, and they were slightly shocked at the sudden change. Why would Elder Lu call some random guy His Highness? The Hao family didn't seem to have someone named that, right? As Huang Xiaolong wasn't facing Hao Lu, the old man failed to recognize Huang Xiaolong. When he finally turned around, Hao Lu jumped in fright as he fell to his knees. Hao Lu of the Hao family greets your highness. Hao Lu didn't know that your highness would be here, and I hope. Before he could complete his sentence, Huang Xiaolong interrupted him. Enough. You can get up now. He looked at Wang Cuyong and the others. From what he could see, Wang Cuyong and the others were hosting Hao Lu of the Hao family. Let's go. Huang Xiaolong spoke to Huang Jiyuan and Wang Milan after allowing Hao Lu to get to his feet. Hold it. Wang Cuyong stopped them, and he yelled, Third sister, is that you? Third sister. Hao Lu wasn't the only one who was stunned. The members of the Wang family stared at Wang Milan in shock. It was especially so for Hao Lu. He felt a bolt of lightning running through his mind. Was the Wang family actually connected to the godly Huang family? Wouldn't that mean that Huang Xiaolong was Wang Cuyong's? If the news got out, the entire city would tremble. The more he thought about it, the more Hao Lu started to envy Wang Cuyong. When Hao Lu was starting to get jealous of Wang Cuyong's connections, Wang Meilai revealed an awkward expression, and she said, Yes, it's me. Even though there was a strange look on her face, Wang Cuyong didn't bother too much about it. It was really his sister, and from the looks of it, their status was shocking. To someone who was trying to kiss up to the Hao family, it was a great thing. Third sister, it's great that you're back. It's been so many years, and I failed to recognize you. You look too young, and I didn't dare to assume that it was you. Hurry and enter the hall. I'll call the rest out right now. Wang Milan couldn't help but reveal an awkward expression. She didn't move an inch as she turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Qinfei couldn't contain the anger in his heart when he saw how his uncle was acting. There's no need for that. Your daughter chased us out of your Wang manor, and as your lowly relatives from the mainland, we wouldn't dare to enter your main hall. Wang Cuyong and the members of the Wang family were shocked. Even Hao Lu, who was envying Wang Cuyong a moment ago, frowned. Wang Cuyong's daughter actually had the guts to chase His Highness and his family out of the Wang family manor. Complex emotions filled Hao Lu's heart. Wang Cuyong looked at Wang Milan as he tried to confirm what Huang Qinfei said. Wang Milan didn't say anything, but the truth was clear for all to see. Go! Bring Cici over right now. Wang Cuyong roared with anger as he ordered a grand elder from the Wang family to execute his order. Not daring to dally, the grand elder knew that things were getting serious. Huang Xiaolong didn't say a word as he remained quietly at the side. Wang Cici and her friends were planning to play some games to get rid of their pent-up frustrations from their interaction with Huang Qinfei and the others when the grand elder arrived. He was called Wang Chong'an, and he stopped the ladies. Uncle Chong'an, what's going on? Wang Cici asked when she saw the flustered look on her uncle's face. The patriarch has summoned you. Wang Chong'an didn't have time to explain himself, and he continued, Hurry up! He's waiting for you in front of the main hall. Now! Wang Cici pouted. We have stuff to do. We'll head over in a little bit. She didn't bother about the fact that she chased the members of the Huang family away. After all, she was a princess in her father's eyes, and even if she arrived late, he wouldn't scold her. Wang Chong'an panicked when he heard her response. The patriarch is raging right now, and Lord Hao Lu is also present. They are all waiting for you. Raging. Lord Hao Lu. Wang Cici found it weird and she continued to ask, Why is my father angry? She thought about it, and realized that she hadn't messed up recently. He shouldn't be angry with her, right? She remained obediently in the manor for half a month, and she couldn't cause trouble even if she wanted to. Wang Chong'an realized that there was no point in explaining himself to her, and he grabbed her arms. As he dragged her away, he cried out, I'll explain it to you on the way there. Wang Cici's friends looked at each other in surprise. Should we go over and take a look? The lady who scolded Huang Xiaolong and the others was the first to suggest. All of them nodded their heads as they followed closely behind. They really wanted to know what could make the Wang family patriarch rage. Wang Sisi couldn't help but ask, Uncle Chong'un, what's going on? Sisi, did you chase the third young lady and her family away? Who are you talking about? Wang Sisi failed to react in time, and she didn't think that Wang Chong'un was referring to Wang Milan. She's the sister of the patriarch, and we arranged to pick them up from the airport when they came. Oh? Those bumpkins from the mainland. Wang Sisi sneered. Did you actually do it? Wang Chong'un felt his heart thumping in his chest when he saw how nonchalant she was acting. She nodded her head, and she snorted, Yeah, Uncle Chong'un, you might not know what happened, but they scoffed at the rooms my father prepared for them. I told them that they could leave if they didn't like it. Wang Chong'un might not know what happened during their interaction, but he got the big picture. Young lady, when you meet the patriarch and the third young lady later, you have to apologize to them, Wang Chong'un warned. Why should I? Wang Sisi snapped. They should be the ones to apologize. By the time she was done, they arrived. Wang Chong'un didn't have time to explain, and he warned her quietly, Stop it! Your aunt's son seems to be an important figure. We shouldn't offend him. Wang Sisi pouted, but she didn't think too much about it. To her, her Wang family was a superpower in Hong Kong, and she felt that there was no one she couldn't afford to offend. After all, they were extremely well connected in Hong Kong. Wang Chong'un soon brought the group of girls to Wang Tsuyang. Daddy! Wang Sisi's temper changed the moment she arrived. A sweet smile formed on her face, and she greeted the other experts of the family. Uncles! Forcing a smile on their faces, the grand elders didn't know how to react. Normally, they would allow her to do what she wished. But Wang Tsuyang forced himself to be serious as he snapped at her. Sisi, did you chase your third aunt out of the manor? Wang Sisi felt her heart trembling in fear when she heard her father's tone. But the fear disappeared when she knew that no punishment would befall her anyway. Daddy, you arranged for them to live in our manor, and they didn't even thank us. They picked on every small detail, and when I told them off, they yelled at me. I told them to leave if they didn't like it here. I wouldn't lie to you. Since they want to leave, why should I beg them to stay? Wang Tsuyang didn't dare to allow his daughter to continue speaking, and he quickly snorted, Enough! He turned to look at Wang Milan and a brilliant smile formed on his face. Milan, I spoiled this little girl. In fact, I wasn't considerate enough when I arranged for your residence. All right, I'll let her apologize to you and we'll call it at that. What do you think? Hao Lu shook his head silently at the side when he heard what Wang Tsuyang said. It seemed as though the man had no idea how serious things were now that he chased Huang Xiaolong out of his residence. With Huang Xiaolong's status, it would be a miracle if disaster didn't befall the Wang family now that Wang Sisi humiliated his entire family. How could an apology suffice? When he learned that the Wang family expected Huang Xiaolong to squeeze in a room with other people, he knew that things were basically over for the Wang family. Wang Tsuyang was clearly belittling Huang Xiaolong. To make things even worse, he insulted Huang Xiaolong's family. Wang Milan hadn't said anything when Wang Sisi screamed in anger, Nonsense! Why should I be the one to apologize? Who do they think they are? As soon as she spoke, she turned to walk away. You! Wang Tsuyang was enraged, and he yelled at her, Get back here right now! Ignoring him, Wang Sisi continued to walk away. Even though his face turned green with anger, Wang Tsuyang turned to Wang Milan and the others and he explained, Milan, you have to forgive this kid. When her anger subsides in 2 days, I'll get her to apologize. 2 days. Huang Xiaolong, who remained silent all this while finally spoke up, There's no need for an apology. We're leaving. As soon as he spoke, he left the Wang family manor.